What if Harry Potter helped Cullens and married Bella Swan? I growled loudly, but despite my anger and frustration, I couldn't help the ache in my heart and my blood run cold. How could they be so stupid? I steadied my shaking hands enough to read the parchment through again. I glared at the sheet of parchment as I read certain parts. Your family have walked into the enemy's hands, only they would be so stupid to walk willingly into an obvious trap. They think they are so strong and powerful they have no idea. And family sticks together, not fucks off when things get rough. Still, I couldn't help but love them. Damn my traitorous feelings. Arrow plans their death but fools them with empty promises. Again, I was not surprised. My kind knew of Arrow, the leader of the Volturi. Our kind did not fear vampires. What was the point in fearing something weaker than yourself? But Arrow was different. He led the vampires. At a single word, all the vampires could congregate and wreak havoc on the world. He was untrustworthy and a sneak, not to be trusted in any circumstances. We were taught to avoid vampires if possible, just to be careful. We even had lessons on it at Hogwarts. The existence of witches and wizards was kept a secret from vampires for good reason. Somehow Arrow discovered our existence and captured and tortured a family of wizards about 50 years ago. The magical world was in uproar, locking their doors at night and putting protective spells over their houses. We knew about vampires, but laws were put in place and held so that they did not know about us. I guess they figured it out. Of course, Dumbledore stepped in, the Ministry I Disarray, not knowing what to do as usual. No one knows what was said or done that day, but he walked out later with the family too. Every witch and wizard from that day forward was told to be extra careful of vampires, to guard their families and houses. Of course, the fear was not uncommon and many laughed the warnings off. Vampires were easily killed if they are on their own, and they very rarely moved in bigger groups of 2 or 3. Have to stop this. I know you have some contrasting feelings, but you must do this. Who was he to tell me what I have to do? I had a thought to stay here just to spite him and show him that I am not his puppet to manipulate whenever he wishes. But I couldn't do that. To be honest, I was annoyed at In for another reason. He contacts me the first time since God knows when, and doesn't even tell me how my friends are doing. Not even a thing about Harry. God, I missed Harry. I know it's cliché, but we did have that twin thing where we share thoughts and things. Being twins, I missed him even more. We were like 2 halves of a puzzle. But not a word, not a peep, not from him or any of our friends. It's charming, isn't it? I stood from my kneeling position in front of the fireplace, folding the letter and slipping it into the back pocket of my jeans. I guess I am going on a trip to Italy. I took my wand from my front pocket, glad I had expanded it magically so it fit. Sighing, I looked around, wondering if I would ever come back here again. I paused momentarily, glancing at the door that Jacob had stood in mere hours ago. I was supposed to be heading over to his house, but he would be out. I already knew he would be too busy to spend time with me, just like a few days ago. I wasn't going to try cliff diving again, though. No matter how much I wanted to see Edward, this particular near-death experience shook me from my haze. If I wasn't worth sticking around for to him, he certainly wasn't worth dying for. Isn't that what I'm doing now? Again, I sighed, but didn't hesitate this time. Conjuring up a picture of an alley Dumbledore had added on the bottom of the parchment, and focusing solely on that, I spun on the spot. I felt the familiar, uncomfortable feeling of being pulled and squashed at the same time, but it passed. He was right, of course. He told me that the alley would be deserted and a safe place to apparate. Tall stone walls stood on either side of me, both ends of the alley open, and I saw many people walking past. I held my wand in my right hand, flattening it to my thigh but keeping a tight hold on it. I was in Volterra, the home of vampires. I could not afford to be callous. I straightened my clothes out, shaking my head and making my hair fall back into place, trying to get rid of the wind-swept look. I walked towards the place I needed to be. Dumbledore had graciously given me directions and instructions on how to get this done properly, if they trusted me enough to let me get that far. I walked out of the alley but immediately stepped back. The sun glared at me and I shielded my eyes from it. Great, the resident vamps will be hiding then. But that wasn't the thing that made me take a step back. Hundreds of people were crowded in the stone square in front of the castle, the place I needed to be. They all wore capes and fangs. I rubbed my eyes to make sure I wasn't seeing things. Everyone was wearing bright red, so much so that it made my eyes go funny. I cast my eyes upwards to a banner that was coming towards me and almost laughed at what is said. Happy St. Marcus Day, oh the irony. He was one of the leaders of the Volturi, one of the monsters that killed people, and they were celebrating the fact he was dead. Gripping my wand tighter against my thigh, I jumped into the crowd. I instantly grew deaf as I was surrounded by screaming and cheering and singing. I was bustled around, shoved, and at one point, kicked. I shoved back, trying to get to the clock tower as fast as I could. Dumbledore didn't exactly give me a time when he was going to do it. I shoved through a crowd of red-shirted women, earning some colorful language in Italian that I ignored. I kept on getting lost, having to look up to keep my bearings. I hit something solid, and momentarily, though I had walked into a wall. "Watch where you're going, young miss," I looked up, finding the man with the thick Italian accent, a red uniform on, eyeing me with concern. I merely nodded to him, walking past him and trying to find a way into the line of men. I couldn't. They stood between me and the clock tower, and I will be damned if I let them stop me now. Following the line and ducking into a little alcove that a family had already taken refuge in, I looked for a way through. I ignored the frantic muttering in Italian, saying how I wasn't in the spirit because I wasn't wearing red. They obviously didn't know I understood Italian. I ignored them though, walking away from them but keeping close to the wall. If I sneak around, I can remain unhidden and still get to where I am supposed to be going. I remained in shadows as I skulked around the wall. I froze, even stopping my breathing as a guard looked right through me, inspecting the area for intruders. I carried on after he returned to the bustling crowd. I cringed as the huge clock struck 12, the crowd screaming for some reason. Still, it made a good distraction for me. Seeing the opening, I ran towards it, rounding the corner and pressing my back against the hard stone wall, breathing heavily. I waited for a second to see if anyone had seen me and was coming after me, but found myself alone. Pushing off the wall, I walked deeper into the dark alley, knowing that this would be the make or break deal. I silently slid my wand into my pocket, freeing my hands and keeping my concentration on finding them. It was a few minutes later when I spotted them. Another alcove dipped into the wall, and it was also hidden in shadow, but I saw the flash of red as they turned to face me. I knew they were there. I took a deep breath, changing my course and walking towards them. "Careful, pretty girl, don't want to get hurt now, do we?" A voice from within the darkness spoke, the rich and deep words signaling he was indeed a vampire. I stopped in my tracks, hoping this was the best way to go about it. I folded my arms across my chest, jutting out my hip. "Careful, vampires, what's the matter? Scared of a little sunlight?" "I thought you'd want to celebrate St. Marcus Day. After all, he is one of your leaders," I sneered. I found the silence rather painful, my heart thudding like a jackhammer in my chest. Harry would have been proud, serious, not so much. "And what would a human such as yourself know about such business?" The shadows emerged, appearing to be covered in head to toe in black, even their faces. "I know a lot more than you think. I want to see Arrow," I added, reminding myself that playing with vampires is dangerous. Besides, my wand is in my pocket, and there was no chance I could get it out before they killed me. The wizarding world remaining a secret so more important than my life. They laughed as they continued to walk towards me, seemingly attached to one another, both moving exactly the same. Why would Arrow want to see such a creature besides to quench his appetite? And he paused to take a deep breath. "You would make a delightful meal." "Yeah, I've heard that one before." I waved the comment off, knowing it was supposed to scare me. "Honestly, since when is being told you smell nice been scary? Why do you wish to speak with Arrow?" A second voice said, his voice louder and more serious than the others. "That's between me and him." I clenched my teeth, knowing that they wouldn't let me in until I showed them who or what I was. Before I could even move, my back was thrown against the wall, an icy hand holding me against it tightly, squeezing my throat. My feet hung from the ground, but I didn't struggle. The red eyes bore into mine as if searching for secrets. "What is your business here?" he seethed, baring his teeth. Even in the darkness, they shone brightly. "None of your business," I spat back, my words fading as he squeezed me tighter, stopping the airflow. "Felix," the other began. "No, she knows too much. Besides, she walked up to us and spouted all of this. She must know the law," the one called Felix said, turning back to me. "She has to die," he said slowly, a smile appearing on his lips. "What is your name, pretty child?" he crooned, his smirk contrasting with his words. His hold on my throat slackened slightly to let me speak. "Bella Swan," I wheezed out. Immediately I was dropped back to the floor, the two shadows even closer than before. I rubbed my throat as I stood up straight, glaring at them. Frantic whispering filled the alley, but it sounded like a mere hum to my ears as it echoed quietly off the walls. The words got louder and louder, but they spoke too fast for me to understand. "Felix, Arrow would want to see her," the other said quietly, and I'm not sure if I was supposed to hear it. The other one, I assumed to be Felix, sighed angrily. The alley was silent for a second before one of them grabbed my arm, dragging me along while the other walked ahead. I tried to take my arm back, but he merely growled in warning. "I want to see him, you idiot. Why would I run?" I spat, my logic making him drop my arm. We walked the way I had just been, and I spotted the guard that had very nearly caught me. We turned down another alley and stopped. The one in front bent down, sliding over a large drain cover and disappearing into it. I almost snorted in amazement. The headquarters for the infamous vampire army is in the sewers. I sat down, ignoring the sneering question from Felix if I wanted any help. I sat on the edge and scooted forward, angling my body so I wouldn't drop awkwardly and break a few bones. I felt the air rush by me as I fell, but landed on bent legs, straightening out and dusting my clothes off. A loud metallic grinding made me cringe, and the little light that had illuminated the place was gone. Not a moment later, though, the candle brackets were lit, creating pools of light against the walls as far as the eye could see. I shivered as the cold set in, and I mentally berated myself for forgetting to bring a jacket. Without even a request, I was thrown over someone's back, the wind rushing past me, but it felt like I wasn't moving at all. That was rude. We stopped abruptly, and I was set back on my feet. I swayed a little, but I steadied myself, looking around. We were in some sort of waiting room, I suppose you could say. Leather couches sat in the far corner, along with coffee tables and magazines, and they thought that they were scary. They read Closer magazine, for God's sake. "Oh, Felix, Demetri, you're back," a girly voice rang through the room, and I was shocked to find that it wasn't a vampire. What was a human doing down here? Another shock. So this was Demetri, one of the best trackers in the world of vampires. I have read about him. I racked my brain for some recognition of Felix, but came up empty. Maybe he was new. "Can you go and tell Arrow that?" He stopped as a door on the far side of the room opened, a tiny girl walking in. She would have looked beautiful had it not been for the evil smirk and red eyes. Her short brown hair hung to her shoulders, but she looked about 11. Way too young to be a vampire. I realized with a start that this was Jane. There had been many stories of the vampires that made up the Volturi Guard. Jane was apparently one of the most feared vampires out there, especially with her power of making you feel terrible pain just by looking at you. A swell of pity welled up inside of me for this child. She never asked for this life after all. The pity faded when she spoke. "Who's this?" She pointed to me as she came to stand in front of us. "Jane, please can you go and tell Arrow that," he began, but she stamped her foot childishly. "I am not your slave or messenger," she yelled shrilly. "That Bella Swan is here," he finished so quietly I barely heard him. Jane's crimson eyes darted to me for a moment before the evil smirk appeared on her face again, and she nodded, disappearing. The door opened again and closed with a loud thud. I stood there, waiting and rather bored. "Honestly, I expected more of Vampire HQ, he expecting you," she smirked at me as she reappeared, holding the door open as I got shoved in the back, making me move. I hated the way her eyes danced with malevolence and sadistic glee. Is this a trap? The door closed with a thud behind us, and I shivered against the cold. Another cold, stone, damp lay ahead of me. Once again I was thrown over someone's shoulder. I huffed in annoyance, but let them. At least it was quicker this way. After only a few seconds I was set back on my feet, and once my vision cleared, I saw a rather large and ornate door in front of us. I hope this is where Arrow is. We walked forward, Felix and Demetri on either side of me, and Jane dancing ahead to open the door. She took one last smirk at me, pushing the door open and letting us walk through. My eyes immediately found the 3 thrones on a platform at the front of the room, but only one leader was there, the one I wanted to see. A small smile appeared on his face as the doors thudded closed behind us. I kept my eyes contact with him, remembering all the stories about his skin and eyes. They were right, they were milky, his skin almost translucent. I guess vampires do age after all. Several gasps filled the room, and I had an idea to whom they belonged, but I paid them no mind. This was a mission, and there was a very good chance that I was not going to make it out of this alive. Still, I do have a habit of living when I was supposed to die. I hope I have one of my 9 lives left. Felix and Demetri walked forwards, but stopped a meter in front of the platform as Arrow rose and walked down the steps to stop in front of me. We kept staring at each other as he held out his hand expectantly. I saw Felix to my right put his hand in Arrow's for a second. I was confused before I remembered what Professor Lupin taught us about Arrow after Snape's lesson. As soon as he touched your skin, he would know every thought that passed through your mind, every single one of them. Every memory and experience was then his. He repeated the act with Demetri, his eyes trained on mine still, but his smile growing every second. He waved them off after a second, a breeze the only indication of their lack of presence. He stood watching me for a second, walking back and forth before me, his hands clasped in front of him. "Bella, Bella," he shook his head as he stopped pacing to face me fully. "I have heard lots about you, my child. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." He smiled wider, but I remained stony. I ignored the child part, feeling the anger and irritation well up at his guess of my naivety and innocence. "Arrow," I merely nodded, my hand instinctively flexing above the pocket that held my wand. Having a vampire this close was uncomfortable to say the least. I ache to at least have my wand in my hand, just the feel of it makes me feel stronger and safer. He chuckled, eyeing me like a farmer would observe a cow at a cattle market. The thought made me shiver. What had Dumbledore got me into? I see your past precedes you. Here you stand before me, and yet you feel no fear. He chuckled, and I resisted a retort, clenching my teeth together. How did Dumbledore stomach this man? I had spoken one word to him, and I already hated the man. However, I am curious about you, he began again, stepping back, much to my pleasure. How did you know where to go to find my men? He asked, his red eyes piercing into mine, but instead of being hypnotized, I was revolted. Human blood made that color. Humans died for this monster, thousands and thousands of people. Instinct, I answered, brushing my hand against my thigh and relaxing a little as I felt my wand still there. Arrow chuckled, shaking his head. How did you know where our little headquarters was? He asked, his eyes shining like a child's. Lucky guess, I shrugged. I heard growls from behind me but ignored them, as did Arrow. He remained in good humor, not letting my obvious lying annoy the hell out of him like it would have anyone else. I didn't have time for these pointless questions. I have a mission to do, but I realized with morbid horror I have no idea how to do it. I resurfaced when Arrow stepped forwards again, and I resisted the urge to step back. Why are you here? He asked, and I had to admit that it was a fair question. I can't just say please don't kill them. He wouldn't listen. I remained silent, mentally cursing Dumbledore and his little letter. I hated to admit it, but I would rather be here at least trying to help than sat at home useless and unaware of the situation. Forgive me, young one, but I have gone through all of the Cullen's minds. He waved his hands to his left and I followed them, only sparing a fleeting glance at the people I had once called family, the ones that had abandoned me. Why was I here helping them when they left me for dead? I am curious about your fault, he words carefully, causing more growls to erupt in the room. I bristled at the words. And what fault would that be? I spat back, trying to keep a civil tongue but failing. Forgive me, my child, I was merely referring to the fact that you are immune to Edward's ability. He smiled as I flinched at his name, the simple word bringing round a whole other spasm of pain through me. I was wondering if you're the same with mine, he smirked innocently, but I saw the evil there, the plotting and the conniving. He was somehow going to use what he hoped he saw. But for what? No, leave her alone, Arrow. She has nothing to do with this. I gasped as I heard Edward yell, his voice filled with anger and frustration I have only ever heard him use when dealing with the James situation. I guess he didn't want to see me after all, not even to see me trying to help them. On the contrary, Edward, isn't this whole situation about this one? He brushed his hand against my cheek, and I cringed away from the frigid temperatures of his skin, more growls echoing from the walls of the stone chamber, sounding even louder and feral than they would have otherwise. So, Bella, he held out his hand, palm up, expectantly, and I glanced at it for a second. Oh, I'm sorry, my ability is, he began, his hand still staying in the air. I know what your ability is. With skin-to-skin contact, you can see every thought that person has ever had. I rolled my eyes tiredly. I didn't need to hear from him what I have read countless times in defense and charm books. I spared a glance at the Cullens again before checking my mental shield, remembering to thank Dumbledore and Remus for the lessons. I placed my left hand on top of his, barely even touching his skin. The room fell silent, no one breathing besides me. I watched his face carefully, but found the smile fall immediately, his jaw becoming slack. He gripped my hand in his tightly, and I couldn't stop the wince, gritting my teeth against the whimper that threatened to escape from my mouth. Jesus, for an old dead guy, he sure is strong. Stop it, you're hurting her, Edward yelled behind me as he probably heard my hiss as he squeezed my hand even tighter. Arrow kept his grip on my hand for a moment later before letting, his face stony and, if I may say so, scared. I held my right hand to my chest, rubbing it with my right one, trying to ease the pain and throbbing. The only person that I couldn't read the mind of. He trailed off, his eyes rather wild as they stared at me. I held his gaze, knowing he referring to Dumbledore. I panicked for a second, hoping he would keep his thoughts private from Edward and that he didn't connect the dots. The last thing I needed was for the wizarding world falling apart because of me. He shook his head suddenly, staring at the floor. Of course not. He took a deep breath, looking back into my eyes. How? He asked, looking at Carlisle, Edward, and then me. For the first time, I turned to the Cullens as Arrow stepped towards them, leaving me stood on my own. They all stood there, the men in front of the women. Carlisle, Jasper, Emmett, and Edward stood, all tense and glaring but noticeably nervous and scared as Arrow approached. Rosalie, Esme, and Alice were similar, but they watched me. I met their gaze with hard eyes, not letting their pleading eyes and looks sway me again. I would not let them manipulate me like a fool like they did before. With that thought, I looked back to Arrow, who was walking to Carlisle. You came here for my help, Carlyle, and I will help. He put a hand on Carlyle's shoulder, and I saw all the Cullens tense, their eyes settling on the two. Arrow plans their death, but fools them with empty promises. What had they asked his help with? I kept my eyes from Edward, keeping him in my peripheral vision as I watched the others. They all nodded, but I saw Edward frown. Arrow was blocking his thoughts from him. He was lying, and Edward knew it. I waited. He said nothing. Before, he would call someone out when they hid their thoughts because it was obvious they had something to hide. Did he really care that little for his family? They were all believing him, even Alice nodded, clinging to Jasper's arm for dear life. Arrow sighed, turning and walking back towards his throne. He seemed to glide instead of walk, and I knew my time was up. He had gotten exactly nothing from me, and now had the 7 vampires he wanted and a human too. I had to do something now. You can't kill them, I yelled, causing Arrow to freeze on the first step. He turned to face me, shock apparent on his face before his expression smoothed to one of neutral interest, but I saw the anger leak in there too. I have no idea why, he began, sounding condescending and venomous all in one. I would have thought that after all these thousands of years you would have at least learned to lie properly. I yelled again, stepping forwards. Growls erupted again, but I ignored them. If he killed me now, which he probably would, it'd save him from doing it later, I suppose. He waved off the growls, walking towards me, his face eerily calm. He stepped close to me, his breath wafting in my face, but I shuddered away. Instead of the floral and delicious scents I had come to expect from vampires, he simply smelt stale and old. A sadistic smirk appeared on his face, looking more like a vampire than the Cullens ever had. Very good, my child, he complimented me, waving his hand for something. Growls and snarls filled the room, and I span to see that each and every one of the Cullens were being restrained by cloaked figures, their faces hidden from me. Every one of them struggled against the holds, every single one but Edward. I had to look away as I found his eyes fixed on me, letting the guard hold him there. You can't do this, Arrow, I screamed at him, silencing the growls and snarls, making Arrow laugh. Oh, I could name a curse or two I could aim at him right now. Oh, my child, you are so young and naive, so innocent to the world around you, he chuckled condescendingly, turning and blurring as he sat in his throne, watching me like an owl, not even paying attention to his so-called friends that he was planning on killing. Innocent, he really did have no idea. After all me and Harry have done, fighting and defending, I was far from innocent. Arrow, how could Carlyle began, his voice empty of its usual authority and assertiveness. What are the ground for their execution? I interrupted, stepped closer to the platform, glaring at the vampire who smirked back at me. He laughed again, isn't it obvious? They broke the rules our kind must obey and follow or risk the consequences. They knew what they were doing when they told a human, they know the rules and the punishment. He yelled at me standing despite only just sitting down. The whole room was silent following his outburst, even the guards watched quietly. That's bullshit, I never told anyone anything and never will, I yelled, frustrated that they were in this mess because of me. No, they were in this mess because they came to Arrow for help. That is not the point, what if you had? I do not expect you to understand our laws, human, he spat the title at me, more growls reverberating around the room. This was getting out of hand. I had to stay in control of the situation, and right now, Arrow had me under his thumb. What if they weren't the ones that told me? I asked, causing Arrow to smirk sadistically. Oh yes, I saw how clever you were, young one, discovering their secret by yourself, he nodded condescendingly. If he didn't stop calling me things like that. Number, what if I knew about you before I met them? I asked quietly, watching Arrow's face shoot to mine, his features blurring with the speed. Bella, Edward began, pain ripping through my chest at the sound of his voice, so I cut him off. Your laws are a moot point. You have no reason to execute the Cullen. They have done no wrong. They didn't reveal the secret, I said evenly, needing to know if my argument was standing up or if he was just going to ignore his own rules. It does not matter. They knew you knew of us, and they should have dealt with you accordingly, he spoke, sounding rather pompous, but began, willing to beg on my hands and knees if need be. They can't die, not now, not like this. Tears formed in my eyes as I realized that this was it. I had failed and sentenced all of us to our deaths. I definitely wouldn't be allowed to live after this. Enough, my decision is not up for debate. Nothing you say will sway me, he waved lazily, and I felt cold arms wrap around mine, pinning my own to my sides tightly. I didn't struggle, but his words reminded me of the letter. Do what you must to succeed, that is what he said to me. Do what I must, but did that include? I had no time to second-guess myself. It was now or never. Dumbledore, I screamed, a single tear rolling down my cheek. I cursed myself for showing such a weakness in front of these people, and even more angry that the vampire holding me back was stopping me from wiping it away. What? Arrow gasped, appearing at the base of the platform, his mouth and eyes wide with shock or fear. I wasn't sure which. I cleared my throat, hoping I was doing the right thing and that I wasn't dooming everyone. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, I breathed slowly, feeling the guilt well up inside me with every word. I had done it, I had told them. I had sacrificed countless witches and wizards for my own gain. The cold arms disappeared suddenly, only to be replaced by cold, hard hands on the tops of my arms, way too tight to be gentle. Ure, he gasped, my head shotting up and meeting his ruby eyes, number, but, he said, how? He gasped, waiting for an answer. I saw an opportunity, and I realized with grim recognition that it was the only way to complete my mission. The Cullens would go on, they would live, me. God knows what he would do with me. Still, I couldn't just pass by the only opportunity to free them. Yes, I never told them. They don't know I want it to stay that way, I said strongly, pushing the tears back. They were worth it. Arrow simply nodded, and I was relieved that I had control once again. But he began, looking more flustered than a vampire ever should. That's how I know so much, how I know of your ability, how I know what you did to that family 46 years ago. I know all about you, Arrow, and about your little family here, your guard and their abilities. Every one of my people know, he told him confidently, hoping to make him feel at least a little fear. He remained silent, his face unmoving as he stared into my eyes. I want a deal, I said quickly, earning more growls even louder than before. Ignoring them, Arrow smirked again. You are in no position to make any demands, Bella. You walked in here of your own free will, and you are mine to do with as I please. He stroked my cheek as though I were some lost child of his eyes bright. Here is what I propose, I kill them as I planned, but keep you by my side, he smiled suggestively, and I almost vomited right there and then. I thought he had a wife. Be careful what you threaten me with, Arrow, I snarled back at him, causing laughter from the guards to ring loudly in the room, but Arrow's smile fell. Kill them and I kill you, I spat at him, knowing he would take me seriously. I watched with amusement as fear flashed in his eyes. This is what I propose, Arrow. I sneered his name as the guard quietened, realizing that their leader wasn't amused by this at all. Let them go, all of them. Don't hunt them down, don't keep an eye on them. The only time you see them is when they come to you, I listed, making up demands on the spot. But we are friends, Bella, he interrupted, but growls stopped him. A friendship of convenience, Arrow, is not a friendship. You only befriended Carlyle because of the size and strength of his coven. Just think of how much power they would bring you if they joined your guard. I teased him while also telling the Cullens the idiots plotting an axe. I hoped they got the hidden message. Finally, Arrow was silent for a moment. And what would you expect to trade in return for this? I will not turn my back on such a large and possibly dangerous coven lightly, he admitted, causing the Cullens to hiss. I took a deep breath, steeling myself and hoping for some courage. I took another deep breath as I heard gasps, you get me. No ties, no fights, just me, I said quietly, my eyes on the ground. The entire room was silent and I knew I had him, though I wasn't sure if I wanted him to accept or not. I knew Arrow, his greed and hunger for power, and I knew he would never turn down the offer of a witch in his guard. Deal, he broke the silence, forcing my head up roughly with a hand under my chin. He laughed at the tears that rolled down my face. I wrenched my face from his hand, stepping back and wiping my eyes. Just so you know, Arrow, if you break your promise, I break my word. If I hear you've gone after them, or even gone for a visit, I will wreak havoc on the little world you have made yourself. Do not underestimate me, Arrow. You have no idea the things I could do to you, I snarled, feeling utterly revolted by the idea of using my magic to help him. He visibly paled under my threat, taking a step back too. The other guard members merely watched in confusion as their leader was put into his place by a human girl. No, Bella, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Emmett yelled, and I turned to see him struggling against his captor's arms. I opened my mouth to say something, but what could I say? Nothing. They wouldn't understand, and they never would. Bella, may I ask you a question? I turned back to Arrow, watching him for a second, and nodded. Why did you come here? Why are you willing to risk your life to save them? I saw what Edward did to you, how Jasper attacked you, and nearly. He began to list off everything, but that one struck a nerve. That was not Jasper's fault, Arrow, I bellowed, becoming defensive of a man I thought of as a brother. I never blamed Jasper anyway. I should have been ready for something like that. It's his nature to attack, and I can hardly hold his own instinct against him, can I? I said quietly, glancing at him, finding his gaze fixed on me, his eyes wide and full of some emotion I couldn't place. Would you extend that courtesy to us, knowing what we eat? Arrow smiled as I turned back to him, my face full of disgust. Number, at least he tries. He goes against his every instinct nearly every day when you happily embrace it. Just because you were made a monster doesn't mean you have to be one. I glared at Arrow, finding him praising me with slight annoyance. Well, you're going to have to get used to it, aren't you? He spat, stepping towards me. Was this man bipolar or something? As soon as he remembered I am dangerous to him, he is back being condescending and threatening me. At this rate, I'll have to threaten him every 5 minutes just to remind him. Bella, we are not leaving you here, Jasper yelled and like Emmett began struggling, but you did before, didn't you? You left her in Forks all by herself and look what happened. I saw the vision too. That was all your fault because you left. Why would it be so hard to sew again? Arrow slung his arm across my shoulders, making me shudder and tremble with the combined force of pain at even mentioning that time and the discomfort of having him so close. Because we thought we were doing the right thing then. We know how wrong we were now and we will not make the same mistake twice. Alice yelled, but unlike her husband, she sagged in the huge vampire's arms, defeated. I didn't understand what she was saying, the right thing. I got it, they got bored and moved away, end of. It is not your decision to make any more. Bella has scarified her life so you may live yours, he said, his arm tightening around my shoulders possessively, and I had to force myself not to shake it off. The guards let go of the Cullens, Jasper running to catch Alice before she hit the floor sobbing. Instead of stepping away, the guards stood beside me, an arrow, prepared in case the Cullens tried anything. They were free. They could go. My mission was complete. We are not leaving without Bella, Esme spoke up from Carlisle's side, her eyes narrowed as she glared at Arrow. I had never seen her so menacing. Everything happened too fast. Esme crumpled to the floor, screaming and writhing in pain. I knew what was going on. Stop it now, I screamed at Arrow, stepping out from under his arm and towards the Cullens. I glared at Jane, taking a step towards her and reaching for my wand. Esme screamed, spurring me on. Jane, stop, Arrow bellowed, watching me with wide eyes as I stopped walking but continued to glare. I felt anger I had only felt a few times before swell inside of me. My family, my mother, even if they didn't care about me, I would always care about them. Arrow. I am warning you, one more attack on any of the Cullens and I will attack too. I gritted my teeth as I turned to face him, now standing between the two groups. I stared at me, fear evident in his eyes. He knew I meant it and I did. I would protect my family. I kept watching Arrow as I spoke, keeping my hand pressed against my wand. Arrow's eyes found my hand and I saw his eyes widen in recognition. He knew. I saw him gulp, his eyes reaching mine again. I want to speak with them. Alone, I exwended every word, speaking only to Arrow and flexing my hand to let him know that this really wasn't up for discussion. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad if I could manipulate him like this all the time. He hesitated for a second before he took one last glance at my hand and nodded. Him and all of his goons exited the room, Jane stopping to glare at me, a smirk on her face. Fell as her ability failed to work and I smirked back as Arrow dragged her away, closing the huge door behind him. Silence rang loudly through the room for a moment before I turned around. Are they listening? I whispered to any of them. They waited for a moment before they shook their heads, their faces in exactly the same strange expression. I sighed, finally allowing myself to breathe normally, rubbing my face as I felt mentally tired. I took a glance at my throbbing hand, frowning as I saw the puffy skin. I winced when I tried to move my fingers and gave up. I would need to fix that when I get a moment alone. Bella. Carlisle stepped forward as I raised my head to look at him, not really knowing what to do or say. On the one hand, I saw my father, a man I respected and looked up to. On the other, a man who left me when I trusted him. He was the leader and he gave the final word. He gave the ultimate decision to leave. Still, I can hardly blame them for getting bored, can I? Listen, you don't have much time. You have to get out of here as quick as here, I rushed to say in a quiet voice, mentally cursing that I couldn't put a buzzing charm on the door for privacy. I meant what I said, Bella. We are not leaving you here. Esme stepped forward, her glare gone as she looked at me with wide eyes. I have given everything for your freedom and you had better take it and live, I huffed, getting thoroughly pissed by their attitude. Was it really so difficult to leave and be safe? You're staying here with them? Alice asked weakly, peeking out from Jasper's arms, her eyes filled with liquid. I felt my heart pang as I saw her so heartbroken, but I shook it off. Don't worry about me, Alice. I'm a tough one, I smirked as I remembered how scared Arrow got when I threatened him. I shook my head as Jasper opened his mouth to ask me why he was so scared. I couldn't explain anyway. You can't stay here, Bella. He'll torture you, Emmett said quietly, hugging Rose's waist from behind as he watched me. I frowned, thinking, was there a way I could get out of here? I smirked as I thought about a possible outcome. It would only work if Arrow was as predictable as I think he is, but if I did, then that means that the deal would be broken and Arrow would hunt down the Cullens. Would I risk it? It would basically waste everything I had just worked to do. I have no intention of staying here for any length of time, I mused, thinking out loud the only way I could think of would work. Possibly, I carried on, chewing my lip as I thought. But that would mean the deal would be broken and Arrow would be free to kill you, I admitted, caught in my dilemma. Free me and run, making the Cullens open targets, or stay imprisoned, knowing I could escape at any point, but don't because I was protecting the Cullens. Of course, Arrow could go behind my back and kill them anyway. Confusion. What are you thinking? Jasper asked quietly, smiling. I quickly realized that a large smirk had appeared on my face as I planned my escape. I'm getting out of here, I whispered back, but my smirk faded as I thought of the predicament I had gotten us all in. What? If I run when you're gone, then you'll have to hide out and keep hidden for quite some time. I scratched my head as I sighed. Do it. We'll be fine, Bella. Just get yourself out, Carlisle whispered quickly, his gaze on the door. Don't worry, I'll be out of here soon enough, I winked at him, stepping back as Arrow entered again, only bringing Felix and Demetri with him. You may leave now, Arrow turned to the Cullens, standing between them and me. Would you like an escort out? He asked. I shook my head slightly, glad I was stood behind them so they couldn't see me. Carlisle didn't look at me, but I knew he saw it anyway. No thank you, Arrow, Carlisle said stiffly, stepping back and taking his wife's hand. Come now, Carlisle, I do hope we can still be friends. Arrow held out his hand as if to be shaken. Carlisle looked at it for a long moment before meeting Arrow's eyes again. No, Arrow, you were prepared to kill me and my family and have imprisoned someone I hold dear to me. I don't think a friendship is possible, Carlisle basically snarled, turning and walking out. They all followed behind him, Rose and Emmett standing on either side of Edward as they walked, as if holding him there. The door shut and I was hit with the fact that I totally alone. What if my plan didn't work and I really was stuck here for the rest of my life? Well, Bella, I do hope that you had enough time to sort out your affairs. Arrow turned to me and walked towards me, Demetri and Felix blurring to stand on either side of the door, so I was stood alone in the middle of the room with my mortal enemy. May I see it? He asked, inclining his hand to my pocket that held my wand. I hesitated, glancing to the two vampires at the door and eyeing them skeptically. They don't know, do they? I said as a fact more than a statement. Only I know, but they will soon understand, Arrow said, losing patience as his gaze was fixed on my pocket. I would be slightly creeped out if I didn't know it was my pocket he was staring at. I sighed, using my good hand to pull my wand out slowly, holding it in front of me tightly. I warn you, Arrow, do not try to take it from me. I am bound to it powerfully, such magic that you cannot attempt to comprehend, I told him as he eyed the wand greedily. It was a fib. Wand magic wasn't that hard to understand, but I wasn't about to tell him everything about the wizarding world. I waited, hoping that he would say it, please ask. May I see some magic, he pleading, finally meeting my eyes. I internally rejoiced. He was trying to hypnotize me again, but I had to push down the vomit that rose in my throat. He was disgusting. I pretended to look around the room, idly flicking my wand at things. Silently I thought Petrificus Totalis as I pointed my wand at the two vampires stationed at the doorway. I held my breath as I waited for Arrow to realize, but he carried on watching me with fascination. He hadn't even noticed. Finally, I stopped looking around and turned to him with a smile on my face. He misunderstood my smile, thinking I was happy about being there. Show me something that I would be able to use against other vampires. He bounced excitedly on the balls of his feet. Had he seriously asked me to attack him, or he wouldn't ask Felix or Demetri to help, would he? Then he would find out that I had put a spell on them. Okay, I said quickly, wondering what spell I could possibly use. Finally, I decided against a less violent spell, not wanting to pull too much attention to us. There was no doubt that I would have several run-ins with vampires before I even made it out of here, but I could take them. Petrificus Totalis, I thought as I pointed my wand at Arrow, his whole body becoming stiff, only his crimson eyes moving madly in their sockets. I smirked, turning on my heel and running as fast as I could towards the doors. It was slightly disturbing how all of their eyes followed me, yet they didn't move. I opened the doors slowly and closed them quietly behind me before turning and running down the stone, cold tunnel. Did I even know my way out of here? I ran as quickly as I could, silencing my footsteps with a simple spell. Unfortunately, my breathing became heavy from all of the running, my heart pounding in my chest. I had never run so fast in my life than I had today. I was lucky the tunnel was just one long one with a door at the other end, no forks in it, otherwise I would have surely gone the wrong way. I found it curious how I hadn't met one single vampire yet. I slowed to a fast walk as I approached the door that led to the little reception area. I took a few deep breaths before opening the door and walking in. I was surprised that there was only the human there. I paused, expecting her to look at me, but she ignored me. She just kept typing away at her computer, chewing the end of her pen. I shrugged it off, walking to the door that I had originally came in from and walked through it, closing it again behind me. Once the door was closed, I began running again. This time I wasn't so lucky. I heard yells coming from behind me, from the room I had just exited. I flicked my wand over my shoulder towards it, thinking Alohomora and hoping that it would keep them busy for a while. I felt a cold breeze coming towards me and I turned my head back to where I was running, pointing my wand towards them. I lowered it as I realized it was Carlyle. In fact, all of the Cullens were stood there in front of me. "What the hell are you doing?" I panted as I ran again, not wanting to stay stationary for too long and wanting to put as much distance between me and the vampires as possible. "We heard you and came back. We aren't going to leave you, Bella," Carlyle said, running beside me. We all stopped as a loud bang echoed through the stone tunnel. "Run," I yelled, not bothering about keeping quiet. They knew I was here anyway. "Go, I'll meet you up there in a minute." They hesitated. "I'll call if I need you," I yelled, staring back ahead at the tunnel. I felt a breeze and knew I was alone again. "Bombarda," I yelled, pointing my wand at the ceiling, watching the stone burst, the stone cracking and the ceiling collapsing loudly. Running farther again, I saw the drain opening high in the ceiling. Growls and snarls rang out behind me as well as loud chashes found my ears. They had gotten through, though I doubted it would keep them for long. Crouching quickly, I whispered, "Lacernum inflammare." Fire instantly sprung from the ground. I directed it, spreading it the width of the tunnel and making the blue flames grow until they reached the ceiling. They wouldn't be getting through that for a while. It was waterproof and over 200 degrees. If they stepped into it, they would die instantly. I turned, seeing the opening, and ran towards it, ignoring the frustrated snarls as the Volturi vampires met my wall of fire. Taking a running jump and mentally thanking Harry for all of those extra Quidditch practices, and Wood for making me and Harry practice extra hard for every game against Slytherin. My fingers hooked on the edges, my hurt hand causing me to cringe, but I ignored the pain, remembering the vampires that were just meters from me. I swung myself, managing to get my arms and head out, then my torso. I rolled over, pulling my legs out of the hole and laying on the cold stone floor, panting. I rested for a moment before getting to my feet warily. I frowned as I tried to search for the drain cover to put it back over, but finding it was nowhere to be found. I rubbed my eyes warily, wondering if I had forgotten in somewhere. Ignoring the drain cover, knowing that it wouldn't stop them for long anyway, I turned and ran again, my legs numbing slightly, and I found them moving rather mechanically now. I vaguely remembered the way through the alleys as I ran, finding that they were just as empty as they were this morning. Was it really the same day? It seemed days ago I arrived here. As I turned around another corner, I was abruptly grabbed around the waist from behind and hauled backwards into another dark alcove. I registered one thing: cold hands. "Bella, it's okay. It's just us." I stopped my thrashing before it started, my screech dying in my throat, relaxing as Carlyle let me go. My breathing was still coming as pants as I leaned against a wall and bent over, putting my hands on my knees as I got a stitch. I prefer brooms any day. I stood up straight, my breathing slightly more normal again. I took a step away but was unable to move any further as a cold hand wrapped around my wrist. "Where are you going?" Jasper hissed out of the darkness. "Getting out of here, what do you think?" I asked sarcastically, trying to get my hand free. "Then why are you going that way?" "We have to stay hidden, Bella," he reminded me, and I rolled my eyes. "Duh," I whispered, "but if you go around by the alleys where no one is and it's dark, you're an easy target, and they can kill you easily. If you stick to the open where there are lots of people, they can't do anything," I reminded him. The darkness was silent for a moment. "She does have a point," I heard Rose agree, and I was rather shocked. She was actually agreeing with something I said. "Well, come on then," I whispered as Jasper let go of my hand. I turned and walked again, taking deep breaths as my breathing still wasn't back to normal yet. Besides, when did I know if I would need to run again? We came to an opening, but I was somewhere different from where I had run. Instead of being behind the line of officers like I had been when I went in, I was already in front of them, right at the back of the crowd. We would go by unnoticed. I slipped into the crowd easily, finding them too entranced by the day's activities to pay any mind to us. We walked through in single file, me and the lad, as we made our way through the maze of people. When we finally walked through the crowd and into a little square, there were only a few people milling around. We must have looked a sight. I stood in the center with Esme and Carlyle on one side, Alice and Jasper on my other, while the other three walked behind me. They kept their eyes peeled, but I still saw them before they did. Left, the alleyway between the hairdressers and the restaurant. "Demetri," I told them, not even looking to check. I could feel his gaze on me. Damn it, he would be able to track the Cullens. I needed to cast a spell, but how do I do it without making them curious? I can't. I instantly froze Demetri, just like I had done in the throne room, his eyes following us as we walked past. I knew I had gained at least one enemy today. "Bella, where are we going?" Carlyle asked curiously, but I could hear the fear. He feared for his family, just like I did. "I don't know, I've never been to Italy before," I admitted, trying to remember the map Remus showed us one day in class about how to get out of Volterra if we were ever captured. Why couldn't he just give us a copy? But we need a car, I said, saying my thoughts aloud. They couldn't run in daylight, it was too risky, so we were stuck with cars. I saw a sign with a car on it and instantly headed that way. I stopped as I saw it. It was the biggest car park I have ever seen. Damn St. Marcus Day and its popularity. Still, I guess we do have more choice. We need one car, it would be better that way so you don't get spilt up, I told them as we walked towards it, seeing little children in red dresses and boys in red shorts. They had no idea. After 5 minutes I was on edge. We had already spent way too much time here than was comfortable, and I felt like Arrow would swoop in at any moment. A 7-seater would be fine, I sighed as Carlyle told me what he had found. We all made our way to it. Alice, you'll have to sit on Jasper's knee, I mumbled to her, not really paying attention, more concerned about how to get out of here, if we get out of here. When we got to it, I was pleasantly surprised. It was a large family car, so it should fit all of us in, but it wouldn't go very fast. I had heard about the Volturi's car collection, and they had speed on their side. Still, I was a good driver. Damn thing is locked, Emmett sighed as he gave up yanking the door. Oh, for God's sake, move, I huffed, getting rather impatient. He is a vampire, and he can't even open the door. Alohomora, I thought, opening the door and making a face at Emmett, who just stared at the car door blankly. Well, get in, I sighed, climbing into the driver's seat. There was no way I would let them drive. They didn't know what they were dealing with. They all climbed in. Carlyle sat up front with me, which I was pleased. He was the one I still respected the most. Starting the car with another silent spell, I backed out and drove off, reaching 70 before I had even hit the exit. The Cullens were shocked, but kept quiet. I guess after all they have seen today, my driving wasn't a priority question. Are you sure you should be driving that fast? Rose asked, her voice back to being sarcastic and venomous. I was not in the mood for her or her hate today. Sorry, should I let one of the idiots who were stupid enough to go to Arrow for help drive? I spat out, not removing my eyes from the road in front of me, turning sharply while I seethed. Point taken, she mumbled back quietly. Good. I think you'll find a few things have changed now, I said as I went into an oncoming lane and then back into my own. They remained silent, but they all knew I was right. I had changed. Well, I had always been like this, but I kept that part of me quiet. Every time Edward went fast, I wanted him to drive faster, but let him think the adrenaline rush was from fear and not excitement. I love speed. I braked sharply at the traffic lights as the cars drove past. I looked around and swore loudly, smacking my good hand on the steering wheel. For fuck's sake, I basically yelled. What? Carlyle asked, totally oblivious to the cause. White Spider on the left in the blue Porsche Turbo 911, Jane and Felix, I added, knowing they heard as they revved their engines. I was trapped, both on either side in front of me. As soon as I went, they would follow. This may call for some imaginative driving. Smirking as Felix got boxed in behind a pickup truck, a taxi to his right and a tour bus to his left, I stepped on the gas, shooting forwards. I smirked as several cars braked hard, swerving and honking loudly as I drove straight through them. Pressing the gas harder, I checked my mirror, not surprised to find Jane following me closely, dodging between cars like me. It was only a matter of time before quite a few cars began to follow us. I wonder who Arrow will send. Do any of you have a phone? I asked, probably sounding rather random. I need to make a call to Forks and then, overseas, I edited, knowing that Jane could hear me. I was handed a phone by Carlyle and I typed in the number that I had memorized. I sighed, putting it on speaker so I didn't have to hold it. How much credit do you have? I asked whose ever phone it was. Infinite, it's linked to a bank account, Ali replied in a small voice. I muttered darkly. They had way too much money. The phone clicked and I held my breath, concentrating on the windy roads as I waited for it to begin. Hello, Jacob asked hesitantly. I sighed, knowing that this was going to be a very long conversation. Jake, it's Bella, I said softly, braking before I crashed into the car in front. I had to slow down or I was going to crash, but I had to speed up because Jane and God knows who else is on my tail. Isabella Marie Swan, where the fuck are you? He yelled down the phone and I sighed again, knowing how Jake would overreact, especially when I mentioned the Cullens. If I knew Jake like I knew I did, this was going to be a very long conversation. Jake, calm down, I sighed slowly, my voice calm while I weaved in and out of cars. I had no idea where I was going and I had no destination as of yet. This car didn't even have SAT nav. Calm down, the whole pack is ON alert thinking that bitch got through and killed you. Charlie is out of his mind with worry. He actually threatened to shoot me if I didn't find you. I winced as he began screaming but took it all in. Yes, I imagine I left quite the mess at home. A wave of guilt hit me and I thought of Charlie. He must have been extremely worried if he actually threatened to use his gun on one of his favorite people. Pack, as in the law-pushed dogs, I heard Emmett whisper, but I caught it. I bit back a retort at the dog remark, remembering that I had Jake to answer. I know Jake, and I'm sorry, I'm fine, really, I grimaced, looking down at my hand. He didn't have to know about that. Where are you? I'm coming to get you, he said hurriedly, and I heard the jingle of keys. Jake, you can't, I'm not in Forks, I'm not even in Washington, I sighed, knowing more shouting was on the way. If you're not here, then where the fuck are you? Yep, he was back to yelling. Shut up, Sam, I'll talk to her how I like. I heard him yell, but his voice was away from the phone. I guess the others were there too. Bella, you're on speaker phone so the whole pack hear you. Where are you? Sam spoke, his voice a lot calmer than Jacob's, but I still heard the concerned edge to it. I'm in Italy. Don't ask we were specifically because I have no idea, I spoke calmly back to him, finding it easier to talk about these things with Sam than Jake. He always overreacts. The car was filled with angry shouts and even growling coming from the little phone that sat on the dashboard. Seth, calm Jake down, Sam ordered. Great, so it was Jake who phased. Bella, why the hell are you in Italy? Sam asked, his voice getting edgier. I didn't just come here for a walk, Sam. You know I would never out you or Charlie in danger or worry you unless there was another way. I told him, venom in my voice as I began to get annoyed with the patronizing tones they all used with me. I know that, but you still haven't answered the question, he pointed out, but the edge was gone. He listened at least. I sighed. I got a letter from Dumbledore and he told me. Some friends needed some help and that I had to leave immediately. I'm sorry I didn't leave a note or call any of you. I was in a hurry. I spoke sadly, truly sorry about all the stress the pack had no doubt been under thanks to me. Dumbledore sent you a letter. Are you sure it was him? He sounded disbelieving. I'm pretty sure he was right after all anyway. I shrugged, but remembered he couldn't see it. But why didn't he contact us as well? He's supposed to tell us if anything is happening, he spoke to himself, and I remained quiet for him to continue. How did he get the letter to you? Sam asked, and he had good right to. Dumbledore had cast a spell on Charlie's fireplace so that the Flu Network wouldn't connect under any circumstances. Flu Network, I guess he took away the restrictions. He was the one who put them there after all, I mused. I saw Jane disappear down a side street and I became on edge. Where was she going? She knew Italy better than me. Did she go for a shortcut? I guess, Sam admitted. Bella, who are the friends? Seth asked, and I cringed, knowing that this would not be taken lightly. I kept quiet. Bella, who are they? Sam asked in a deadly calm, my silence telling them that it wasn't the best. The Cullens. Dumbledore sent me to help the Cullens, I said in one breath, holding it as the car was silent. Those Leches. Dumbledore sent you to help those filthy blow, Jake began, but I was ahead of him and ended the call, seething once more. Stupid fucking idiots, think they know everything and can boss me around, I muttered as I took a turn a little too sharply. Just because Dumbledore put them in charge, if protecting me doesn't make them the boss. I don't have to tell them everything I do. The car was silent again, the Cullens at least having the smarts not to even talk to me when I was like this. Good choice, my friends. I drove around, just following the roads, not knowing or paying attention to where I was even going. The phone started ringing again and I ignored it, knowing all I would get is grief. They rang 3 times and in the end I picked up, simply to stop the annoying noise. What? I screeched after accepting the call, causing the people in the car beside mine at the traffic lights to stare at me. Bella, I'm sorry. Please just listen to us, Jake began. I did listen, hence me ending the call. I shot back as the light turned green, the people next to me not moving as they stared. Look, just come home and we can sort all of this out, Jake sighed loudly. Jake, I'm not coming home, I spoke slowly, feeling a lump rising in my throat. What? Why? Look, I'm really sorry for what I said before, please, just come home, he begged, and it tore my heart out. Despite not returning his love for me, I still loved him like a brother, and it hurt to think I could never see him again. Jake, it's not because of you, I sighed sadly. I've done something, actually quite a few things, and none of them are good. If I go home, I'll bring all the trouble back with me and more. I just have to hide out for a while, I tried to convince myself as a single tear ran down my face. But you're coming home eventually, right? His voice choked up at the end and I didn't know how to answer. I don't know, Jake, I'll try, I really will, but it might be out of my hands. If it's between keeping you all safe and seeing you, you know which I'll pick. I smothered a sob and blinked furiously as my vision blurred, not wanting to crash. Where will you go? Sam asked, taking over for Jake. I know I hurt him and it hurt me to know that. I don't know. I'll contact the Order after you and see what they say. I'll drop the others off somewhere. I cleared my throat at the end as my voice got a little heavy. He paused. The Cullens are there with you? Sam asked, and I was surprised by the lack of anger in his voice. Usually the pack can't even speak of vampires without getting angry. Well, we all needed an escape, and it made more sense to get us all out, I explained, pushing back the tears. But couldn't you just come straight home? He edited halfway, and I mentally thanked him for remembering that the Cullens didn't know about me being a witch. Not that they would even know what apparating is, but still. Sam, I was sent to save them from being killed. I wasn't about to get them out of danger, only to leave them to get caught again and then killed. I sighed as I remembered when they wanted to go down the dark alley. I thought they were supposed to be intelligent. Okay, look, Bella, be careful, okay? He asked, and I knew he wasn't just talking about Italy. I will, Sam, it's not me you should be worrying about. You'll be getting a few vampires in Forks pretty soon, so be on alert. They'll be trying to get to Charlie mainly, I told them, remembering why I called. Thanks, he shouted over the cheering in the background from the others. Keep him safe, Sam. I'm trusting you to keep Charlie alive for when I come back, I told him, not exactly threatening, but he got the picture. He's a tough one, Bells, but we'll keep him safe, he reassured me, the cheering dying down as we spoke more seriously. And all of you too. I want to visit for Christmas and find there are a group of hungry wolves scoffing everything, I said playfully, hiding my concern and fear for losing them. Don't worry about that one, Bella, I'll make sure there's nothing left, he played along, turning it into a joke. Thank you, Sam, for everything, I told him, and I truly meant it. He had been instructed to keep me safe, and he had done. I owed him my life many times over. No worries, Bella. Jake wants a word, he said quietly, and I heard a few clicks and knew I wasn't on speakerphone anymore. Bella, please come home, he begged, and once again my own eyes teared up. Jake, I can't risk. We can keep everyone safe from the vamps. Just come home. Please, he sobbed, and Carlisle leaned over, putting a hand on the wheel as I attempted to get control of my emotions. It's not that easy, Jake. I want to come home, but I am not going to put people's lives on the line so we can see each other, I sobbed, giving up on trying to stop. We'll fight them, Bella. I've seen you in action, and with you there, those leeches won't stand a chance. We need you, Bells, he said quietly, and I was then hit with a new dilemma. Do I go home and fight because Jake was right? With a witch on their side, they were guaranteed to win, but I had to get away from there. Jake, I croaked out. He was making everything even more difficult. Bella, I love you, you know that, and I know you love me too. I don't care if the leeches are listening. You need to come home. He told me. I put my head in my hands, totally and utterly broken in half over what to do. I can't, Jake. My mission is to get the Cullens to safety and keep them alive. I can't come home, I whimpered through my fingers, knowing what was going to happen. What, so you're picking those filthy leeches over me? After all they did to you, they hurt you, they broke you and left you for dead, Bella, they don't care about you, he yelled, only causing more tears to fall down my cheeks. A few Cullens growled, but I didn't turn to see who. I know, Jake, but I have to do this, I tried to make him understand. You'd choose them over us, he spat, a statement rather than a question. It did get me on the defensive. I had no choice, Jake, you know that. Don't you dare start making this out to be my fault, I yelled through my tears. You could have ignored the letter. You could have stayed and let them die, he yelled back. No, I couldn't, I replied quietly. You would have gone anyway, even if Dumbledore hadn't have made it a mission. You still love them, he told me, his voice full of disgust and repulsion. I couldn't even deny it. Your silence tells me all I need to know, Bella. We'll fight our hardest here, keeping everyone safe while you run around with your little leeches. Don't worry about anyone back here, we'll all be fine. Good luck, he sneered the last part, but all the rest. He sounded defeated. The line went dead, and I had the overwhelming urge to scream and hit something. My foot was still pressed to the accelerator, and I wiped my eyes, putting them back on the wheel and sending a quick thank you to Carlisle for steering while I was unable. I glanced in the mirror, seeing Jane as well as Alec and Felix following me behind, taking up all 3 lanes as they drove in a line. Shit, I do not have time for a meltdown right now. I took in my surroundings. We were on what looked like a motorway, but it was basically deserted. Volterra and any buildings were out of eyesight. We were instead surrounded by grass, hills, and mountains. Focusing all my anger and frustration, I pressed the gas harder, ignoring the speed cameras and the only 2 other cars in front of me. I was slightly disconcerted by the lack of speed this car could do, but I was still a good driver. Seeing the 3 Volturi cars speed up too, speeding past the 2 other cars like me. The hunk of junk I was in reached 120 mph and wouldn't go any faster. Come on, you piece of crap, move. I literally yelled at the steering wheel, racking my brain for a spell that made things faster. Nothing came to mind. They were catching up fast, nearly boxing my in. I would not let them get their claws on us. Bella, Emmett almost whined. I glanced in the mirror to see him staring out the passenger side window looking rather scared. I know, Emmett, I said between clenched teeth. Seeing an opportunity, I turned abruptly onto a little side road, barely missing the Volturi cars as they braked hard. I gained some lead on the windy cliff side roads, pushing the car to its limit. We were off the motorway now, and there was only 2 lanes. No cars were here besides me and my enemies, so that was okay. Now, I think, would be the right time to call the order. I reached for the phone. Bella, they seem to have regrouped, Jasper told me as I put my hand back on the steering wheel to go around a bend. I kept my eyes on the mirror, watching as, six, shit, I muttered to myself. 6 bloody vampires chasing me. Great. How the hell do we get rid of them without a fight? Emmett asked, his voice void of the excitement it usually held when discussing a fight. I guess this experience has matured him a little, thinking I discovered a way to get rid of them without fighting. At least not hand to hand anyway. The Cullens wouldn't be fighting, but I would be. I looked for the window button to roll it down, ignoring the questioning looks I was getting from the others. Carlyle, do me a favor. Drive for me, I asked him, scooting over so he could put his hands on the wheel. He slid over to me on the large bench seat, sitting right beside me. Ready? I asked, getting out of my seat a little and turning so my butt was pressed against the car door, my back unsupported by the open window. Ready, he nodded. I lifted my foot quickly, thankful that his replaced it immediately. Putting my feel on the seat, I slid the top of my body out the window and sat my butt on the door so that my feet and legs were still inside the car, but I was not. I leaned forward against the car roof, my other hand holding the door frame tightly in case Carlyle made any sudden moves. Bella, what the fuck are you? I rolled my eyes at them, extracting my wand from my pocket. That was another good thing about this plan. From my position, none of the Cullens would be able to see my wand or what I was doing. They would see the damage, but not the cause. Excellent. I waited as Carlyle turned another bend for my best opportunity. Right after they turned the bend, they would have no idea what hit them and they wouldn't be able to prepare for it. I took a second to revel in the wind in my face, whipping my hair behind me. It felt amazing. This was why I loved flying so much. I saw a silver bumper turn the bend, and I waited a second before sending a bombard a spell at it, making sure I hit more than just the bumper. I did. In that second, the car had come fully around the corner and I had hit the engine, the whole thing exploding in a ball of flames. Just like in the movies, bye-bye Chelsea. That was awesome. That was a perk of this way as well. The vampires couldn't do anything inside their cars, relying on it for their speed, and their strength was useless. But they couldn't get out of them because they would loose us and be even more open targets. I wonder if Arrow told them what I am yet. 1 down, 5 to go. I got one more with the same spell. I ended up hitting the side of it though, catching the gas tank and causing another fireball. The other cars dozed around it swiftly, leaving it and Felix behind to be engulfed by flames. I guess they really were focused on the catch, or they truly didn't care about each other. 4 to go. I glanced ahead to see where Carlyle was heading, finding that we were on a relatively straight road. I glanced back and counted. Damn, I missed one. Jane, I smirked, deciding to have some fun with it. Wingardium Leviosa, I thought, watching with much amusement as I shoved Heidi's car off the edge of the cliff. That was handy. I knew she would most likely jump out and climb back up in a matter of minutes, but by then we would be long gone. Again, I used the spell twice, finally getting rid of Demetri. I really should have destroyed him like I had done with Chelsea and Felix, but only 2 more, Jane and Alec. Only 1 care remained, and it was easy to see he was torn between fleeing and fighting. Honestly, I didn't know what to do with this one. Carlyle, I warned as I slid back in, blowing my hair as it fell in my face. Again, I thanked him, replacing his foot with mine on the gas pedal and taking control of the car. I rolled the window back up, stopping the mini tornado inside the car. Bella, how the hell did you do all that? Alice gasped from behind me, and I could see Carlyle watching me with wide eyes. I couldn't help but smirk with pride. If only Fred or George could have seen that. Harry would love it, but Sirius and Remus would do their nut. I think you'll agree that now isn't the appropriate time for questions, I said through my smirk. I reached for the phone, glancing down at it and dialing before putting it back on the dashboard. If I thought that Jacob was bad, I knew it would be nothing to Sirius' reaction. I only hope the Remus can calm him down before he apparats hear himself to knock some sense into me. The phone line clicked, signaling it had connected, but I remained silent. Hello, Remus' voice filled the car, full of calmness caution. Remus, it's Bella, I said confidently, finding that I could talk easier to Remus than Jake or Sam. Bella, he sighed, his voice full of relief as I smiled. I took a glance in my mirror again, seeing Alec a suitable distance from me. Jane was still AWOL, and that scared me a little. What the hell is going on, Bella? We get a message from Dumbledore saying that he sent you somewhere, but he won't say anything else. He told us that when you contacted us, you'd tell us. He spoke hurriedly, and the shuffling behind him told me he wasn't alone. Great, Dumbledore left me to tell them everything. Thanks. You aren't going to like this, I sighed sadly, going around a bend and totally ignoring that Cullens. Dumbledore sent me a letter that said that some friends were in trouble and that they would only survive if I intervened, I said slowly, feeling today's events pressing down on me, making me feel old and wary. Intervened? Where did you go? We got a message from the wolves a while ago saying you disappeared, he spoke, keeping calm. I wish shapeshifters were as calm as werewolves. Italy, I said simply, but it was all the information they needed. Bella, tell me you didn't go to the Volturi, he warned me, and I said nothing. Shame welled up inside me again as I thought of what I have done to my kind. What will Arrow do now that he knows? These friends, they were the Cullens, weren't they? He sighed, sounding very old. Yeah, I replied quietly, but why would Dumbledore ask you to help them? Remus mused, and I exhaled loudly, thankful that he wasn't yelling. The Cullens, those blood-sucking motherfuckers, this is all their fault. I heard Sirius in the background, and I winced as his yells filled the car. Carlisle winced too, but stared at me with wide eyes. I know what he was thinking. Why does everyone know who they are and what they did? Sirius, please. I'm trying to understand the situation and you aren't helping. Sirius yelled, his voice away from the phone. I stared at the sea that lapped at the bottom of the cliff, sighing deeply. Can I do anything right? Bella, tell me what happened. Everything, Remus demanded, and I sighed resignedly. It was about 1 o'clock when I got the letter from the Flu Network. I still have it in my pocket, actually, I added as I realized it was still where I had put it. Can you read it out? Remus asked, obviously curious as to what Dumbledore would have put in a letter about this. Carlisle, can you take the wheel a moment? I asked, watching as Carlisle unfroze and slid over again, putting his hands on the wheel. Are you in a car with them? Remus asked, obviously hearing my request. Yeah, I couldn't apparate with all of them and I couldn't leave them behind in that place with a bounty over their heads, I explained as I retrieved the piece of parchment from my pocket. Dumbledore said. I cleared my throat before beginning. Dearest Bella, I know you will not want to hear this, but your family has walked into enemy hands, and I fear for their lives and safety. They are blinded by lies and stories of things that will never come to pass. Arrow plans their death, but fools them with empty promises that they accept. I know not their business there, but they are in grave danger. I tell you this because, although I am aware of the pain they have caused you, I know you would want to have the opportunity to stop this from happening. You have to stop this. I know you have some contrasting feelings, but you must do this. A lot more than their existence is in jeopardy. It is up to you, Bella, and I leave the decision in your hands. If you choose to stop this, I have given you instructions on when, where, and how you will find and get to Arrow. Do what you must to succeed, and know that you have every one of our hearts with you to give to strength and courage. You are not alone. I wish you the best of luck, Professor Albus Dumbledore, I concluded as I folded the letter up and putting it back in my pocket, nodding my thanks to Carlisle and taking control of the car once more. The car and the phone was silent for a moment. What did he mean, a lot more than their existence is in jeopardy? He asked me, and I thought about it. I don't know, maybe they will have something to do with defeating Voldemort, and so they can't afford to be killed, I guessed, causing Carlisle to frown and a hum of whispers to break out behind me. Okay, so after you got the letter, then what? He continues his previous round of questioning. I apparated to the place he told me to and made my way to the post that 2 guards were stationed at. After a little face-off and misunderstanding, they took me to Arrow. I edited, knowing that if Sirius was listening, he would go off the wall if he found out a vampire had laid a hand on me. What kind of face-off? Sirius's voice came over the phone suddenly. Am I on speaker phone? I asked, trying to change the subject. Yes, me, Sirius, Arthur, Molly, Bill and Charlie, Mad Eye and Shacklebolt are all here. Remus ran off a list. Why? I voiced out loud. Like I said before, Dumbledore told us you had gone on a mission and to expect some form of contact. Obviously, we tried to contact you, but got nothing. We gathered as many people from the Order as possible, but most are already on assignments, Remus explained, and I heard grumbling in the background. Oh, Bella, are you hurt? Mrs. Weasley asked, her voice full of worry. I frowned at my hand. I'm fine, nothing that doesn't come from a confrontation with Arrow and his goons, I sighed as I concentrated back on the road. Now Alec had disappeared too, great. You changed the subject, Bella, I cursed under my breath as Mad Eye caught me out. Language, young lady, and answer the question, Sirius demanded, and I rolled my eyes at his fatherly tone. They thought I was just a human who knew too much, so they held me in an alley for a while they decided my fate. They agreed to kill me, but when I told them my name, they dropped me and took me straight to Arrow, saying that he would want to see me. Arrow had already gone through all the Cullens' minds and found out about me, and he would have hunted me down if I hadn't gone to him first. He was apparently rather intrigued by me, I said with disgust. Someone snorted and others cursed too. What do you mean by they held you there? Sirius persisted. You don't want to know, Sirius, I sighed, unconsciously rubbing my neck and hoping I didn't have a bruise. I am your godfather, of course I want to know if you're all right, he sounded shocked. Fine. Felix held me about a foot off the ground by my throat for a while, I said finally. A loud yell came through the speaker and growls filled the back of the car. This is why I didn't tell you, I yelled to all of them. When the noise had died down again, I continued. Arrow was pleased to see me and asked me the usual questions. How did I know where to find him, where his little hideout was? Of course I didn't say anything about the real reasons. Then he tried using his ability on me, which of course didn't work. Thank you, by the way, Remus. Those occlumency lessons came in rather useful, I added, remembering my promise to myself. My pleasure, Bella, Remus said quickly, wanting to get back to the story. Anyway, he got a bit angry and squeezed my hand a little too hard, but I don't think it's broken. I eyed it again, but only saw bruising and swelling, no broken bones. A long string of curse words filtered through the phone, and a few bangs did too. Sorry about this, Bella. Remus and Shacklebolt are trying to calm Sirius down and stop him from apparating into Volterra right now. Charlie's voice was loud in the car, and I couldn't help but smile. It's okay, I knew he would react like that anyway. So, how are you, Charlie? I asked, truly wondering. Well, Bella, my life is nowhere near as interesting as yours, but the dragons are still biting and spitting. He laughed a little, and so did I, remembering Norbert and his fangs and claws. That's good, I sighed, biting my lip as I hesitated on the next question. Harry's fine, Bella, don't worry about him. I heard Bill sighed as he spoke, knowing me well enough to predict what I would say. How can I not worry about him? I love him to pieces, I said sadly, feeling the urge to apparate and just hug Harry. The car was silent, but the fact that the Cullens may have taken that the wrong way didn't really matter to me. He misses you too, sometimes he just mopes around. Once, he whispered, Ron, Fred, Hermione, Ginny and George had to restrain him when he tried to bring you back to the burrow. That was when you were first separated, though. He spoke normally at the end as the bangs and muttering in the background died down. I remained silent for a minute. Harry had fought to try to get to me. What had I done for him? Nothing. My own brother, my twin, and I did nothing. Sirius and I have an understanding now, Bella. You may continue, Remus spoke, sounding rather out of breath, and I frowned as I imagined them fighting again. Then, I began but halted as I realized this was the part I didn't want to say. He was going to kill them. He lied to them right in front of me, and they just stood there and took it. I didn't know what else to do. I spoke helplessly. I tried yelling at him, which he just yelled back. I told him I knew he was going to kill them, which landed us all with guards restraining us. He made up some bullshit excuse for the execution, saying that a human knew their secret and they didn't deal with it appropriately. I tried explaining that I knew before I met them and that they broke no laws, but you know Arrow, he is a jackass and wouldn't listen. So, I swallowed the lump in my throat. I did what I had to succeed. I choked out, knowing this wouldn't go down well. What did you do, Bella? Mr. Weasley asked, his voice soft and kind as usual. I didn't know what else to do. He wouldn't stop or listen. He was breaking his own rules, bending them to fit the situation. It was the only thing I could think of to do. Tears filled my eyes and I fought to keep them back. I told him my words were choked, but the gasps from the phone told me they heard just fine. What did you say, Bella? Shacklebolt asked, his deep voice sounding loud in the car as the Cullens sat silently. I just shook my head to myself, staying quiet. Bella, we have to know, did you actually say it? Mr. Weasley insisted. Number, I didn't say it directly. I said Dumbledore's name. It got the message across just the same. I spoke, my voice all different from the crying. Bella, don't worry about it. Dumbledore said that you had to do what you must to succeed, and he wouldn't say that if he didn't mean it. He'll fix it. Remus soothed me and I sniffed, trying to halt my tears. So after he found out, then what? Charlie prodded. He wanted to make a deal with me, saying that he would kill the Cullens but let me live if. I stayed by his side. I nearly gagged as I said the words. The very thought made me shudder. Of course I said no and then made my own deal. It turns out he is rather afraid our kind, and it was easy to bend his will. As soon as I threatened to kill him, he lost a bit of his mojo. I tried to get him to let us all go, but he refused, so I did the next best thing. I sighed deeply. They remained silent, waiting for me to continue. I said that if he let the Cullens go and leave them alone, then I would stay there willingly. I stared ahead at the road, waiting for their reply. Okay, but you obviously aren't there anymore. Bill spoke, sounding rather confused. Number, I told him to give me a moment with the Cullens, and I concocted a plan in my mind. Since the Cullens refused to leave without me, I told them I would be out of there soon. I smiled a little as I remembered my little plan. And what plan was this, Bella? Sirius asked, his grave tone gone, and he sounded 10 years younger. He always did enjoy an adventure. Well, Arrow is very greedy and self-centered, which makes him predictable. Of course, he would want to see some of the things I could do as soon as possible, so I used that to my advantage. Idiot even asked me to show him something he could use on another vampire. He asked me to attack him. I shook my head as I thought of how smart he was supposed to be. What an idiot, Bill snorted. Yeah, I know, so I froze all of them. I wanted something bigger to get the message of don't mess with us across, but I didn't want to attract too much attention and settled on subtlety. I ran out of there, making no noise, of course. It was weird, though. I mused. What was? Charlie asked. Well, they have this human receptionist, but as I walked in, she didn't even look up. It was just strange. I shrugged, letting it go again. Anyway, I made it out the other door and started running again before the Volturi vamps realized and chased after me. I sealed the door and ran, but it didn't last long. I met the Cullens along the way and they said they heard me and came down to help. I sent them away, of course, and collapsed part of the passage behind me to block the vamps. I sighed again, feeling tired after realizing what I have done in the last few hours. That held them for a while, but then I got some fire in there and blocked their way completely. I climbed out the tunnel and ran again, I concluded. And where are you now? Mad Eye's gruff voice sounded horrible over a phone, but I was used to it by now. I honestly don't know. I'm still in Italy, I think. We got a car and just drove. They followed, obviously. I rolled my eyes but was interrupted. Where are you? We'll come and help, Sirius said, sounding rather determined. Relax, Sirius. I already took out 4 of the 6. There's just Jane and Alec left, but they disappeared a while ago. I checked in the mirror again, only seeing empty road behind and in front of me. Where are they? I whispered, the unknown getting me on edge again. What are you going to do? Bill asked. I don't know, I mused. Maybe what I did in Yorkshire. I smiled as I remembered jumping from my broomstick onto a Death Eater's, knocking him off. No way. Bella, you're not to go, jump, Sirius began, but his voice became muffled. We trust you, Bella. Do what you have to. Mrs. Weasley's voice held a stern tone, and I couldn't help but agree with her. She was a little scary when she got angry. Thanks, I muttered. The line was silent for a moment. Can I speak to Harry? I asked quietly. I had a sigh. Should have known, someone said. I heard a click and footsteps. We'll give you lots some privacy, Bill said, and I heard numerous footsteps again, getting quieter and quieter until I heard another click and they were silenced. Bella, is that really you? Harry. God, I missed his voice. I missed him. Yeah, Harry, it's me. Tears sprung into my eyes and I didn't know why. It wasn't sad or anything. I would be seeing him soon anyway. I've missed you so much, Bells, he whimpered out. His voice sounded strangled. I missed you too, I choked out, but I didn't know what else to say. Did you really meet Arrow? Ron's voice drifted through the phone and I couldn't help but laugh as he ruined a perfect moment. Yeah, Ron, I did. I also met Jane, Demetri, and Felix. I counted off. Wow, does Arrow really have purple eyes and paper skin? He asked, his voice full of boyish enthusiasm. No, Ron, I chuckled. His eyes are a milky red actually, but his skin is papery. There was a moment of silence before there was a collective, breathy cool that I couldn't help but laugh at. Yeah, it was so cool to stand there in a room full of vampires, knowing that you couldn't defend yourself without giving away a secret that would devastate thousands of lives, I smirked sarcastically. Well, it's not cool when you put it like that either, Fred or George said. Who is there? I asked, laughing as the absurdity of it all. Well, there's Hermione, Harry of course, our good friend Ronald, Sister Ginny, and Fred and George. The twins finished each other's sentences for each other and I laughed with the others, though I couldn't help but remember when Harry and I did that. Did you really fight Felix, Demetri, Heidi, and Chelsea? Hermione gasped, either with fear or awe, I'm not sure. I didn't fight them, we are in cars after all. But I got rid of them, yes, I smirked as I heard whooping in the background. Our little Belsie, the vampire slayer, all grown up, and fighting her battles with the immortal beings already. One of them pretended to sob while I laughed. It's okay, dear, they all go through it. It's just a phase. I laughed harder at that, as did the others. Phase. Right, that's what Dad said about Bella's obsession with speed. That is a bloody long phase too, Ginny said, and I smirked, remembering shooting around their backyard on my broom. Mrs. Weasley worried sick that I would fall off. I didn't even think about the Volturi until Sirius and Remus told us. We thought you'd gone to find old Valdi, one of the twins said, and I smiled. No way, I'd never leave Harry and go on my own. He's just as desperate to see him dead as I am, I laughed as Harry yelled in agreement. Again, Carlisle was frowning at me. No doubt thanks to the fact that I was talking about being happy to kill someone, if only he knew. Yeah, that would be. I stopped mid-sentence. Shit, I could see Jane and Alec on either side of me. Alec was nearly right beside me, while Jane was driving down a cliffside road, nearly neck and neck with my car. It seemed she had changed her car to some sort of blue convertible too, which would make my job a whole lot easier. Bella, what's going on? Harry almost yelled as I stomped on the brake, letting Jane and Alec shoot off in front. Jane and Alec have made a reappearance, I snarled as I put the car in gear, reversed it and spun it 180 degrees sharply. wasting no time in driving in the opposite direction. Bella, talk to us, what's happening? Remus asked, and I figured one of them had fetched the others. Jane and Alec are back, I said from between my teeth. What are you going to do? Mad Eye asked, sounding like he was planning something. I can't do what I did in Yorkshire with two of them. I'd end up killing myself, I explained. Yorkshire, she's doing that again. That was way cool. Be careful, Bella, they're back, I snarled again as they reappeared in my rear view mirror, gaining on me fast. I let them this time. Carlisle, take the wheel, I yelled as I rolled down the window and got in position again, sitting on the frame. Jane was easily visible, her short brown hair flying behind her as her crimson eyes glared at me with hate. I simply smirked, aiming for her brother. He dodged the spells I fired at his car, but not the ones I aimed at the ground in front of it. His car was ruined from all the rocks and stones that had flew at it. Still, he weaved back and forth between the lanes, not staying in one place for any period of time. Unfortunately for him, he had limited room to move and could only go back and forth. His driving had once again become predictable. I aimed at the ground just under the front of his car. Bombarda. As the spell hit the ground, the force of it sent the car flipping backwards, the front on fire as it spun. I watched with satisfaction as it crashed, the whole thing exploding with a loud bang, black smoke billowing out of it. Alec did not emerge from the wreck. A loud snarl and growl brought me back to Jane, who was now shaking with rage. I simply smiled sweetly to her, sliding back inside the car, the smile still on my face. Bella, what's going on? What was the bang? Hermione was frantic, and surprisingly, it was Sirius who was trying to calm her down. I laughed. That bang was the sound of Alec Volturi's car exploding in a cloud of smoke and fire. I smiled. Is it time for the Yorkshire yet? Fred or George asked, sounding rather childish. Don't you dare encourage her to do something so dangerous, Mrs. Weasley snarled at her son. It was easy to see that they were all stressed from the situation as they all began arguing with each other. Bella, kill the bitch, Harry's voice came through the phone loudly as he spoke right into the mouthpiece, blocking the others arguing. Don't worry, Harry, I will, I smiled, turning to Carlisle. Carlisle, we need to swap seats, I told him. He scooted closer once again and put his foot on the pedal, his hands on the wheel. I stood as best I could, basically sitting on him as I crawled to the other side of the bench seat. I took a deep breath, looking at the ceiling of the car and a little concerned that the sunroof was above the middle of the back seat. I need your seat, Jasper, I told him, kneeling as I faced them for the first time. Alice jumped off Jasper's knee, swapping to sit on Emmett's that was next to her. It was a good job that Rose and Edward were sat in the two back seats in the boot, because it would have become very crowded in there. Jasper squeezed in beside Esme, leaving me enough room between them. Good luck, Bella, Ginny yelled to me, and I smiled as I climbed over the seat and into the back. Kick that vampire's ass, Ron yelled, getting told off for cursing straight after. Shaking my head, I knelt on the chair, looking at the large sunroof. I looked to see if it was electric, which it wasn't. It wouldn't budge. It was broken. Of all the cars to pick, we had to pick the one with the broken roof. That's good luck. I need something to wrap around my knuckles, I mumbled to myself. I looked around me, finding nothing of use and keeping my eyes from the vampire straight in front of me. I could feel Edward's eyes watching me intently, but I ignored him. I have bigger problems right now. Giving up trying to find one, I crouched, taking a deep breath before shoving my palm against the glass, cracking it and forcing it upwards. If I could just get my fingers around the outside, I could snap it off easily. I ignored the painful stinging in palms and repeated the motion again. Once there was a fair bit of distance between the car and the sunroof, I hooked my fingers around the outside, feeling the wind against them, and yanked. It groaned as I applied more pressure to it, finally snapping it off totally. I let it go, hearing it thud as it dropped to the boot and shatter as it hit the ground. Standing up fully and getting a face full of wind, making my eyes water, I turned the other way, getting my hands out as well and planting them either side of me on the roof. I lifted myself out of the car totally until I was simply laid on the roof. Damn, it was cold. Getting down to business, I spotted Jane behind the car to my right. Steadily, I allowed myself to slide down to the back of the car, wedging my feet against the bumper so I wouldn't go flying. I crouched down, knowing that my back was pressed against the back window of the car and I was being watched by 7 vampires. I waited for the moment. She was speeding up, thinking that she could attack me probably. She was playing right into my hands. My hand flew to grip the bumper as Carlisle turned a corner and I was nearly thrown off the car. Straightening out again, I waited for Jane to round the corner, which she did less than a second later thanks to her speed. Her eyes were locked on me as mine were on her. I unhooked my feet so I could move freely again, getting my wand from my pocket discreetly and holding it tightly in my hand. Finally, she sped up even more, blocking the oncoming lane as she drove beside the car. She was trapped. Without indicating I was doing anything, I jumped, feeling the wind rush past me, slowing me down. I landed with a thud in the back of Jane's convertible, already crouched and ready. I watched as Jane sped up, Carlisle and the others disappearing behind us. It was a reaction I had counted on from the shock of me. She turned to me, hissing and snarling as she punched me in the face. Okay, I have to admit that hurt. A lot. Lucky for me, she had to keep one hand on the steering wheel if she wanted to stay on the road. I climbed into the fort, ignoring the throbbing that was becoming painful in my cheek. I raised my wand to curse her, but her hand shot out, nails sharp as talons, as she dragged them down the length of my arm, drawing blood. I yelled in pain and anger. I would not fail now, not after everything I have already done. Ignoring the pain, I reached for the button that put the roof up again, snatching my hand back as she clawed at her savagely. It was in that moment that I wanted nothing more than to be a vampire so that I could punch and kick the shit out of her. It was her that had tortured that family, all day and night, and with a smile on her face. She was hated by many in my world. Jane then let go of the wheel totally, throwing me against the door, shattering the glass in the window. She clawed at me like an animal, her eyes black with hate and anger. You bitch, you killed him. My brother, she screeched at me, and I couldn't help but freeze, a sense of horror washing over me. They had been twins, the witch twins, brother and sister, a sort of bond that is a strong type of magic on its own. My pity and self-hatred disappeared as I felt her nails down the right side of my face, leaving a stinging and burning sensation behind. I knew that would hurt in the morning. Forgetting the emotions that had just risen in me, I concentrated on the task at hand. Petrificus totalis, she immediately went rigid. Her arms and legs froze as though she were bound by unbreakable rope. Her eyes were wide, red orbs glaring at me as if willing me to die. Jane, you're a monster. You've killed and tortured many people and enjoyed it. You deserve to die, I told her, turning and seeing a bend in the road that I would not swerve to follow. But you have lost your brother, your twin, your other half, and I cannot imagine how awful that must feel. And for being the one responsible, I am sorry, I told her sincerely, glancing up and noticing that we had about 10 seconds before we went over the edge of the cliff, since Jane still had her foot on the gas, and now she couldn't move it. We would plummet into the icy water below, something Jane could probably survive. I wouldn't. But you still deserve this, I said savagely as I lit the upholstery of the chairs, the flames blue with magic. I watched her eyes widen as she tried to move, but found that she couldn't. 3 seconds. I pressed the button to put the roof up, but I was too late. I watched the edge of the cliff disappear beneath the car as we went over the edge. I jumped up, thankful that it took time to put the roof up, and jumped into the back seat, then onto the boot. I didn't hesitate as I launched myself at the cliff face, cringing as the pain shot up my hurt hand and my body slammed into the jagged rocks. I clung on for dear life, taking deep breaths as I waited for the sound of impact. A loud crash, water splashing and hissing told me that the car had hit the water. Luckily, I had made the fire waterproof so that Jane wouldn't get away that easily. Taking a few more deep breaths, I glanced up the cliff. Seeing that it wasn't that far to climb, I began my ascent. There were no ledges to help me, only the odd tuft of brittle grass and rocks. The rocks hurt, but were a good place to grip and put your feet. Getting grip was hard with a hurt left hand and a wand in the other. Sighing, I made sure my feet were on a firm piece of rock, but still held on with one hand as I pocketed my wand. It took only a minute or two to reach the top after my hand was freed, but it felt like forever. Just like in the movies, I did not look down. I bet I looked a mess right now, but that was the least of my worries. I was bleeding and sitting in a car of 7 vampires while bleeding was not the best idea. Concentrating on that to take my mind off the pain, I put both hands over the cliff, grabbing sturdy pieces of rock and heaving myself onto the gravelly ground, panting slightly. Off flat ground, it is nice to meet you again. Sitting up and checking if the Cullens were here, yet I turned around, seeing them in the distance. Damn this place and its lack of bends. I pointed my wand to my face and thought of a cleansing spell, stopping and cleansing the blood. I did the same to my arm, watching the blood disappear, but the wound was still there. 4 red open gashes in my arm. Great. I jumped as I heard the car getting closer, hurriedly pocketing my wand and standing up shakily, still slightly out of breath. I turned around as Carlisle pulled up and I walked to the driver's side, climbing in and driving off again. The silence in the car was palpable and heavy. I don't blame them, really. The Bella they knew would never gob at Arrow, she would never be able to kill vampires, and she would never jump into a vampire's car and drive off the edge of a cliff. Bella, are you okay? Serious voice filled the silence and I cleared my throat. Yeah, I'm fine. That little bitch packs quite the punch though, I told him, absently rubbing my chin with one hand. Is she dead? Remus asked quietly. He didn't like fighting but didn't sit back when people were getting hurt either. Yeah, she's dead, I spoke quietly too. I heard whooping, but I felt no pride in killing Jane. I honestly don't know what I felt, but none of it was particularly cheerful. You did the right thing, Bella. She's hurt so many people, Sirius added, picking up on my less than happy mood. I know. It's just something she said, that's all. I shrugged as I watched the road, glancing at the sea every once in a while. The waterproof fire would only last 10 minutes, but it would definitely be long enough to kill her. What did she say? Rima's voice was full of understanding. She told me that I killed her brother, her twin. It's just, I trailed off, not truly knowing why I was feeling like this. Bella, it's okay. Harry's voice filled the car and I instantly relaxed. My brother was alive, but if I ever lost him. Harry, if you ever, I began, tears filling my eyes. Bella, don't even say it, okay? I'm not going anywhere, at least not without you, he told me seriously. I sniffed, getting a hold on myself. The only way either me or Harry were going to die was at the hands of Voldemort or his Death Eaters. If one of us died first, the other would fight until Voldemort was dead too, or they were killed. It was a deal we had made in our second year at Hogwarts, depressing I know, but we stuck by it. Thank you, I told him, and he remained silent. We simply drove for a while, no one speaking even though we were still calling each other. Bella, do the Cullens know? Mad I spoke, making me jump from my thoughts back into the present. That was not an issue I wanted to address. They've no doubt picked things up from the conversation in mine and Arrow's behavior, but they don't actually know. I glanced at Carlisle, seeing the most heartbreaking expression there. Pleading, he was begging me to tell him. Bella, you need to tell them, Shacklebolt said, his deep voice making him seem in charge. Why? After this I'll probably never see them again anyway. Despite the offhand tone I used, a spike of pain went through me again at the thought. I had already lost them once, and no matter how much I deny it, I loved them. Why else would I do all this? Could I really let them walk away again? Did I even have a choice? Bella, we let you go once, we're not doing it again. Carlisle spoke up first for one of the first times, his strong, determined voice back. I took a look at him and shook my head sadly. He had no idea what he was saying. Believe me, Bella, leaving you was the worst thing we ever did. Look where we ended up, at the Volturi, he pointed out. I had no idea why that had anything to do with me, but still. You were the ones that left, you made the decision. Oh, and thank you for including me in that, by the way, I said sarcastically. I am not a child, and I do have an opinion. I may not have the 100-odd years of experience and knowledge like you all do, but I am not a delinquent either. I have done things that none of you would ever believe. You all think of me as a little, fragile human girl, but I'm not. I'm none of those things. I literally yelled at them. I saw a dip in the road, making it wider. I stopped the car, glaring at whatever was in front of me and gripping the steering wheel tightly, ignoring the pain it caused. What do you mean? You're none of those things. We know you're not fragile, Bella, and you certainly aren't a little girl, but you are human. Jasper spoke up from the back of the car, and I sighed, bowing my head to my chest. In a way I hedged, not really knowing. I am human, but I'm also a witch. You going to tell them? Sirius asked seriously. I thought about it for a second, knowing that they deserved to know. I knew their secret, they should know mine. Well, I found out their secret by myself, but still. Yes, I stated simply. We'll give you some privacy then. Give us a call after you're done though, okay? He asked, and I responded with a monotone yes. I love you, Belly Welly, Fred and George yelled together, and I smiled as I heard their mother telling them off for inappropriate behavior. Multiple goodbyes were said, but it was the ones at the very end that I treasured the most. I miss you, Bella, you better be coming home soon. Hermione sounded close to tears, and I was the same. I missed my best friend. I will, don't worry, I miss you too, I admitted, ignoring the Cullens for a second as I had an emotional moment. You vamps had better be good to Bella or I swear I will hunt you down myself. Sirius threatened, and I simply smiled gently. Thanks, Sirius, I said quietly. For what? For caring. For being like a father to me, no matter how much you overreact. I smiled a watery smile. Yeah, well, it's kind of in the job description of Godfather, isn't it? I love you, and I would protect you with my life, he stated proudly. Probably trying to get the message across to the Cullens. Yeah, I suppose, I would do the same for you. I love you too, I bit the inside of my lip as I pushed my tears back. Bella, I have known you for most of your life, and yet you still astound me with your bravery and courage, Remus told me, and I could just imagine his smile. Yeah, well, some may call it stupidity, I admitted, and I did feel stupid. The Cullens left me, dumped me like a dog they got bored of, and then I went running to save them at the first sign of trouble. They were just going to leave again, and I had set myself up for more pain. Your mother and father would be so proud of you today, Bella. He ignored my little remark. The comment about my parents had the tears coming back in full force. They would have never let me go, I told him. They would, because they would know how much the Cullens meant to you. If you're willing to risk not only your own life and freedom, but the life of every one of our people on their existence, they must mean a damn lot to you," he told me, sounding very wise. "Yeah, I know," I answered quietly. "Bella." Harry's voice sounded rather strained and hoarse. "Harry, I'll be seeing you soon," I said, making it sound more like a threat. "You'd better." "I can't stand another day without you, Bella. You're all I have," I mumbled, his voice breaking in several places. Damn Harry and his infectious tears. "Same, that's why I'm going to get to you as soon as possible," I explained as a single tear ran down my face. "Love you, Bella," he said, sniffing. "Love you too, Harry," I said as I wiped away my tear. The phone line went dead and I rubbed my eyes wearily. It had been such a long day, it was hard to believe that just this morning I had woken up and eaten cold pizza for breakfast. But I had to do this now, there was no escaping it. No matter how much it hurt me, they would know the truth about my life, how I lied and cheated them for so long. They had to know the truth about who and what I am. I was going to do this, I would tell them everything. But how the hell do you even begin to explain that most things they knew about me were lies, that I have a totally different life? Where do I begin? So I did what any 18-year-old witch would do when she is battling with herself on how to tell her vampire family the truth about herself. I whacked my head on the steering wheel, multiple times. It didn't give me any insight on how to explain this, but it did let out some of my frustration and anger, and I even got a red mark for my trouble. The Cullens all remained silent, all watching me. I didn't even have to turn to know that I could feel their eyes on me. I turned off the engine, simply for something to do, listening as the car quieted and we were silent. "Why did you go to the Volturi?" I asked as I rubbed my forehead, staring ahead again. They stayed quiet, but once look at Carlyle's guilty, downcast face told me that it wasn't a happy story. "What did you ask Arrow for?" "It must have been something big for him to be able to lie and keep you there," I carried on, thankful that I wasn't the one who was in question. "Well," I pushed, getting rather tired of the "I stole a cookie from the cookie jar" look. "We went to stop Edward." Alice's voice barely reached my ears, but I turned to look at her, my face hard and my jaw clenched, Jane's punch making it throb slightly. "Stop Edward from what?" I seethed, keeping my eyes from everyone but Alice. I watched as she literally cowered in Jasper's arms, her eyes wide as she stared at me. "From killing himself," she told me, and I just stared, waiting for the punch line. There was none. "Why? How?" I took a deep breath, turning around again. "You know what? I don't even want to know," I snarled, opening the car door and climbing out, slamming it behind me. I had no idea where I was going, but I had to get away from them and think and scream if possible. I walked up the bank of grass, sitting on the top, facing away from the Cullens. The grass was long, tickling my arms and legs. A circle of grass rose in a slope above the ground, and I let my feet hold me on the side, stopping me from sliding down. I put my face in my hands and tried to get all of this in my head. Edward left. They all did. They got bored and upped and left. I got that. I understand how they got bored with a human. I hate it, but I still understand. But then Edward runs to Italy to ask to be killed for God knows what reason. The Cullens refuse to leave me behind and try to help me. I don't get it. Is it all an act? Their way of saying thanks for saving our asses before they piss off again? From how they were behaving now, you'd think they cared about me. It's probably guilty conscience, but they were all acting strangely now, but that could just be from my weird behavior or the fact that everything and everyone has changed. There was simply too much to think about. First Dumbledore in the letter, then Arrow and the Volturi in their threats, then the Order and Harry, and now the Cullens. It was all too much, not to mention the wolves and Charlie back in Forks. God, my life was screwed up. I dropped my hands, letting them rip up a piece of grass to keep them occupied. Why would Edward even run to the Volturi? He had a good life, he had a family, and he was free of his protecting job. I couldn't help but glare at the ground, tearing the grass with a little too much force than necessary. But I couldn't deny that he was a damn god of a vampire with his looks. He would get any vampire he wanted as his mate. What was the problem? Probably met a girl who didn't throw herself at him, groveling on her knees for him to love her. Besides his family, I thought sarcastically. I had hung out with Jake quite a lot, the anger and bitterness of his attitude rubbing off on me on certain subjects. I bet he gets a kick out of hurting humans, going around knowing that they can't resist him. I hope one girl told him to fuck off. I wonder if that is what's wrong with him. Did he get rejected? I sighed as I heard multiple bangs, signaling that the others had gotten out of the car too. Great, my free time was over. "Bella, please let us explain," Esme began, but I was too tired to listen anymore. "I'm tired of hearing your lies. I don't know if anything you say is the truth or not." My voice sounded tired, almost as tired as I felt physically, emotionally, and mentally. I was exhausted. Bella, we understand you can't trust us after what we did, but we are going to prove to you how much you mean to us. She spoke from behind me still, sounding rather determined. That won't take very long then, will it? I muttered, pulling out a handful of grass in anger. If they wanted to show me how much I meant to them, it would take about 5 minutes, I think. Well, I'd just saved their lives, so it had to up it a little, right? Bella, please list, Carlyle began, but I kept my eyes ahead, watching a bird fly past a dark hill. I knew they were all stood behind me, watching me and waiting for me to run into their arms and accept them, just like I would have done before. But I was naive to think that they were any different from the vampires in our stories. Planning, sadistic, sneaky. It hurt to think about people I used to call my family like that, but it was the truth. I just had to accept that. Give it up, I snapped, shredding the grass in my hand. Do you want to know the truth or not? My voice was sharp, my anger and impatience getting the better of me. I grimaced at my less than subtle change of subject. If they continued to tell me lies, I would begin to hope, to dream that they were telling the truth. I couldn't afford to hope anymore. They had hurt me once, I won't let them do it again. I would rather talk about my other life than that. Yes, Carlyle spoke sadly. You'd better sit down then, it might be a shock to some of you. I rubbed my face with my hands, trying to wake myself up. I should be on the ball right now. The adrenaline rushes I had from killing the vamps were long gone, leaving my body even more run down. It was nice to forget the troubles I had landed myself in and focus entirely on the fight, even if it was for only an hour or so. I lowered my hands again, seeing the Cullens had congregated on the slopes of the large circle, all facing me and waiting. I took a deep breath, steadying myself for whatever their reactions would be. I may look human, smell human, and act human, but I'm not. At least not totally. I stared at the grass in the center of the circle, away from their eyes, my hands once more pulling up grass. What do you mean, not totally? Emmett asked, sounding rather hesitant. I guess I scared him with my anger tantrums and he was scared of setting me off again. As in I'm still human, but can do things that normal humans can't, I said quietly, trying to imagine Jessica Stanley as a witch. It wouldn't work. Yeah, we kind of got that already. We did suspect after you killed 4 Volturi vampires, seemingly with no weapons, Jasper added, his voice indicating he wanted to know the truth. Now, I do have a weapon, Jasper, but it's not something that you would class a weapon if you saw it. I met his eyes briefly, my eyes blank as I looked back at the floor. The silence was a question in itself. They wanted to see it. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my wand. I'm a witch. Again, I was met with silence. I expected laughing insults, maybe them saying I was crazy, not total and utter silence. I twirled the wand between my fingers, waiting for some sort of response from them. I felt a cold breeze and looked up cautiously, seeing Carlyle only a meter in front of me, eyes wide and flitting from my wand to me. You're one of them, he stuttered, sounding rather shocked and a little scared. I frowned at him. Had he met some witches and wizards before? Have you met others of my kind? I asked, sitting up straighter and watching him as he seemed to battle internally. The others simply stared open-mouthed and wide eyes at the two of us. They obviously didn't expect Carlyle's response. But there are legends and stories about you. Arrow especially likes to tell one particular story, but no one believes him. He frowned as though thinking, and I think I know which one he is referring to. Something about a family. He trailed off. I gritted my teeth as I nodded, realizing which he was speaking about. Yes, but it's not a story, it's true. Arrow kidnapped a family, a mother, father, their 2 teenage sons, and a young daughter too. He tortured them, nearly killed them as he forced them to do magic to show him what he wanted. He tried to get them into the guard, seeing the perks of having so many powerful beings on his side. Of course, our people would never stand for such things from the likes of vampires, and it was dealt with. The family were freed, and that was that. I retold the story I have been told many times. I couldn't help the disgust and the anger that filled my voice as I spoke of it. Who was it that saved them? Duff, Fug. He ran off names trying to remember. Albus Dumbledore. I smiled despite the situation at his name. Yes, he got me into this mess, but he was still an amazing man. So they aren't stories, he concluded, his eyes dancing with something. About as much as vampires are. I smirked as his smile broadened. Amazing, he breathed, simply standing and staring at me in awe. Strange. What the hell are you two on about? Emmett yelled in confusion. Emmett, witches and wizards are real. There are multiple stories and legends about our kind meeting them, but very few. Each one of them holds much magic and can do extraordinary things. His voice turned soft as he smiled at me again. I simply shrugged it off. Compared to others, my magic was nothing spectacular. So let me get this straight. Bella, as in Bella who is sat right in front of us, can do magic because she is a witch? Jasper asked, his voice laced with amusement and disbelief. Yes, Carlyle breathed, never taking his eyes from me. It was slightly unnerving. Maybe a demonstration is in order, I sighed, smirking as Carlyle bounced on his toes in excitement. I pushed myself off the slope, brushing the shredded grass from my trousers and jacket. Carlyle, would you like to help? I offered, knowing he would love to be in on this. His eyes widened as he nodded enthusiastically. Right, what to show you, I muttered, tapping my wand against my palm. What's apparating? Jasper asked, breaking the silence. I frowned at him questioningly. You were talking about it on the phone to your friends. You said that. You would have apparated but didn't want to leave us. He glanced at me wearily, as if thinking bringing up my care for them would set me off. I nodded in understand. I was stupid to think they wouldn't listen and take things in. Apparition is where a witch or wizard travels nearly instantaneously from one place to another. It's not exactly a spell, I told him, smiling as I approached Carlyle. Will you help me demonstrate? Don't worry, I added as he glanced nervously at my wand. I'm an excellent apparator. It's how I got to Italy after all. I have only ever splinched myself once. I shuddered as I remembered it. It hurt. I was only missed an arm, but damn, what's splinching? He asked, and I laughed at his fear. To apparate successfully, you have to have complete concentration on where you're going. Splinching is where you don't concentrate and you end up leaving some part of you behind. Trust me, it hurts, I nodded, pointing to my arm. Lost it in Berlin. Got it back about an hour later, though, I told him, holding out my hand. Trust me, Carlyle, that was only when I first began, I reassured him, watching him take my hand. I repressed my shiver, talking to him and the others instead. This should be fun. Okay, now the first time is always horrible. Sorry, but it's a fact. It isn't the most pleasant experience, but it only lasts for a second. We will only be going. I glanced around. I'll put us on top of the car. I nodded in the direction. Ready? I asked. His only reply was a nod and a gulp. Hold on, I smirked as I focused my mind and spun slightly on the spot, feeling the familiar feeling of being pulled and squashed in one moment. I felt my hair being whipped around me, the ground disappearing. Not a moment later, the wind settled and my feet found a surface again. Instead of hard grass, it was slippery and slopey. I opened my eyes as I heard a gasp, instinctively grabbing onto the front of Carlyle's jacket as he overbalanced and nearly tumbled over the edge. He gave me a breathy thank you as he took several deep breaths. Are you all right? I asked as I chuckled a little at the fearless vampire. That could be the most terrifying and amazing thing I have ever experienced, he gasped, a smile appearing on his face as he saw mine. Come on, I smirked, jumping down from the roof and landing in a crouch. I stood up, straightening out my clothes as Carlyle blurred next to me, doing the same. I felt the eyes of everyone on us, but Carlyle distracted me. How can you do that? I mean, jumping from things and running everywhere. He spoke as though he was tongue-tied, something strange coming from a vampire. I'm on the Quidditch team as a seeker. Quidditch is the main sport in our world, and seeker is the most dangerous position to play as everyone tries to get you hurt so you can't play well or you get taken off the pitch. You have to be quick, flexible, and lithe, or you don't last a second in on the pitch, I told him as we walked towards the circle, remembering all the extra practices Wood had put me through. I climbed back over the slope and down the other side, seeing everyone staring at me with open mouths. Okay, let's get something clear. Witches do not have green skin or warts or huge pointy noses. I rolled my eyes at the stereotype that had been attached to the word witch. Yeah, no cauldrons or broomsticks either, Emmett joked while I smirked. Actually, Emmett, we do ride brooms and we have to use cauldrons in potions class, I told him, laughing when his eyebrows shot up. Seriously, you ride brooms? Rose asked, obviously thinking about speed. Yep, and they can go over 200 miles an hour too. Well, mine can anyway. That's what we play Quidditch on, so it can get pretty dangerous when you've got 14 people zooming about. Good job, we have good reflexes, I shrugged as I twirled my wand again like a baton. Can you do anything, as in anything you want to do? Emmett breathed, looking and sounding just like a child. I was about to point it out, but found that everyone was eagerly awaiting my answer. No, I can't do anything. There isn't a spell or potion for anything, but there is for most, I nodded. That man said something about dragons, Emmett asked, his usual enthusiasm back. Yeah, dragons are real too. Charlie works with them down in Romania. Mermaids are real too, but they are not beautiful at all. Phoenixes are amazing. Unicorns are the most innocent creature you can ever lay eyes on. In fact, killing a unicorn is against our laws. Pixies and goblins usually keep mostly to themselves. I waved my hand, letting them know that there was more. They were silent for a while, taking it in. What is Bombarda? Alice chirped up from beside Jasper. I couldn't help but smirk. Follow me, please. I led them over the slope of the back of the circle and into an open patch of grass, much like the place where they played baseball in Forks. The land was shielded from the road by a thick line of trees, which was slightly comforting. I'd stand back if I were you, I warned, seeing Jasper and Emmett itching forwards. I was slightly surprised when they did what I told them. I pointed my wand at the ground a fair distance away, not wanting to get hit with anything. Bombarda, I thought, smiling as I heard the almighty explosion, dirt, rocks, and stone flying in the air and raining back down. Once the dust cleared, all the Cullens went to investigate it. I knew what they would see. A huge crater in the ground, a perfect semicircle as if it had been carved from wood. Cool, Jasper, Emmett, and Carlyle breathed all together. "What did you do to Arrow to get out?" you said subtly. Rose inquired, her eyes never moving from the huge hole in the ground. "Would anyone like to be my guinea pig? It won't hurt," I insisted, Jasper stepping forward, albeit hesitantly. He stood away from the others but didn't look too confident. "Relax, Jasper, it won't hurt. You might feel a little uncomfortable, but I'll take it off quickly, okay?" I reassured him as I stepped forward too, raising my wand. He gulped loudly. "Okay, petrificus totalis." I swished my wand slightly, watching as Jasper's arm snapped to his side and he rocked on his feet. Alice rushed forward immediately. "What have you done? Is he okay?" She spoke in a rush, obviously worried about him. "Alice, he's fine." "I froze him, he's still there, he just can't move." I shrugged, but she wasn't looking at me, too busy fussing over her husband. "Don't be silly, of course he can move," she corrected me immediately, and I shook my head. Jasper, his eyes shot to mine, away from Alice. "Please take a step forward," I instructed. Alice stepped aside to give him room, and he squinted in concentration, but gave up a second later. "See, he can only move his eyes and chest to breath," I told her, but it didn't relax her. The others stepped forward, poking him every now and then. "He really can't move," Esme gasped quietly. "Jasper, I'm going to unfreeze you now." I know how uncomfortable it is. I frowned in sympathy as I waved my wand, causing his to thaw out. I had had that spell on me many times thanks to Slytherins. Jasper took a few deep breaths, smiling as he did. "That was some powerful stuff, Bella." He started stretching his arms as though he was warming up for a marathon, all the while Alice was gripping his hand tightly. "That was magic, of course it's strong. Only magic can fight magic. No strength or speed will have any effect," I told them rather smugly, glad I could do something they couldn't. "How come you did the Bombarda thing without saying a word, but you said, Patrig?" "That word for the frozen thing," Emmett stuttered out, and I couldn't help but laugh as his face screwed up in concentration, trying to pronounce the name. Most witches and wizards are taught how to say spells silently. Of course, I only know for Hogwarts. It's like apparition, you have to have utter concentration or the spell can go horribly wrong. Some of my friends still have trouble with it, but it's easy once you get the hang of it. I shrugged as they watched me speak intently. "So you could do something without us even knowing?" Jasper gaped at me. I rocked back and forth on my heels, a shit-eating grin on my face. Yep, we were all silent for a moment, a rustle in the trees behind me causing me to turn. "We should get going. I don't like the idea of being so close to Arrow and his guard." I sent a cautious look into the dark trees behind me as we walked out of the little field and towards the car. I let the others go on ahead simply because I wanted to see them properly. The first thing I realized was that they all looked so tired. They walked with less grace than I remembered, their faces seemingly set in a permanent frown or blank expression, their eyes dark. It was slightly disconcerting to see from vampires. Rose no longer held her head up, her posture was hunched, not exuding confidence or power anymore. Emmett, holding her hand, was much the same, a slight frown on his face as he slumped along with her. Esme. I hadn't heard her saying anything to her children about their cursing, which was a common thing a few months ago. She kept her eyes to the floor, as did Carlyle. His hair fell in his face and he looked more like his age than ever. Jasper, he looked horrible. No doubt everyone's emotions were wearing him out and I could see it in his face. His face was sunken like he was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. He had his arm wrapped around Alice, who had changed the most probably. She didn't bounce, she didn't squeal, she didn't even talk so fast that I couldn't understand her. She looked depressed. I steeled myself for the last and final Cullen. I finally let myself look at him, and I took back what I said before. Edward had changed the most. His once bright gold eyes were now completely black. He dragged his feet as he walked, hunched and shoulders drooped. Huge purple bruises hung beneath his eyes, his face was crumpled, his hair flat. But despite this, I still saw the man I loved. I saw the golden hair, the chiseled jaw, the pale skin, the lean and muscly arms, his eyes. Before, whenever you looked at Edward when he didn't know you were watching, his eyes betrayed him. He looked like a tortured soul, and I suppose in a way he was. But now those onyx eyes hid secrets, pain and hurt behind them. They had always held knowledge, an air of confidence, but now they were void of anything but pain. His jaw was taut, his eyes narrowed, and his hands fisted at his sides as though he was fighting the urge to scream out. I understood the urge. I had had the same one many times. It was then that I crossed the line and I felt the oh-so-familiar pain wreak havoc with my chest and heart, stabbing it furiously. I resisted the urge to curl up in a ball on the floor. I stopped myself from screaming and pushed the tears back. I wouldn't let them see me so weak and vulnerable. I had shown them a side of me they didn't know, a stronger side. I wasn't about to contradict that. I watched as Edward walked alone behind the other couples. I wonder who could have this effect on him. I walked faster, catching up easily but walking a good distance from Edward. I received some concerned looks from Jasper, probably feeling the pain I was wincing from, but I shrugged him off. He wouldn't understand. We got to the car and climbed in, the sky just growing darker. Starting the car again and wishing I had SAT nav, I followed the road back to where I had started at on the motorway. The day's events seemed to catch up with me then, and I sighed rather largely, shivering as the cold wind whipping through the car from the hole in the sunroof. I was instantly handed a jacket. Finding that it was Carlyle's, I sent a thank you smile his way. He automatically took the wheel as I slipped it on. The sleeves weighed big and it was quite cold, but it smelt nice and warmed up quickly. "Does anyone know they way out of Italy?" I asked as I randomly took a road to my left leading onto another motorway. Silence filled the car and I sighed. "I thought you knew everything," I muttered to myself. "Still, how do I get out if I don't even know where I'm going?" I dialed the number I knew for the Burt once again and waited for them to pick up. It took 8 rings, but finally it clicked. Hello." Ron yawned into the speaker and I couldn't help but laugh. Typical Ron. "Hey Ron, it's Bella." The rest of my sentence was drowned out by Ron yelling that it was in fact me on the phone. "Sorry Bells, but it's 1 in the morning here and everyone is asleep." "Well, everyone apart from Harry. He's been pacing all night. He won't even sit down. I think he's..." Here he is. Harriet's." I laughed as Ron rambled on just like Ron does. Bella." Harry sighed, even his voice sounded tired. "Hey Harry," I couldn't help but smile back. "So do I have to hunt down some vamps or what?" Sirius' voice came across the speaker, as did several yawns. "Sorry Sirius, but they took it pretty well actually. I even showed them some stuff," I told him, laughing as he cursed. "Yeah, he didn't like them. I'd better not mention the fact that Carlyle used to be friends with Arrow." "What kind of stuff?" he said hurriedly. "Don't worry Sirius, nothing scandalous." I rolled my eyes at the phone. There was nothing scandalous about magic, but there are those spells we would rather not show. "I guess there's always next time," he sighed. "Next time? How many times do you think I'll get left by vampires?" I chuckled, seeing Carlyle flinch as my joking tone of the subject. "Yeah, it hurt me too, but I guess all the years of acting had paid off. Who knows, it is you after all," he shot back, barking out a laugh. Yeah, whatever. "Says the mass murderer who nearly died a few years ago." I chuckled as his booming laugh filled the car. "He didn't really kill anyone, he was framed, but everyone thinks he did. Haven't you heard of Sirius Black?" I choked out during laughter. I asked the Cullens as they stared at me with open mouths. "Sirius Black, wasn't he on the television 5 years ago?" Emmett asked, sounding rather confused. "Yep, he also happened to be my godfather. Good luck or what?" I sniggered. "At least no one will mess with you," Sirius pitched in, and he had a point. "That would be good if anyone even knew he was mine and Harry's godfather." "Sirius, where do I go now?" I asked seriously. The phone line was silent for a moment. "You're not going back to Forks, are you?" Alice asked quietly. "No, the wolves will take care of the Volturi. If they need any help, they can contact Dumbledore and we will be there." I cringed as I spoke, hating the way me and Jake parted and how I wasn't going to be there to help with a fight I started. "I can drop you off somewhere if you want," I asked them, making my voice stronger, despite the pain it caused to think I would never see them again. "Bella, we're coming with you," Esme spoke sternly, and I frowned, swerving into another lane to overtake a slow car. "I don't think that's the best idea," Sirius spoke, his voice filled with disgust. "Sirius," I warned, taking a deep breath. "Think about it, Sirius. Dumbledore told me to keep them safe. The Volturi will be looking for them now. The only safe place will be with me. Besides, I'm sure they'd find a way to find me anyway." I smirked at the very thought. My heart leapt at the thought of staying with them for longer. I knew it could never be the way it used to, but it doesn't mean I wouldn't turn away seeing my family again. "You're biased, Bella, you can't be th." Sirius' harsh voice was suddenly turned to a muffle as I heard a hushed conversation, as though someone had their hand over the speaker. "Do what you think is best, Bella." Remus' voice took over from Sirius. I heard a loud crash and a bang before Remus sighed. "Sirius is having a hard time accepting it, Bella. He'll come around." He tried to soothe me, but tears were already falling down my face. For me to be happy, I have to make Sirius miserable. I'm hurting the people around me for my own pleasure. "Bella, don't even think about it, okay? I know you and I know what you're thinking. Ignore Sirius. We both know he is a stubborn ass. If you say it's okay, then it's okay." We trust your judgment, Harry said, taking over the phone. Damn me and my predictability. Where are you all going to go then? Mad Eye asked, and I hesitated, wiping my eyes, hating how much I have cried today. Actually, I already thought of somewhere. I chewed my lip as I turned the headlights on, the night nearly pitch black around us. Oh, and where would this be? Remus' voice was slow and calming, and I used that to steel myself. The safe house, I spoke quietly, not knowing what their reactions would be. Are you sure, Bella? The decision is ultimately up to you. And Harry Shacklebolt spoke, and both ends were silent. Harry, what do you say? I asked hesitantly. If you need to use it, do it. I'm not having you risking your neck because of sentimentality, he sighed, and I knew it was a tough decision for both of us. No one had been there in 16 or 17 years. Thank you. How long will it take you to get there? Harry asked through a yawn. I'm not sure. I'll contact you from the landline when we get settled, I assured him, seeing a service station. I immediately drove towards it and parked up. Do any of you have any money? I haven't eaten since 8 this morning, I moaned and resisted sticking my tongue out at the phone. I could hear George or Fred laughing. Alice handed me a credit card, telling me that it would work in any country good enough to have the best shops. I didn't argue with her. It was a dangerous subject. Jumping out the car, I basically ran into the little shop. I rushed up to the counter, shocking the elderly man who was nearly asleep, laying head on it. "Mi scusi, signor," I asked. "Excuse me, sir." "Si Giovandana," he responded, jumping slightly and looking at me curiously. He was no doubt eyeing the injury on the side of my face, and I cursed myself for forgetting about it. I hugged the jacket tighter to me, turning my face slightly to try to hide the wound. "Yes, young lady. Avid un bagno avrei potuto usare, signor." I begged, imagining that the Cullens were having a good laugh right now. "Do you have a restroom I could use, sir?" He looked at me oddly for a moment before sighing, "Venite in questo modo, come this way." I nodded, following him as he stepped out from behind the counter and walked to the far wall of the shop, getting a key out of his pocket and heading for a door. He unlocked it for me, stepping aside. "Thank you, sir," I said with an Italian accent, finding it strange that it is the same in English too. I spoke before closing the door. I walked back out, feeling a lot better from emptying my bladder. Sighing, I handed the man his key back and searched the shelves for something to eat. I settled for a chicken and mayo sandwich, a sausage roll, and some Fanta fruit twist. I carried it to the till. The man was waiting for me. "Til Giovin bella ragazza non deve esser solo nel momento," and he smiled down at me kindly as I blushed from the compliment. He kept on looking at the injury, probably thinking that my dad or someone had hit me. Such a young, pretty girl shouldn't be alone at such time. "Non si preoccupi, signor, io non sono il solo. La mia famiglia è grave fuori in macchina. Stiamo viaggiando in Inghilterra, non si sa in quale direzione andare per favor." I asked hurriedly, watching him frown at the question. "Don't worry, sir, I am not alone. My family is outside in the car. We are traveling to England. Do you know which direction to go in, please?" "Bene il mio bambino, hopor di dire ci si sta andando nella direzione sbagliata, si desidera il tunnel di Euro. Dovrete giurare più in alto della strada," he told me while scanning my things and putting them in a blue plastic bag, handing them to me as I handed over the card. "Well, my child, I am afraid to say that you are heading in the wrong direction if you want the Euro tunnel. You'll have to turn around further up the road." "Thank you, sir," I nodded as he handed me the card back. "Spero ci tu e la tua famiglia all right raggiungere l'Inghilterra, il mio bambino." He smiled gently as I headed out the shop. "I hope you and your family reach England all right, my child." I would have yelled at him for calling me child, but he said it in a kind way, not condescending, like Arrow. The outside was cold, and I hugged the huge jacket to me as I jogged to the car and climbed in. "Thanks, Alice," I told her, handing her the little card. "You're welcome." "Tu non mi hai detto ci parlava italiano." She smirked at me and I shrugged. "You're welcome. You didn't tell me you spoke Italian." "Quando si muovono così spesso come ho fatto io, è grave raccoglierlo facilmente," I explained as I started the car and pulled out of the service station, seeing that one of them had filled up the gas tank too. "When you move around so often as I did, you pick it up easily. Interessante." Carlyle muttered next to me. "Interesting." "Sabe usted español?" Carlyle challenged, and I rolled my eyes. "Do you know Spanish?" "Por supuesto, como si te entiendo." I smirked and he chuckled at me. "Francais?" Rose asked. "France," and I nodded. "Oui, je parle français aussi." I laughed at Rose's face in the mirror. Shock would be an understatement. "Yes, I know French too." "Sie kann kein Deutsch auch," Jasper said disbelievingly. "You don't speak German too?" "Ja, ich Jasper kann, aber ich datch immer Deutschland war ein männlicher Sprach," I admitted, voicing my musings. "Indeed I can, Jasper, but I always thought German was quite a manly language." What others can you speak? Emmett asked in English, obviously getting tired of the languages. I also speak Hebrew, Greek, Japanese, Arabic, Polish, and a little Russian, but I always find it a harsh language, I told them as I turned and went in the opposite direction, hoping that the man was right. Wow, Emmett complimented, I simply shrugged. Carlyle, I need a favor, I moaned as my stomach ached for food. He turned to me curiously. Let me eat, please, I begged, causing him to laugh. We swapped over in the seat, and it was lucky no Italian police didn't see us. I'm pretty sure that would have been illegal while driving at 80 miles an hour. I sat munching on my food hungrily, savoring the flavor as I finished. I turned to see Jasper and Rose pulling faces at me. Hey, it tastes yummy to me. I stuck my tongue out at them as I turned back around. Having fun there, Bella, Ginny teased me. I made mocking noises though my mouth was full. Bella, are you hurt after that thing with Jane? Remus' voice sounded rather loud after Ginny's, and I swallowed my mouth full of sandwich slowly. No, I'm fine, I said, trying to sound truthful. I saw the others looking at me incredulously but ignored them. Bella, I know when you're lying, you sound too innocent, he laughed. How bad is it? Obviously not that bad since you can eat and talk fluent languages, Charlie chuckled, obviously trying to lighten the mood. It's not bad, I shrugged, and I heard multiple sighs. Carlyle, I saw him jump as Remus addressed him directly. He looked slightly scared. Bella tells us that you're a doctor, and a mighty good one at that, since she is being. Well, Bella, would you be so kind as to tell us the truth? He laughed a little as he insulted me, and I pouted. Carlyle looked at me apologetically. Well, she was right about her hand. It's not broken, but it has swelled and purple. That should go down after a while, but it could get infected. I remember Bella saying something about her jaw, and it looks as though it's already beginning to swell. She'll have a bad bruise, definitely. Jane managed to get her nails in pretty deep on her right arm, and it would definitely need stitches if she were to go to hospital. Her face. It's the same as the arm, but the wounds are deeper and more savage there. There's no blood, though, he concluded his findings, peering at me wondrously. Thank you, Carlyle. So Bella not hurt at all? Remus asked sarcastically. I'm fine, I only didn't tell you 'cause you'd all worry, I sighed, opening the package that separated me from the sausage roll. Yeah, I know, he admitted, so what's with the blood? Well, after me and Jane drove off the edge of a cliff and I jumped into the cliff and scaled it, I was pretty banged up. I wasn't even going to try a healing spell but took away the blood anyway. Vampires and blood in an enclosed space does not bode well for the bleeder. There was no need to make the situation worse as there, I asked through a mouthful of sausage. Good point, he conceded, yawning. Guys, go get some sleep, you all sound crap, I laughed as they grumbled. I'll call you once we get there, or if we encounter any trouble. I hesitated, not wanting to drag the Cullens into the huge drama that is my life. Okay, love you, Bella, they all chorused, some yawns and grumbles in the background. Love you all too, bye, I hung up, knowing that our goodbyes would go on forever if I didn't. They're crazy, I laughed myself. They care a lot about you, Carlyle observed, and I simply nodded. Thanks for the blood thing, by the way, it was a good job you thought of that. He smiled softly and I smiled slightly back. Was this a truce of sorts? That reminds me, you all need to hunt. I'm sure being stuck in a car with me isn't helping, I said quietly as I watched the street lights blur past. We'll be fine, Bella. The broken sunroof helps too, Carlyle comforted me, and I didn't push it. I didn't want to tell them what to do. I was suddenly hit with a wave of guilt and shame. I couldn't help but groan. Jasper, stop it. I didn't say that because of you. All of your eyes are dark and I don't want you to be uncomfortable. I yelled at him, frowning as he bowed his head, more shame rolling off him. Jasper, so help me, I will curse the ass off you, I threatened, making him smile a little. Jasper, I don't blame you for what happened, and I was telling the truth when I told Arrow that it wasn't your fault. It's your instinct, and I can hardly hold that against you, can I? I stared at him, daring him to contradict me. Really? He asked, looking more like a child than I have ever seen him. Really, and you will not sway me on this. You know how stubborn I am, I smiled as he nodded. I would hug you, but there's a big-ass chair in the way, I told him, and he laughed a little. A small breeze encircled me, and I found myself in the back seat in Jasper's lap. I had to laugh at it as Jasper hugged me close to his chest. I laid my head on his shoulder, my forehead pressed against his neck. I let his cold body temperature steadily numb the throbbing in my jaw and the wound on my cheek. It was the first time I'd been so close to any of them but Carlyle. I was surrounded by them, and it felt nice. Family. You truly are one of a kind, Bella Swan, Jasper chuckled as I yawned. Yeah, any more in the world would probably implode, I mumbled as my eyes slipped shut. Jasper, have I ever told you how comfy you are? I asked, snuggling into his chest. A strange rumbling sounded loudly in my ear as I pressed it against him to get comfy, his laughter. I don't believe I have ever had that comment from you, he laughed, and I smiled a little. Get some sleep, Bella, it's been a long day, he said quietly, as I hummed in agreement. I have never done so much in one day before, I mused to myself, but saying it out loud. Wake up, make breakfast, call Jake, apparate to Italy, argue with Arrow, threaten him a few times, give up my freedom, trick him, run away, drive away, kill 4 vampires, talk to Harry, tell you the truth about me, and now we are going to the safe house. Wow, I giggled a little in my sleepy state. I get a bit weird when I'm sleepy. You certainly have been busy today, Emmett agreed from somewhere to my left. Tomorrow is going to seem boring, I admitted, causing laughter around me. It sounded wonderful. Yeah, because the world is so boring when you aren't killing sadistic vampires, Rose laughed. My thoughts exactly, I mumbled, snuggling deeper into the large jacket. You have to wake me up when we get to England, Kay, I asked, struggling to keep awake. Of course, Bella, just get some rest. You've done quite a lot today. I felt Jasper kiss my temple, laying his cheek on the top of my head. I think I'm the first one to say it, Bella, but thank you, Esme said softly after a long but comfortable silence. T's okay, I slurred out. You saved my family, Bella, all of us, and we will forever be in your debt, she continued, her voice soft and slowly lulling me to sleep. We can call it even after what happened with James, I settled it, not wanting them to feel like they owe me anything. The car was silent for a moment, the only sound being the wind as it rushed past the broken sunroof and the engine of the car. It wasn't long before I was asleep, only a gentle hum of conversation reminded me of who I was with. You have to fix it, tell her the truth, I think I heard Alice whisper frantically, her voice nearly lost in the wind. I will, Alice, I won't lose her again. Edward's voice was so determined, so full of love and focus, that I knew I must have been dreaming. Who is this she? A stray thought ran through my mind, but I pushed it away. Edward would never say such things about me. I was the old dog he threw away after all. Whoever he was talking about was a lucky girl. I wasn't sure my thoughts on that. I hated him for that he did, the way he used me for his own entertainment, but I still loved him like a giddy call girl. I was hurt that he had moved on so quickly, jealous of the girl he had chosen and angry that he was hurting her too. What does she have that I don't? I shuddered slightly, waking me up further. I sounded just like Jessica Stanley. That is not something I should be aiming for. Are you ever going to sleep? Jasper whispered, his laughter evident in his voice. I groaned slightly, my brain won't shut off. I'm still wide awake in. There I yawned, keeping my eyes closed to try to keep the sleep in me. I began humming, simply to fill the silence in the car. It began as a tuneless thing, but ended up being the Hogwarts school song. Words came with the tune, and I found myself singing them quietly to myself. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts, teach us something please. Whether we be old and bald or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling with some interesting stuff, for now they're bare and full of air, dead flies and bits of fluff. So teach us things worth knowing, bring back what we forgot. Just do your best, we'll do the rest, and until our brains all rot. I smiled as I whisper sang. Wow, that was cheerful, Emmett commented, and I sniggered a little. It's the Hogwarts school song actually, Emmett, I told him. Exactly what is Hogwarts? Rose inquired, and I nearly hit myself for forgetting about Hogwarts. How the hell could I forget about Hogwarts? My eyes opened as all thought of sleep left me. I didn't get up from Jasper's lap, he was too comfortable to pass up. Alice may get a bit annoyed, but, I saved her life, she owes me her husband's comfortable lap. Well, Hogwarts is a school that young witches and wizards go to learn magic, I told them briefly, remembering when I got my letter. That owl scared the shit out of Charlie. Explain further. Emmett requested, but it sounded more like an order. Kids, let her sleep, Carlisle told them from the driver's seat, but I finally sat up on my own. No way, I can talk about Hogwarts forever. I smiled hugely, the others laughing at my euphoric mood. Go on then, we're listening. I could see Alice lean back in her seat, watching and waiting patiently. I bit my lip, there's so much that I don't know where to begin, I told them truthfully. How about the beginning, Esme suggested, and I nodded. Okay, when I was little I could do stuff. When I got angry, things exploded. Once when I saw an apple I wanted at the top of a tree, I ended up flying upwards to get it. Unfortunately, I had no idea to get down and faced a rather confused and scared Charlie and Renee. I frowned, remembering their reactions to me telling them the truth. I told them that I flew and they didn't believe me. Other strange things happened, but I never mentioned them to them. But then on my 11th birthday, I got my letter, I squealed happily. What letter? Jasper prodded as I was lost in my own little world. It was amazing. Me and Charlie were sat eating dinner while Renee was out, and then this owl flew in the window and dropped them letter on the table in front of me, the owl landing on Charlie's shoulder. It was so funny I couldn't help but laugh, remembering him running around trying to get the bird off his shoulder. Anyway, once Charlie had stopped screaming, I read the letter and, voila, We went to Diagon Alley, got money changed into galleons and ganoots and sickles, and bought what was on the shopping list. It was amazing, all the shops and people. I spoke excitedly. And on September the 1st, I went to King's Cross Station and got onto platform 9 3/4, and I was interrupted by Alice. 9 3/4, there's no such thing. Alice, you are a vampire and you are in the company of a witch, hypocrite, I asked, watching as she nodded. Well, it couldn't be a normal platform, could it? Otherwise muggles and such might get on it by mistake and go to Hogwarts. Not a good idea at all, I told them after seeing the perplexed expressions. What's a muggle? Rose piped up. Someone outside the magical world, a normal, everyday human. Anyway, it was amazing at Hogwarts, the train, the feasts, the moving paintings, the common rooms. And all 47 staircases move, which can be a little confusing when you are trying to get to class. But then there's Quidditch, and the lessons. I took a deep breath. Well, there's potions, of course. It would be okay if it was taught by a good teacher. History of magic, which it boring and taught by a ghost. Then there's transfiguration, ancient runes, arithmancy, divination, care of magical creatures, herbology, and my favorite, defense against the dark arts. I squealed again. Most of them are so much fun, and there's loads more, but I honestly can't remember them. I trailed off, racking my brain for the answers. Wow, why the hell did we go to human school? They all laughed. I was positively buzzing. The very thought of Hogwarts had me nearly bouncing from the walls of the car. What can I say? Magic cheers me up. Bella, calm down, Jasper laughed, but made no move to ruin my mood. She is definitely not getting any sleep tonight, Esme said quietly. Bella, we may have a problem. Carlisle's stern voice immediately flattened my mood as I turned and looked past him and out of the front window. There stood in front of us were 5 men in uniform. We needed to get across the border and we needed passports. Carlisle, move, I told him, hastily getting up and climbing over the seat. He scuttled over so I could retake my place. I took a deep breath to steady my racing heart. I hated doing this, but there was no other way. Bella, what are you going to do? Carlisle whispered frantically, watching one of the men approach my window. I'm a witch, remember, I hinted. The guard squinted in through the window before knocking. Si prega di abbassare il finestrino, miss. Please wind down the window, miss. His stubbly chin and dark, saggy eyes told me he was as tired as my body felt. I wound down the window, getting my wand from my pocket sneakily so he wouldn't see. Quanti di viagare fino in fondo. How many to travel through? He sighed, rubbing his eyes. 8, I said simply. The man nodded slightly, trying to look through the window at the others, but failing thanks to the darkness. Posso vedere il tuo passaporto per favor. May I see your passports then, please? His eyes settled back on me. I subtly aimed my wand at him, whispering, obliviate. I watched as his eyes went blank, his face void of thought or emotion. You never saw this car or me, nor did you speak to any of the people inside. You will go over there to those men and tell them that we all have valid passports, and then you will raise the barrier and let us through. I spoke strongly, not quietly, not wanting to be loud enough for his friends to hear me. Without a word, he walked over to the others. I wound my window up and breathed a sigh of relief. We sat in silence, watching as the officer told them something. I didn't look convinced, but went along with it anyway, raising the barrier. The man was probably in charge or something. I sped past them, eager to leave Italy and never return. I only relaxed once the men were out of sight and we had entered the tunnel. That was some cool magic. Jasper finally broke the silence with an excited chirp that would have suited Alice. No, Jasper, that was me taking away someone's will and manipulating them for my benefit. I spoke to myself mostly, and I knew I would feel like this, but I had to do it. I had to save the Cullens. Just like Arrow, I mumbled to myself, utterly disgusted that I had just done what he had tried to do, manipulate someone for his own personal gain. Don't you dare ever say that, I jumped as Carlisle spoke angrily to me. Arrow is a monster, a murderer and the worst kind because he likes it. What you did may have been wrong, but you were saving us and yourself. Besides, Bella, monsters don't feel pity or remorse. His voice softened at the end and I sent him a thankful smile. Sometimes I can get into a little depressive rut, and who can blame me? Everyone I touch gets hurt. I couldn't help but yawn hugely, my eyes closing and watering. I was vaguely aware that I was driving as I attempted to open my eyes again, but found it rather difficult. Bella, I was shocked awake, opening my eyes and swerving back into my own lane as I saw the lorry heading straight for me. Sorry, I mumbled, blinking a few times to clear my eyes. You need sleep, Carlisle told me, putting his hand on the wheel as he lifted me and swapped places. I was slightly amazed he lifted me with one hand, but a yawn had signaled itself and I covered my mouth. I leaned against the side of the car, trying to get comfy and snuggling deeper into the jacket. It was no use. The car was swaying now from the bends and was constantly thudding as Carlyle drove over those cat's eyes things in the middle of the road. I groaned, sitting up. I was about to turn around and request my seat on Jasper's lap back, but another freezing breeze swooshed past me, and I momentarily felt myself lifted, my butt leaving the car seat. But a moment later I was situated on someone's lap. It was too wide to be Jasper, and it wasn't his scent. This person did not have any breasts, so it was definitely a man, and I knew Edward's scent automatically. "Hey, Emmett," I whispered as I snuggled into his shirt, my legs between his, but I was turned to the side. I have to admit, for someone made of stone, he was rather comfortable. "Hey, Bells," he chuckled softly as he wrapped his arms around me. "Sorry, Rose, but I am officially stealing your husband." "He is too comfortable," I mumbled rather sleepily. I heard her bell-like laugh. "Don't worry about it, just give him back afterwards." "I'm not sure I can do that," I slurred slightly, earning some more laughs from the others. The car was silent once again, and this time nothing kept me awake. I drifted to sleep rather nicely, considering the day I've had. Pain. It was the first thing that registered when I woke up. "Ow," I groaned as I felt the throbbing in my chin, arm, and cheek. I guess the buzz from yesterday had numbed the pain, but now that it had gone, well, it hurt. "Bella," Emmett's voice was rather loud in my ear, and I realized with a shock that I fell asleep in his lap. Well, he was very comfortable. Yeah, I finally opened my eyes, finding the morning light just filtering in through the windows. I guess I didn't sleep for very long. I yawned, rubbing my eyes with my good hand as I stretched my arms in front of me. "Well, we're in England, but we have no idea where to go," he told me, and I sat up sleepily. "Whereabouts are we?" I asked as I covered my mouth from another yawn. Brighton." Carlyle's voice filled the car, and I noticed the lack of engine noise. All I could see of Carlyle was a dark blur, the same for everyone. I tried to take a peek outside. The only thing visible was a stone wall and a sandy floor underneath a street lamp. "I guess we were near the beach. What time is it?" I asked, trying to see further than that. "About 2 o'clock in the morning," Emmett told me as I sat up from his chest, the side of my chest nicely numb thanks to his body temperature. "Where are we supposed to be going?" Esme asked from the other side of the car seat. Even she was a mere shadow to my eyes. "It's Borough in Somerset," I answered quietly. The car suddenly vibrated, a gentle thrumming filling the silence in the car. Emmett reached forward and gently pulled me back to his chest. "No," I struggled feebly against his arms around me, no doubt confusing him. "He doesn't know where he's going," I mumbled as I gave up. He was too comfortable to pass up. "Bella, he lived here when he was human, and he spent his early vampire years here. I'm sure he'll find the way," Emmett comforted me as my eyes slipped shut once more as I fell into a light slumber. "What's going to happen?" I heard Rose ask quietly, and I wasn't sure I was supposed to hear it. Maybe it was a dream. "I'm not sure, Rosie, but Bella said it's safe." "She's got us this far," Emmett replied, their voices gaining a dreamlike edge thanks to my place between sleep and awake. "She's changed so much," I heard Alice say, sounding rather worried. "Maybe, but she's still Bella," Esme pitched in, and I felt my heart warming from her comment. Did they really not care that I lied to them? "But what if she's changed? Towards us," Alice clarified, her own voice barely above a whisper. Silence followed her question, no one knowing how to answer. Did they think I didn't care about them? Did they honestly think I did all this for nothing? "Guys, Bella's awake," Jasper spoke hesitantly as my eyes opened, not moving an inch as I glared into the darkness out the window, watching the shadows pass by quickly. "Bella." "I'm sorry, we didn't know you were awake," Emmett gushed, but I continued to glare at nothing. "Bella, please," he begged, gently trying to get me to turn to look at him. I barely heard him. Did he really doubt me that much? All of them, after all I've done for them. What more can I do to prove to them how much they mean to me? I've given them everything I have, and it's still not enough. What more do they want? "Bella, please talk to us," Esme asked quietly, pulling me from my thoughts. The car was silent apart from the engine thrumming in the background. I slowly turned around in Emmett's lap to face them, sniffing as I realized I was crying. "What more do I have to do to prove to you how much you mean to me? I risk my life and the life of every witch and wizard in the world for you, and it's still not enough. You still doubt me." "I don't know what else I can do," I choked out, letting Emmett hold my face gently to his shoulder as he hugged me tightly to his chest. "You don't have to do anything, Bella. You've already done more than enough," he told me as I cried into his shoulder, feeling rather small and helpless, like nothing I could do would ever be good enough. "I'm so sorry, Bella. I didn't mean it like that." Alice's voice rang loudly in the little space as she scrambled to turn and face me. Me in Emmett's lap facing her, her in Jasper's lap facing me. "I just meant that, well, you're all confident and strong, not that you weren't before, but now it's just." Her voice was getting slightly hysterical, and I nodded so she didn't continue to tie herself in knots with her words. "Well, I know you still love us, otherwise you wouldn't have done so much to save us." But, well, after what we did, things might have changed. She ducked her head as her voice trailed off at the end. Nothing has changed, Alice. I'm just more wary this time. You're still my sister and my best friend, I sniffed as I pressed my face into Emmett's shoulder. What if she doesn't feel the same? Oh God, what an idiot. I thought I wasn't going to get them manipulate me anymore. They aren't manipulating you, you're just letting yourself be happy. And before my thought could even finish, I was grabbed and tugged onto someone else and being hugged by someone. I had no idea where I was anymore. It was all dark in the car anyway. I missed you so much, Bella. Of course you're my best friend and my sister. I love you, Alice squealed, the arms around me tightening slightly. I realized that I was sat in Alice's lap while she was in Jasper's lap, while my legs and feel were in Emmett's lap. Wow, I hope no police stop us. I couldn't stop the yawn that escaped me or my eyes closing. I have been sleeping a lot recently. Recently, it hasn't even been a day yet. And I haven't been sleeping a lot. I've hardly had any sleep. Every time I try, someone or something wakes me up. Sleep, Alice's strict voice left no room for questioning her. I simply hummed in response. It wasn't long before I was out cold. I bet nothing short of a foghorn could have woken me up. I was totally oblivious to everything and everyone around me, and I have to say that it was rather nice to be able to finally relax. Bella, come on, time to wake up. I felt someone poking me, and I very nearly said something rather unladylike. Go away, I groaned, feeling myself sinking into sleep again. Bella, Alice, and Emmett whined together, their voices making a rather beautiful noise, or it would have been if it hadn't been a whine and I didn't know what they wanted. So much for a foghorn. I sat up slowly. One night I will actually sleep, I mumbled as I rubbed my eyes, feeling rather disorientated. I was laid on Emmett again, but my feet were on the actual seat. I looked around, glad for the morning sun lighting everything slightly. Esme had moved up front with Carlisle. Jasper and Alice had moved to the far side of the seat. Alice still sat in Jasper's lap, leaving the middle seat free. Apart from my feet, I slid off Emmett, plonking down in the middle seat, finding the seat surprisingly bouncy and soft. Well, after spending God knows how long laid on stony vampires, a car seat will feel as bouncy as a bouncy castle. Carlisle, I'll have to steal your seat, I told him, getting up and climbing over the seat into the driver's seat, taking the wheel and the pedal as he scooched closer to Esme. It was a good job the front seat was big. Okay, turn right, left, left, right, left. Right, I remembered as I mumbled to myself, trying to wake myself up and loosen my stiff leg. I rubbed the good side of my face with my good hand, keep my bad hand off the wheel, keeping it steady by my wrist. I took a glance at the car clock, sighing as I saw that it was only 4:30 in the morning. Not even 24 hours had passed. This had to be the longest day in history. I pulled up at the side of the road, 2 roads away from where we wanted to be. There was no doubt in my mind that this car had been reported as stolen, and we did look a little suspicious. Well, I did, especially with being injured and all. Come on, it's not far. It'd be better to walk, I sighed as I switched off the engine, opening the door and shivering. It was so cold. Hugging the coat tightly to me, I stepped out and shut the door behind me. I looked back, watching everyone else do the same, looking around to see where we were. We were on a farmer's lane, the only noise being the tweeting birds in the hedges and trees that lined the narrow dirt road. Walking towards the front of the car and pulling out my wand as I went, I bent down and tapped the number plate, changing it from white Italian to yellow English, changing the numbers too. Remembering what I had done, I walked around to the back and did the same to the back one. Just to make sure, I turned to Alice. Pick a color and not pink, I asked her, watching her forehead pucker as she thought, oh, and not silver, I added, seeing as the car was already silver. Pea green, she nodded, and I pulled a face. Green, looked good on grass and trees and wildlife, not on anything else. Still, I turned and waved my wand, the car turning a clean and shiny pea green color. Lovely, I screwed my face up and walked to the front again. We set off back up the farmer's lane towards the main road. My breath appeared as white steam in front of me, and I hid my hands in the huge sleeves of the jacket, desperate to find and keep some warmth. The cold wind whipped my hair around, effectively waking me up. The Cullens all walked with and behind me. My jaw didn't hurt anymore, but it certainly felt swollen. The wind bit at the open wound on the cheek, making me wince every time, but my arms were okay. But my hand had been curled in the same position for some time, and it was getting rather cramped. There were no cars driving around the tiny town. The roads were void of any life. No curtains twitched as everyone slept. The cars sat idle by the road sides outside the houses, the sun just rising in the sky, the road and grass shining with the morning dew. It's just across here, I said quietly as we crossed the road, careful to stay away from the sun in case anyone happened to see something. It looked just like another farmer's lane, hill, but I knew at the end there were a line of 5 houses. "So what's up here? What's this safe house?" Jasper asked as he walked beside me. "It's just a house," I told him, not telling them everything. Itsboro is only a small village, but a few witches and wizards chose to live here. Up this lane, I motioned with my head, not wanting to make my hands cold. There's a line of houses that belong only to witches and wizards. I'm not sure if they still live there, though. I frowned, wondering if they had moved on or not. "So this safe house is a house?" Emmett asked, and I laughed as I nodded. "Well, it is a safe house," I told him with raised eyebrows. We walked in silence, and I have to admit I was getting that warm feeling you get when you go back to a place you love. I can't remember much of this place, but the things I did remember were all good. This was a happy place for me. We got halfway up the lane and I was absolutely shattered. I never remembered there being a hill. "Bella, how can you run around Italy for God knows how long and not even walk up a hill?" Carlyle chuckled as I paused for a breather. I had slept then, I pointed out, leaving the part that my sleep was always interrupted by nightmares. They didn't need to know that part. "And I don't remember there ever being a hill. It must be new," I sighed as I looked up at the remaining hill I had yet to climb, pocketing my wand. "So you've been here before?" Esme asked as we set off again. I really envied them. They don't get tired. They could climb hills all day. Stupid vampires. "Yeah," I broke from my childish thoughts as I realized she was speaking to me. "I used to." I cut myself off quickly, not wanting to approach that subject yet. "I came here a few times with the order," I edited. They were silent for a moment, and I knew they had noticed my hesitation, but thankfully decided not to question it. "What is the order?" Carlyle asked, and the others hummed. I guess I hadn't really explained much, had I? "Well, I'll have to tell you about Voldemort, and that will take a while," I sighed, turning to look at Carlyle, who was watching me intently. I noticed with a start that they all were. I suppose I should begin. "Well, Voldemort is an evil wizard, cliché I know, but most witches and wizards live peacefully with each other, other species and muggles. We don't take advantage of what we can do, but Voldemort wanted power and lots of it. Unfortunately, because of his pure blood status, he thought he was better than everyone else." My voice gained a rather nasty edge as I spoke of him. "What's a pure blood?" Rose asked, poking her head forward as I turned to where her voice came from. "There are 4 types of witch. There's a pure blood, which is where you have a long line of magical ancestors and very little, if any, muggle blood. It's all crap anyway. If you only stick to those of magical blood, then it would be incest. Most people have had to go with muggles, otherwise the whole family would die out," I told them, thinking of Malfoy. I watched the road ahead of me. "Then there's half-bloods. That's where your mother and father are both witches and wizards, but you have muggle blood in you too. One of your parents could be a muggle too, but it's still the same. Then there's muggle-borns that, well, the name speaks for itself. That's where none of your family are witches or wizards, but you are. They are very rare, but one of my best friends is a muggle-born," I shrugged. "The last, well, it isn't really a kind of wizard, it's a squib. That's where you have magical heritage, but you're just like a muggle, no magical talents whatsoever. Like the opposite of a muggle-born," I finished explaining, looking back at the others as they all looked deep in thought. "Okay, we get that. Back to this. Voldemort," Alice asked from the other side of Jasper. "First off, Voldemort isn't his real name. He is actually called Tom Riddle, but after he reinvented himself as this evil sorcerer, he made a new name for himself too. Oh, and only a few people actually say Voldemort. Usually he is referred to as he who must not be named, or you know who," I told them wisely, not wanting them to say it loudly in the presence of any older witches and wizards. The Cullens remained silent, and I took the chance to carry on with my explanation. "Well, like I said, he thought he was better, and other people thought the same as him. He believed that muggle-borns were unworthy to study magic and don't belong in our world, so he killed them." I sighed sadly as I heard gasps. "He was savage. He had a band of followers known as Death Eaters. They were all branded with the same skull mark, but it was a way of communicating as well. They went around killing muggle-borns and even muggles sometimes just for fun." I seethed silently as I walked, thinking of all the people he misguidedly killed. "That's sick," Rose spat out angrily, and I merely nodded. "Our entire world lived in fear of him. He had a mark too. You always knew if your house had been hit, because the dark mark hung over it. That symbol was a sign of fear for many. There was only one person he is scared of, and that is Dumbledore. Dumbledore is the greatest sorcerer of all time, and the only one who was strong enough to fight against him." I smiled a little. "He began a group called the Order of the Phoenix, who fought against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Once people heard of this band of wizards, they got more confident too. The Order thwarted him quite a lot, but people were still being killed. Voldemort quickly realized what had happened, and many battles were fought over the years between the two groups." I sighed deeply. "Then he changed his tactics. He didn't go after Muggle-born primarily. He wanted more power. He went and tried to recruit the strongest witches and wizards around. I used my finger to make quotation marks around the word. Of course, he didn't just knock on your door. He'd threaten your family and friends. He would follow you and attack you, ruin everything you had until you had nothing left other than to accept. Anyone who still said no were killed. My voice choked up a little at the end, thinking of how brave my mum and dad must have been to keep saying number they fought until they couldn't fight anymore. So, this Voldemort, he's still around? Alice asked, sounding rather worried. Yes, something happened a while ago and he lost all his power. His Death Eaters disbanded, some hid away, some pretended to have been under some spell and some owned up to it. But Voldemort was gone. He returned about 7 years ago but was nowhere near as powerful as he once was. Since then he's been getting stronger and stronger, and a few years ago he came back fully. Our world is in fear again, I finished as we reached the top of the hill and it flattened out. It's just around here. I pointed to a large row of conifer trees to our left, a huge corn field to the right, the lane ending with a stone wall. I headed towards the gap in the trees just wide enough to fit a car through. The others let me lead the small path through the little maze of trees worn and almost lost beneath the long grass. The small forest was dark and I didn't like it one bit. I had that feeling in the pit of my stomach as it twisted with unease. Something was wrong. I sped up and out of the forest, pulling out my wand and holding it tightly in my hand in front of me. I saw the trees thinning and sped up even more. Something was definitely wrong. It was in the air. I basically ran out of the trees, but seeing what was in front of me made me freeze. One huge house stood in front of me, towering over me just like I remembered, but the two on either side of it, they were destroyed. Debris blew in the wind, wood, furniture, clothes strewn about the large courtyard. I couldn't even tell where one house began and another ended. It was just a pile of wood and bricks. Only the wrought iron gates and fences that ran in front of each house and separated them stood standing. The huge oak tree still stood in the middle of the courtyard, leaves blowing everywhere. Conifers still lined the large square all around. I heard the others gasp behind me, but I ignored them. I walked forward slowly towards the only one that remained standing. I paused as I heard a crunch beneath my foot. My heart broke as I looked downwards. There was Mr. Fenley, his arm around his wife, both smiling. Mr. and Mrs. Fenley were about 80 in this picture, their eyes wrinkled, their hair thin and as white as snow. Mr. Fenley was a plump man but of average height. His wife was thin but always managed to put him in his place when needed. Their smiles spread wide across their faces, and I couldn't remember a time when one of them weren't smiling. Mr. Fenley lived next door, and he hated Voldemort with a passion and wasn't afraid of him at all. He would walk around town telling everyone about him, waving his walking stick which held his wand, ignoring his wife's pleas to stop. If you gave him a scotch or two, he would tell you stories from before, when he took over. They were one of the nicest wizarding families I knew, so kind and always willing to help with a spell. I bent down to pick it up. The metal frame melted in places. The picture burnt slightly in one of the corners. I felt my eyes burning with tears I refused to shed as I stood up again, taking the picture from the frame and tucking it into the jacket pocket. My mind was racing, my heart thumping as I fought the urge to hunt down the bastards that did this. I slowly walked towards the house but paused when I reached the fence. Standing on the huge slab as I reached out to unlatch the gate, something caught my eye. I looked down again and gasped. "We know you're here, chosen ones, and we will find you. Since we couldn't find you, we thought we'd have fun with some of your neighbors instead. They were so much fun to play with." And I searched for the next part but found nothing but white smears, most probably having been washed away by the rain. They killed them because of me and Harry. They came looking for us but settled for some old people instead. I knew from memory that every house here was occupied by elderly witches and wizards, just wanting to get away from the stress of the wizarding world. We brought it right to their door. I could just imagine Mr. Fenley shouting at them, waving his wand and telling them they should rot in hell. He really did hate them. "Bella, what's going on?" Carlyle asked, breaking the silence. I turned to face him, trying to keep my anger in check, but failing as I felt my hands trembling. "They killed them, all of them," I spoke through gritted teeth, no knowing whether I was going to scream in anger or cry in guilt. "Who did this?" Alice stepped forward, her eyes wide as she looked at the houses around her. "Death Eaters," I spat out. "Why isn't this one touched?" Rose stepped forward and touched the iron fencing, her own eyes finding the words on the slab. It had a protection spell on it. Only those who were told directly where it was could find it. Anyone who was told by a passing person would know where it was, but to them, it would be invisible and they would never be able to find the house or its occupants. It seems like the spell broke at some point. I looked back to the ground as I felt Rose's eyes on me. I walked to the tree, tracing my fingers along the two letters cut into the bark. B&L Bellatrix Lestrange, I spat out, speaking to myself. I hated that woman, she was pure evil and loved to see people in pain. A gust of icy wind blew the leaves towards the left side of the courtyard, and I felt a shiver go down my spine. I had that feeling again, my blood running cold. Get inside the house, I said quickly, pointing my wand and searching around me. What Carlyle began, but this was no time to explain. Inside the house, now, I yelled as the unnatural wind blew again. I cast a look behind me and relaxed slightly after seeing them all crowded around the doorway. That was good. As long as they didn't step past the gate, they were safe from any spells, that is if that spell hasn't failed too. The wind calmed, but I tensed, hearing the cackling laughter that had haunted my dreams for years. I saw the huge black skull appear in the sky, two black blurs of smoke speeding from the open mouth, zooming down towards me, laughing all the way. I hate how they can travel like that. They both hit me, sending me flying backwards, my back hitting the concrete painfully. There was no time to worry about injuries now. I got up quickly, keeping my eyes on both of them as they appeared out of the smoke, staggering slightly before righting themselves. How did they find me? Well, if it isn't Isabella. Where's brother dearest, off crying about his mummy? Bellatrix cackled, and I flung a curse at her. A simple flick of her wand deflected it as she tutted at me. Temper, she waved a finger at me. She was still wearing rags, I saw. Her long back dress was torn, and if I am not mistaken, blood-stained too. The long black lace sleeves were covered in mud and spattered with other colors I hated to think of. From the looks of things, she wasn't even wearing any shoes. Her long black hair was tangled and knotted, thick with grease as it hung limply down her back. The man was much the same. Black trousers, black shirt, black cloak, all torn, muddy and stained. His face was stubbly, his tiny black eyes, black as a beetle's, were sunken into his head, staring at me intently, filled with such hate and malice as he bared his teeth like an animal. She continued to laugh as she looked around. I remember this place now. It was such a shame to not find you. We thought we'd make up for it with some delightfully mature witches. She cackled again as she traced the letters in the tree, just like I had done mere minutes ago. What do you want? I snarled out, though I knew they didn't have to have a reason. They lived to kill. Just making sure you're okay. You fell off the map for a while, and we didn't want you forgetting about us, did we? I spoke sweetly, her dark eyes shining with sickened thoughts her broken mind conjured up. Oh, and look, you even brought some vampires for us to play with too, I giggled, turning to them. You will never touch them, I roared, sending a spell at her. She didn't deflect it in time. The spell hit her in the side, sending her backwards, landing on the floor with a loud thump. The man roared in anger, and thus began the duel. I could barely keep up with the spells he flung at me, not even knowing what they were. I just knew that I had to deflect them. Bellatrix joined in soon too, but just like always, she was like a child. She giggled and laughed like it was some game. That woman is messed up. She suddenly created a huge snake of fire, and the spells suddenly stopped as we all stood there watching it. Bellatrix laughed as she flicked her wand, sending the creature towards me. Aguamenti, I yelled, extinguishing the beast as water shot out of the tip of my wand. I shot the water towards the two prats too. They really should thank me. They look like they need a wash. While they were distracted, I made a dash for the trees, needing the protection of them. I ran past the gateway, sparing a glance at the Cullens. All stood on the doorstep and watching me with wide eyes. No matter what you do, don't step out of that gate, I told them under my breath as I reached the trees, crouching behind a thick trunk. I peeked around the corner before moving away quickly, a spell missing my face my centimeters. Come on, Isabella, it's no fun if you don't play along, Bellatrix taunted in that horrible girly voice. Oh God, how the hell do I get out of this one? I need help, but the Cullens can't do anything. This cannot be it. This is not the end. Bella, I spun around in shock as I heard Alice scream my name, and I roared in anger at what I saw. Alice stepping out of the gateway, Bellatrix walking towards me silently, now turning, pointing her wand at Alice. Alice's eyes glazing over as she was caught in a vision. I couldn't do the spell quickly enough, and I could only watch as Bellatrix smirked before blasting a spell at tiny Alice, sending her flying backwards, Jasper catching her before she hit the house wall. You bitch, I screamed as I jumped from the cover of the trees, anger fueling my energy as I flung every spell and curse I knew at her. For once her smile faltered and she glared at me. Our eyes locked, and I knew that she had wanted this as much as I had. While I was dueling her, I had forgotten about the other one, the man. I was deaf to the Cullen's yells, the spells causing so many bangs that their words were drowned out. It wasn't until I felt the pain that I remembered him, but by then it was too late. I didn't feel the hard concrete as I hit it, though I heard the loud thud. All I could think about was the pain. Every particle of my being was on fire, was being pulled apart and compressed, being trampled and frozen. I was lost to the pain, my world became dark, yet all I could hear was my own agonizing screams. The world became light again, and I found myself looking at the world sidewards as I watched my fingers clawing at the ground and finding nothing to hold on to. But it was gone, the pain, my scream, everything. I laid there, thanking whatever God is up there for helping me. I'm not sure I could move, even if I wanted to. I now knew exactly what it felt like to have the Cruciatus curse on me, and goddamn it hurt. Bella, my eyes popped open as I heard the voice I have wanted to hear for so long. Come on, Bella, I've cast a spell, but it won't last long. His arms snaked around my waist and pulled me up to stand, him having to support me. I couldn't help but smile as I looked into the large green eyes of my brother, his glasses distorting the color slightly, his hair falling into his eyes. So the two are back together, that girly voice interrupted, and I turned my attention back to Bellatrix, the lace at the bottom of her dress on fire, but she ignored it, smoke rising from her form. From behind her the man lay on the floor, not moving at all. How precious, she sneered, and I saw Harry fling a spell at her, but she flicked it away casually again. She fired a spell at me, but Harry pushed me out the way and into a conifer as he began dueling with her. I watched as if it were another person's life. It was so surreal. It wasn't until I watched Harry get hit in the chest and hit a tree, slumping to the floor, that I was brought back to my senses. No one hurt my brother. She was too busy cackling to notice me and the spell I shot at her. She landed with a huff next to the man, and they both stirred slightly. I advanced on them, and for the first time I saw fear in Bellatrix's eyes. She stood up quickly as she grabbed the man. I knew what she was doing, and I fired another spell at her. I was too late. She had already disapparated, and the spell hit the trees on the other side of the courtyard, setting it on fire. With a swish of my wand, the fire was gone. I pointed my wand to the sky and thought pratigo totalum. A blast of blue shot out of my wand, reaching a certain point before exploding, and a dome of blue encased the entire courtyard and houses. That should keep any other unwanted Death Eaters out for the time being. Breathing deeply and feeling rather wobbly and tired, I went over to Harry. "Did we win?" he asked as he came around, laid at the base of the tree. I laughed a little as I nodded, loving the huge grin that spread across his face. I offered him my hand and I pulled him up, ignoring my own pains as I looked over Harry. He looked all right, but Harry always seemed to never get injured, no matter what happened. I was grabbed roughly and crushed to someone's chest, and I couldn't help but sigh in contentment as I wrapped my arms around him. "I've missed you so much," he whispered into my hair, pulling back and putting a hand on my cheek. "Why didn't you tell me you were fighting Death Eaters? I would have brought Sirius along too," he smiled as I poked my tongue out at him. "Yes, we were just attacked by people that want us dead, but we still found it appropriate to be childish." He frowned for a moment, turning my head to the side. "I thought you said you were all right. You're a mess," he gasped as he stared at the gouges in my other cheek. "I'm fine," I slapped his hand away playfully, and he simply shook his head. "Bella," I spun around as I heard Jasper yell my name, never hearing such pain and worry from his voice before. The Cullens all stood around something at the base of the porch steps, Jasper hidden as he was crouched down. My eyes widened as I realized. "Alice," I breathed before running across the courtyard and through the gate, skidding to a stop and pushing everyone else away. "Move," I yelled, thankful that they did as I said. They all took a step back away from us, everyone apart from Jasper. He knelt over his wife, clutching her hand as she breathed deeply. I looked at the wound on her shoulder and winced. It was really torn up. There was no blood, of course, but the skin was ripped and shredded. I looked back and saw him leaning against the stone pillar of the gate, watching with a blank expression. He met my gaze, and I knew what he was thinking. "Harry, I can't do this on my own," I cried as I grabbed Alice's free hand. I wasn't sure if vampires can die from this, but I was not going to wait and find out. "After what they did," he sneered, looking pointedly at Edward, who stood behind me. "Harry, please," I begged him, tears springing to my eyes. Why was I crying? No idea. Maybe it was because my sister could die. I saw him sigh and nod slightly before pushing off from the pillar and walking towards us. Rose, Emmett, and Carlisle stepped even further back, obviously not sure of how to take Harry. "Jasper, Harry needs to get to Alice," I told him gently, watching his frantic eyes shoot to mine in a blur. I made sure to push a load of confidence and comfort towards him. He nodded slightly before kissing Alice on her cheek, standing up and sparing a nervous glance at Harry before stepping back a little. Harry knelt where Jasper had been, looking at me instead of Alice. I knew he was only looking out for me, but me and him are going to have words after this. "Alice, Harry and I are going to heal your shoulder. Going to feel uncomfortable for a moment, but I need you to hold still, okay?" I asked, squeezing her hand slightly as her eyes fixed on mine. I knew she was scared. They didn't know that witches could hurt vampires like this. She offered a small nod as she closed her eyes. I shot a meaningful look at Jasper over Harry's shoulder and he nodded. He would help Alice keep calm. I finally focused back on Harry, who was watching me intently, his green eyes making him looking older than he was. Ready? I asked and he nodded, looking down at Alice for the first time, though not reacting to the wound in any way. I closed my eyes and held my wand above the wound, vulnera. San Iter, I thought over and over again. I heard a gasp and I knew it was working, yet I concentrated even more, pushing all my energy into the spell, hoping it was enough. I realized that the wound had healed when my energy was no longer being used up, having nothing to heal anymore. I lowered my wand, my hand still in Alice's, as I opened my eyes. Harry swam in a blur of color in front of me, the world tipping slightly. I felt a hand on my back to steady me before I slumped over, the tingles running down my spine telling me it was Edward. I didn't even have the energy to move away from him, or maybe I didn't want to. Bella, I heard Harry yell and I searched for him, finding only darkness around me. Damn, I must have closed my eyes again. I felt the ground disappear beneath me as I was pressed to someone's chest, their arms sliding underneath my legs as they cradled me to them. I heard echoing footsteps, suddenly changing to gentle thuds before I was laid on something soft and cold, not a vampire. She's just tired, she'll be fine, I heard Carlyle speak gently, no doubt to Harry. He was always a worrier. You can put her on that one, Harry's voice rang loudly. He must be close. I peeked my eyes open, finding myself staring at the cream ceiling of the house. Bella, you okay? I turned my head slowly, finding Harry staring at me with huge worried eyes. I was going to remind him about what Carlyle said, but I'm not sure I had the energy to say all that. Yeah, fine, I breathed out. I'm sorry I got here as fast as I could. I got your message, he smiled a little, tapping his temple, and I couldn't help but smile back. Twins have their own magic, but it depends on if they have a strong relationship and how powerful they are, as to how big the connection is. Harry and I are very close and apparently are quite powerful, so our connection is quite strong. In fact, it is so strong that we can hear each other's thoughts at certain times. I guess Harry heard me panicking and came to the rescue. Thanks, I whispered with a small smile. I was very conscious of the Cullens stood around. Jasper and Alice sat on the sofa next to this one, Alice looking quite scared. Bella, I have to go and tell the others where I am. He stood up, scratching the back of his neck as he grinned sheepishly. I shook my head at him but couldn't stop smiling. So you just rushed over here as soon as you could? I smirked as he smiled a little. I actually apparated on the spot. I was in Ron's room, supposed to be sleeping. They'll be going crazy. We both laughed as he moved away. I'm just going to send a patroness. His eyes shone as he opened the front door, looking back. Be careful, I told him seriously. Sending a patroness meant taking down the shield, and I didn't like the sound of that one bit. He shut the door behind him with one last head shake, the small thud echoing around the room. I sat up quickly, not wanting to be sat around doing nothing. My fatigue was gone and I felt wide awake. I got up and walked over to Alice, who was curled up in Jasper's lap, her hand full of Jasper's shirt. Alice, I asked as I knelt in front of her, looking into her huge eyes. Are you okay? I asked after her eyes met mine. I only received a nod in return. Scared, I guessed, and she nodded again. Thank you for trying to warn me, Alice. I could have been dead right now if it wasn't for you. I smiled kindly and she offered a small smile back. We wouldn't have let you die, Bella. Carlyle spoke seriously, so seriously I had to do a double take. All the Cullens, apart from Jasper and Alice of course, were stood in front of the huge fireplace. You were amazing, Bella. When that woman went flying, it was so cool. Emmett jumped up and down slightly, all the others glaring at him. Emmett will be Emmett. Thanks, Emmett. I shook my head as I stood up. I might take Alice a while to get over the shock, but she will be okay. So, I turned to Rose as she was eyeing me intently. What's with you and this Harry? She asked, all eyes now on me. I guess they had taken everything the wrong way. What's with me and Bella? Harry asked as he walked back in, coming to stand beside me. Rose was suddenly watching the carpet intently, seemingly shy, all the Cullens looking everywhere but us. Harry frowned at me, but I shrugged, not wanting to say it. It was ridiculous. Well, it's just you and Bella. Well, are you, together? She stuttered out, silence filling the room. I bit my lip to stop from laughing, but as soon as I turned to Harry and saw him doing the same, I couldn't hold it in. Both of our laughter rang around the room. I could see Jasper trying not to laugh too, his chest rising and falling too quickly to be considered breathing. The very thought of me and Harry, me and Bella together, no, Harry choked out as he put a hand on the back of the sofa to steady himself. But you two are really close, Emmett asked, scratching his head. I looked at Harry, who was now doubled over and in no fit state to answer. I took a deep breath, trying to stop laughing and failing miserably. Yes, we are close, as in brother and sister. Harry and I are twins, I snorted, making Harry and me laugh even harder. Oh, was all the answer they gave. When Harry and I finally sobered up, we jumped over the back of the sofa, landing with a bounce and high-fiving each other. I see it now, Esme commented as she watched us intently. Yeah, you do look alike. Rose's eyes went from Harry to me and then back again multiple times. Great, so I look like him, I asked at the same time Harry spoke. Great, so I look like her. The room was silent again before the Cullens all laughed. From what we said, or how we said it, I'm not sure. You know you can sit down, you know, I laughed a little, watching them sit down slowly. Only Rose stayed where she was. Bella, whose house is this? She turned her back to us for a moment, turning back with a picture frame in her hand, blowing the dust off the picture. This is our parents' house, Harry spoke quietly, shifting his foot nervously. Charlie could never afford this, Alice chirped up, looking around at the huge bottom floor. Yeah, it was huge. The dining room, living room, and kitchen were all together with no walls separating them, making the downstairs look even bigger. Who's Charlie? Harry turned to me with a frown on his face. The man who was looking after me, I told him nonchalantly as I remained in my thoughts. You mean Charlie and Renee aren't your real parents? Esme's voice got higher and higher until I thought she was on helium. Number, he was just someone I was staying with for a while. Honestly though, how could you not see it? No father and daughter could ever be that uncomfortable with each other. I shot at Alice with a smile as she shrugged. So, if this is your parents' house, where are you parents? Carlyle asked solemnly, as if already knowing the answer. I felt Harry stiffen beside me, his hand turning into a fist where it laid on his thigh. Our parents were killed, murdered, Harry spat out angrily. Murdered by who? Esme gasped, and I looked her dead in the eyes. Who do you think? Who is power-hungry, who would wreak havoc on everyone just so he would get what he wanted? I asked her, my voice more serious than I thought possible. I watched her eyes widen as she realized. Not Voldemort, she gasped, and I nodded slightly. I told you he recruited powerful wizards and no one said no to him. Well, he tried to recruit our parents, I told them all as they all stared at us. Of course, they said number we were only 1 year old at the time. Harry gazed off. We were all sent into hiding. This was our house before all the mess started, before we got moved. Voldemort found us anyway and killed our parents as they tried to protect us. Then he tried to kill us. I paused as a smirk grew on my face. And failed, Harry pitched in, smirking as well. That's why the Death Eaters came here. We are the only ones to have survived an attack from him, and he wants us dead. When he failed to kill us, the spell rebounded and destroyed his body instead. When he came back, Harry cut off, shuddering the same as me. Well, everyone doubted him. He was once thought of as the most powerful wizard alive, but after word spread about 2 babies that he couldn't kill, they questioned his power. And ever since we were 11, he has been trying to kill us, I sighed, remembering all the times he could have killed either of us. It's been close quite a few times, but we made it, Harry nodded. But now it's up to us. We are the chosen ones, the ones who are destined to destroy Voldemort, I explained, watching the dawning comprehension on their faces as they remembered the writing outside. And we will kill him with smiles on our faces, Harry said with a smirk, and I nodded, smirking too. How can you be so happy about killing someone? Esme asked, looking rather astounded. Esme, after everything he has done. Think of it like this, thousands of muggles killed because he thought they were inferior. Thousands of witches, wizards, goblins, and elves killed because they didn't agree with him. He has destroyed so many lives, I shook my head sadly. Our lives, Harry whispered, looking at the photo still in Rose's hand. I nodded in agreement. He deserves death 1,000,000,000 times over for all the things he's done, but we'll settle for the one, I told them grimly. The room was silent for a moment while we all contemplated it. But we all turned to Jasper. If this Voldemort's powers are only less than Dumbledore's, then how are you going to destroy him? He asked, looking between me and Harry worriedly. We both shrugged. That's something that's been worrying us for a while actually, but there's no use lingering on it now, Harry spoke wisely, leaning back in the sofa. The Cullens simply stared at us with their mouths open. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. It's not that big of a deal. I leaned back as well, finding the cold leather seats freezing against my warm skin. Not a big deal. You're talking about killing a mass murderer, Emmett nearly yelled. Relax, I sighed. This isn't something we just decided. We already talked about this years ago. And anyway, even if we weren't the only ones that could do it, we'd still try, I told them honestly. There is no way I would let that bastard get away with killing my family, Harry hissed out, and I put a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. I can't wait till I see the bastard dead, I glared at the floor in front of me. The room fell silent again as we both calmed down. You should go hunt, Harry said quietly, not even looking up at them. He's right, all your eyes are dark, I mumbled, avoiding Edward's black eyes. Besides, I wanted to look around the house. I haven't been here for so long, and I knew Harry was on the same wavelength as me. Where do we go? Carlyle stood up, the others getting the hint and getting up too. I'll show you. Harry stood up and walked away without another word. They sent me a worried glance, but I waved them off. Harry wouldn't hurt them. He knew how much they meant to me. I stood up after a minute or two, stretching as I walked into the kitchen. I paused to watch out the window as I saw Harry speaking to the Cullens, seeming to be very angry, his hands once again fisted at his sides. All of the Cullens stood to the left, looking rather ashamed and shocked, whereas Harry stood alone to the right, glaring at Edward. They stood just inside the cover of the forest, a few trees cutting blocking parts of faces. There were no back gardens or fences at the back of the houses, just one huge patch of grass that leads straight onto a forest. The grass was now black and charred, littered with paper and glass. My heart sank as I remembered me and Harry running around when we came here once with the order. Using that lovely ability to share thoughts with my twin, I concentrated on his mind, his voice getting clearer and clearer to me. And if you ever hurt her again, I will personally hunt you all down, one by one, and reduce you to a pile of ashes. And believe me, if I don't, there are a lot of people willing to do it for me. Right now, the only thing stopping a whole horde of wizards from attacking you is Bella's word and trust in you, he told them. Leaving her was the worst mistake we ever made, Carlyle said slowly and deeply. That doesn't change anything. I felt it too, you know. We're twins, we share thoughts and feelings. I felt her pain. I couldn't move for 3 weeks because of what you did. He spat at Edward, but I was too shocked to even think about that. The only reason she carried on is because she numbed it. It never went away. She just learned to live with it. You have no idea the damage you did. He glared at Edward, whose head was bowed to his chest. But now, she's happy. I haven't felt anything but depression and pain from her for months, but now. If you mess this up or do anything to hurt my sister again, any of you, I guarantee you will never see the light of day again, Harry snarled, and I was shocked. I had never seen him so angry or protective of anyone before. I would never hurt Bella like that ever again. I couldn't. Edward broke off with a horrible choking sound, and I wanted so badly to go and comfort him, but once again I was frozen in shock. He would never hurt me, ever. Was he telling the truth or just saying that because he didn't want horror to attack him? And the fact that he couldn't, well, I had no idea how to take that one. I heard Harry sigh as he thought. I thought vampires were supposed to be graceful and beautiful. They all looked depressed, especially Edward. Maybe he's telling the truth. Not that it matters, even if he is, I would still hunt him down if he hurt Bella. Even Harry's mental voice was strong and determined. I sighed too, watching Harry stare with a frown at the top of Edward's bowed head. Thanks for caring, bro, I thought sadly. I was slightly embarrassed as Harry's head whipped round and he saw me watching them. He must have heard me. Of course I heard you. When will you ever get the hang of this mind-reading thing? He laughed in his mind and I cracked a smile I doubted he could see. How long have you been standing there? He asked, totally ignoring the Cullens, who looked rather confused. Alice gasped as she saw me, nudging Jasper, and so on. Since the part about, I'll turn you into a pile of ashes, I clarified as he smirked at my bad imitation of his voice. Well, I meant it, Bella. Sirius is dying to get his hands on Edward. The others wouldn't mind it either. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they get cursed a few times when you turn your back. His mental voice snorted with laughter as he imagined it. If they do, I'll kill them, I snarled angrily, wincing as I realized I was gripping the counter a little too hard. You really do care about them, don't you? His voice dropped into a sad drone and I sighed. No matter what they do, I always will. Harry turned back to the Cullens, motioning to the forest. I've already extended the shield so you can go in. You can't go any further than the blue wall, so don't waste time trying. Take as much time as you need, we'll still be here, Harry said quickly, turning and walking towards the house again. Bella would never leave without you, he whispered more to himself than to anyone else, but from the shocked faces of the Cullens, I guess they heard it just fine. Just as Harry climbed the slight slope leading to the back door, the Cullens disappeared in a blur, and I relaxed ever so slightly. I'm sorry if you didn't like some of the things I said, Bella, but Harry began as he walked in, his eyes on me even as he wiped his boots clean and walked towards me. Thank you, and I mean it. I was stupid before, but I'm not going to be anymore. I won't let them get so much of me this time. I couldn't take that pain again, I shuddered, Harry wrapping an arm around me comfortingly. I felt it, Bella. I don't know how you survived it, Harry shuddered too as I stepped out of his arm. I ignored his gasp of protest, walking away from the window and over to the fridge. Harry and I had always been close. We were the first ones we turned to for anything. If one of us was hurt, the other would go hurt the person who hurt them, then come back to comfort the other. If one of us cried, the other one held them until they stopped. If either of us were angry, the other would slowly calm them down. It was just the way we worked. I wasn't surprised by the lack of food. This place was abandoned anyway. But I was starving, that sandwich and sausage roll seeming to be a very long time ago now. I sighed as I shut it and walked back into the living room, grabbing Harry's hand on my way. I dragged him up the stairs, past all the baby pictures, pictures of our parents smiling and holding each other. Looking at everyone and wishing I could have a photographic memory, I only stopping as we reached the furthest door on the right, our old bedroom. "Are you ready?" I asked, my hand on the handle, shaking slightly. All the times I had been here, I had never been allowed up here. "Let's go," Harry whispered, putting his hand on mine and pushing the handle down gently, pushing it open a little and looking around, taking my hand as I gasped. The room was fairly large, with soft yellow walls, stars painted on the ceiling as birds and animals were on the walls. One large crib stood at the back of the room, beneath the huge window. Cupboard doors were still open, random items of clothing littering the floor. Shelves that were missing ornaments, a pattern being disturbed as they must have taken one of them, and cabinets were dotted around the room now empty from whatever was in them. If it hadn't been for the thick layer of dust, it would look like we had never left. It still held the family warmth. We stood a step in, dust flying up from the carpet with every step, the motes flying around us, shining in the morning light. I walked into the room slowly, not wanting to disturb anything. I strategically avoided the clothing, wanting to keep everything as our parents had left it. I only stopped as I reached the wooden crib, the blankets still ruffled from where our parents had snatched us in their haste as they ran. I couldn't remember this room. I was only 1 year old at the time, but I could easily see Harry and I here. "It's so easy to imagine they're still here," Harry whispered behind me, raising his free hand and hesitantly resting his fingers on the wood of the crib wall. "I know," I whispered back, squeezing his hand a little. We stood in silence, thinking, remembering, and imagining what it would have been like if things were different. "Come on," Harry pulled away, turning and walking back to the door, taking me with him. His fingers leaving streaks of dustless wood, making the color stand out brightly in the clouded colors of the room. He closed the door behind us quietly, waiting a moment as he took a deep breath from behind me. I tried not to cry, but I couldn't not. Thankfully, Harry let me, leading me back down the hallway, past the stairs and towards another wooden door. "What do you suppose this one is?" he asked, his voice deeper as he struggled to keep his emotions in check. "Well," I sniffed, "there's only three. One is our bedroom, one's the bathroom, and one's—" I trailed off. "One was our parents' room, Mum and Dad." Without a word, Harry put his hand on the handle and pushed, standing by my side in silence. "Oh my God," Harry whispered as my eyes widened at what we saw. The room was a mess. The two large wooden wardrobes stood open, the mirrors on the door cracked, the glass on the floor as clothes hung limply from hangers, trailing over the carpet. All the drawers were open in the three dressers, some laid on the bed, empty as our parents had taken all of their contents. My throat constricted as I realized how scared they must have been. The bed was covered in clothes, cloaks, and spell books, the quilt ripped, the filling spilling out over the bed. The feathers from one of the pillows lay around the room, fluttering slightly from the breeze the door had created. We made no move to enter, not able to do so without treading on anything. I didn't want to go in. It was chaos. Tears spilled down my cheeks, hitting the carpeted floor of the hallway with a dull thud. I closed my eyes, not wanting to see the horror anymore, what they must have been through. The fear, the stress, the anxiety, they didn't deserve it. Sound familiar. I heard Harry think to me, but I stayed silent, not knowing what he was talking about. "Think about it, Bella. They knew it was trouble, so they protected the ones they loved. They took the fear, the stress, and anxiety because they cared about us and were willing to risk everything for us. They didn't deserve all this damage." He thought, his voice hinting at something, but I had no idea what. "God, Bella, I'm talking about you. You risked everything for them, all the fear, all these repercussions. You took because you love them. You don't deserve them either." I sighed, shaking my head. "Harry, what I did was stupid. Our parents ran to save us." There is no comparison. We fell into silence, and after a moment I heard Harry take a deep breath, leaning forward and shutting the door before taking a step back. I looked up at him, seeing his emerald eyes shining as he stared longingly at the wooden door in front of him. I dragged him away, not wanting to get him upset. "Bella, you're crying and you're worried about me." His mental voice was full of sadness, but at least he tried to laugh. "I'm too far gone." I smiled a little as we walked downstairs. I paused on the last step, looking at the last picture. It was of all of us in the back garden together. Me on Dad's knee while Harry was on Mum's, all smiling hugely. I sighed before carrying on, pulling Harry to the living room, dragging him with me as I sat on the large leather single seat. "I can't believe we're here. This is where it all started, Bells." Harry put his arm along the sofa as he gazed around the room, his eyes settling on the pictures on the mantelpiece. "I know it feels weird, like it's still home even after all this time." I leaned my head back on his arm, closing my eyes. "Have you been here since, with the order?" he asked quietly, his own voice getting sluggish, but I could still hear the curiosity. Only 3 or 4 times when I was younger, but only passing through for an hour or so. I shrugged a little. Remember when me and you came here and we got the hose and soaked each other? He laughed lightly. Sirius was so angry. I laughed too, remembering how Harry was chasing me with the hose as I held a huge watering can, both of us soaked, our clothes clinging to us like a second skin. Sirius came out, yelling and red-faced, snatching the watering can and hose from us and marching away again. I remember I whispered, a small smile on my lips. Sorry about the injuries, by the way. I'd heal it, but I don't want to mess it up. Sirius and Remus will do it, he said softly, and I frowned. You were fine with healing Alice, I questioned. I don't care about Alice, I care about you, he sighed, and I couldn't hold it against him. I hadn't expected him to be all hugs and kisses, but at least he hadn't attacked them. I heard Harry yawn, trying to disguise it. Harry, you're as tired as I am. Sleep, I mumbled, turning slightly so I rested my head on Harry's shoulder, his arm dropping from the back of the sofa to around me, hugging me to him. He merely hummed in response, the room falling quiet as his breathing evened out and a quiet snore escaped him. Curiosity got the better of me, and I sat up a little, for the first time, getting a good look at my brother. He was still the same. Glasses, untamable hair, pale, a few freckles, but there were slight changes. He had grown up, that much was obvious. His face had lost all the childish roundness, his jaw more angular. I noticed too, as he squeezed me slightly as he slept, the newly acquired muscles. The morning sun suddenly burst through the clouds, shining through the large windows and hitting the back of the chair and our heads. I watched with a smile as Harry frowned a little before settling again. With the sun beating down on him, I could see the red tints his dark brown hair had, his glasses sparkling a little. My baby brother had grown into a man. Well, we are the same age, but I was 40 seconds before him, so I am, technically, older. I used to love to tease him about that. I smiled once I realized something. The eyes, the smile, the freckles, he was the spitting image of Mum. I smiled slightly as I laid my head back down, letting my eyes close and darkness envelope me. I felt strangely calm with Harry here with me, like I wasn't alone in the entire mess. Even with the Volturi, Death Eaters, and Sirius on my back, not to mention the entire situation with the Cullens, Harry kept me grounded. No one would know we were twins, both looking so different yet so similar. Harry was tall, I was short. Harry had amazing emerald green eyes, whereas I had flat brown ones. Harry had a thin mouth when mine was small but thick. But both of us were pale, both of us had the same shade of unruly hair, and apparently when we stood together we actually looked similar. Personally, I couldn't see it. I let my mind sink as I remembered, reveling in the peace and tranquility of dropping out of reality for a while. I was jolted awake by a loud thudding noise, sitting bolt upright, fully awake. I realized that Harry had woken up too, his eyes on mine as me motioned his head towards the kitchen, hidden partially from view by the staircase. I quickly got my wand from my pocket, Harry copying me as he pulled out his. We stood together, padding across the floor, staying in the shadows as much as we could to hide from the sunlight that was pouring in from the large window. More thuds and bangs sounded loudly in the huge room as Harry and I paused, hiding behind the staircase. It's not like Death Eaters to be so loud, he frowned as he looked at me. They're cocky enough not to care. I raised an eyebrow at him as he nodded in agreement. Death Eaters like to play with their victims. Sick. I took the lead, crouching low as we made our way around the staircase, still trying to hide from view. We both froze as a floorboard below the carpet squeaked under the pressure of my foot, the hushed whispers stopping as silence filled the room. I heard Harry stop breathing behind me as we waited. Small thuds signaled fast approaching footsteps, many of them. Switching to instincts, I poked my head around the corner and fired a stunning spell at the first moving thing I spotted. One casual flick and the spell was redirected to the ceiling. I took another breath, ready to fire another, but I felt Harry's hand on my shoulder. Bella, it's okay. It's the order, he thought, his voice relieved. I looked back, actually seeing now. He was right. There in front of me was Mad Eye, Remus, Sirius, Tonks, Bill, and Charlie, all wearing various expression. Remus looked as relaxed as always. Tonks was beaming at me. Mad Eye was simply frowning, though that may be his usual expression. Bill was eyeing the gashes on my cheek with a concerned look, as was Charlie. And finally there was Sirius. To say he was livid, it would be an understatement. Oh God, this isn't going to be pretty, Harry thought grimly as he stood up behind me. I nodded slightly in agreement, standing up too and finally emerging fully from the staircase. I wanted to go back and hide. The way Sirius was glaring at us, I wanted to take cover again. Bella Remus sighed as he lowered his wand, walking forward and in 3 strides encasing me in his arms, hugging me tightly. I hugged him back, honestly missing him. He was like Jasper, always calm and collected. I missed you, I said quietly, hugging him tightly around his waist. I felt him kiss my head as he pulled away, a small smile on his face that soon transformed into a frown as he saw my cheek. Without a word, he raised his wand and held it mere centimeters from my cheek, muttering something under his breath. I felt the familiar tug on my skin as it knitted back together, the soreness gone. Thanks, I smiled gently as he finished, receiving a small nod in return. Before I could even take a breath, Tonks was crushing me, babbling in my ear about how different and boring it was without me. Honestly, no one wanted to do anything fun. They are all so boring, she concluded, glancing at Mad Eye before we both smirked. Mad Eye was the most serious person I knew. Thanks, Tonks, no one can cheer me up like you can. I winked at her as she gave me a thumbs up. Bill and Charlie hugged me too, but we weren't as close as I was with the others. Mad Eye merely nodded, maintaining his distance. I didn't take offense, it was just how he was. Then there was Sirius. Sirius, I know you're angry, but I had to go, I told him evenly. Many people feared him because of the fact he was a suspected murderer, but I didn't. We had argued before. A lot. We both cared about each other, and that was why we always argued. We were both always doing dangerous things that the other disagreed with. Harry was smart enough to stay out of it until Sirius pulled him, dragged him in as well. With me and Harry, Sirius stood no chance. You could have been killed, he yelled, his deep voice reverberating around the house as he fixed his dark eyes on me. I know, but I couldn't just ignore it and let them die. Sirius. Not when I could do anything to stop it, I said as he paced back and forth, his eyes on the floor. Your life is more important than theirs, he spat out, never stopping his pacing back and forth. The others simply backed away slowly, leaning on the kitchen worktops, watching with grim faces. Harry stayed with me, taking my hand in his as support. He knew as well as I did that Sirius can blow when he gets angry enough. No life is more important than another, I said slowly, watching him freeze, his eyes shooting to mine. You are a damn sight more important than some leeches. What if you died? What about Voldemort? What about Harry? What about you? He marched towards me, but I stood my ground. I knew this was coming. What if Arrow had managed to capture you, keep you as his slave? This is by far the stupidest thing you have ever done, he snarled in my face, and I narrowed my eyes, squeezing Harry's hand to the point if painful as I tried to keep from lashing out. I know, but it is done. I got out. I did what I went to do. No matter how much you yell at me, it will not change anything. My voice began quiet but grew as my anger and frustration did until I was yelling back. You think that makes everything okay? You risked your life for those bastards. They deserve to die. He yelled right back, and I do believe I could have exploded right there and then from anger. Harry grabbed both of my arms, locking them in place as I struggled against him. Remus stepped forward and put a hand on Sirius's trembling shoulder. Enough, Sirius, he said slowly, his voice gravelly as he spoke seriously. This isn't helping anyone. What is done is done. There is no changing it now. We know what happened before, but this is Bella's decision, and whatever she chooses, we will back her up, he said sternly, their eyes meeting for a long moment. Though I agree with you, Sirius, I think insulting the Cullens is not the solution, Remus ground out, and I could hear the raging emotions in his voice. Harry wasn't kidding when he said everyone was angry. From the others' faces, they all wanted a piece of the Cullens. I concentrated back on the two men, stood staring at each other before Sirius looked away with a short nod. Harry let me go slowly, keeping a firm hold on one of my hands just in case. He doesn't even care that I'm alive, I thought sadly, my eyes tearing up with the realization. Harry turned me around and hugged me to his chest, holding my face there as I cried silently. Did his hate for the Cullens really outweigh his love for me? Bella, Sirius began, his voice softer now, but Harry interrupted. Don't, Sirius. Bella could have died today more times than I care to think about, and all you can do is yell at her. Harry spat as I closed my eyes tightly against everything. I didn't mean it like that, he sighed. Of course I'm glad she's alive, but the fact is, he started again. No, Sirius, no facts. Bella survived, she's here, she fought for the ones she loved. She's alive, Sirius. If you're glad, you have a funny way of showing it, Harry sneered at him. Please don't fight, I begged Harry, stepping out of his arms, wiping my eyes, glad to find my cheek smooth again. Sirius, I know I was stupid and reckless, but I don't regret it. Harry's right, I love them even after what they did, and I couldn't stand by and let them die. If I was given a choice, I would gladly do it again. I turned and spoke to him, sick of him treating me like I was still a child. All he did was stare at me with a sad look on his face. Where are they, by the way? Tonks piped up, breaking the uncomfortable silence. I told them to go hunting. Their eyes were dark, Harry told, rubbing his face slightly. What time is it? He asked. 5 in the afternoon, Mad Eye said in his gruff voice, checking a strange wizard's watch. We must have slept for quite a while then, I said, finally turning from Sirius and looking at Harry. His hair was a mess, though that was normal for him. The huge shadows under his eyes gave him away, though. He looked exhausted. What time did they go hunting? Remus asked, walking to the window and peering into the forest. The sun was setting slowly, the outside becoming darker and darker. At about 9, I shrugged nonchalantly, hiding my worry. Did they always hunt for so long? Don't worry, they're here. Remus's voice got deeper and deeper as he turned around, his jaw set and his eyes hard. We'll go and sit down, Tonks said, her voice its usual chirpy self, giving me a quick peck on the cheek as she passed, giving me encouragement. They all followed, Sirius giving me one last hard look before following the others. It wasn't 2 seconds after Sirius was out of sight that the Cullens all walked through the door. They must have heard us talking. It would never take them that long to get from the forest to here. They all avoided my gaze and appeared to be quite scared. They must know the others are here. Some people from the Order are here, I told them truthfully, watching as Carlyle met my eyes and nodded sadly. We saw them arrive. We thought we'd give you some time before we came back, he said, his eyes wide and sad. I sighed. Look, they won't hurt you. If they do, I'll curse them. They know that. I raised my voice slightly for them all to hear it, only getting a few grumbles in reply. Are you going to meet them? I asked as they all shifted uncomfortably. I did notice Edward was right at the back, his eyes fixed on me, never moving them. I got no reply. They're harmless, I rolled my eyes, Emmett snorting. Harmless. If they can do half of what you can, they are certainly not harmless. His eyes were wide with fear as he peeked towards the staircase that was shielding the others from view. I rolled my eyes again, walking forward and grabbing Carlyle's hand, dragging him forward. Oh, and unless you want to be cursed, you'd better stop staring at me, Edward, I whispered under my breath so the others wouldn't hear it. I heard a hum of speaking, and I knew he would comply. What was his problem anyway? I rounded the corner. All the Order sat around on the sofas, all glaring at the Cullens as they came into view. I squeezed Carlyle's hand encouragingly as I looked back and forth between the two groups. The Cullens looked truly terrified, stood in front of 5 glaring wizards. Tonks was simply smiling at them. She always had a sixth sense about things like this. God knows why she's smiling this time. It may be dangerous to even ask, but at least Harry wasn't glaring at them. Geez, would you stop it? Harry sighed, rolling his eyes at the others, who immediately stopped glaring, looking anywhere else. I took a deep breath, my eyes on Sirius as he glared murderously at Edward. This is going to be fun. So you're the filthy leeches who caused all this mess. Sirius stood up abruptly, Remus standing with him and putting a restraining hand on his shoulder. The Cullens remained silent behind me, but it was me that growled this time. Enough, Sirius. I think you made your point fairly plain. Thank you, I spat out, gripping my wand tighter in my hand. I don't think I have. How can you stand there with them after what they did? You should have left them with Arrow. He glared at Carlyle. I turned, expecting to see the vampire glaring right back, defending himself, but not this time. His head was bowed as he stared at the floor. Number, because then I would be just like Voldemort. As long as I can, I will protect the ones I love. I will not stand by and let you scream at me for doing what I was told to do and succeeding. If you want to do that, go to Dumbledore. I screamed right back at him, shocking him and making him even angrier, his face turning a shocking crimson color. Do not speak to me like that, Isabella. Have some respect. Remus pushed against his chest as he fought to get to me, Carlyle wrapping an arm around my waist, restraining me. What can I say? We were dysfunctional. I'll give it when I receive it. Not one well done for surviving, or I'm glad you're alive. Just yelling because I did something you don't agree with. I don't like some of the things you do, but it's not up to you. I don't care. You are not my father, I yelled, trying to get free from Carlyle's iron grip around me. The house was silent for a moment as Sirius glared at me. Your father would have never let him get anywhere near you, he said slowly, his dark eyes never moving from mine. My dad would have wanted me happy, and if that means going with the Cullens, he would have accepted it, I returned, the slow, venomous voice glaring right back at him. You have no idea what your dad would have done, or your mother. You don't even know them, he spat angrily. I heard a gasp as my eyes filled with tears. You bastard. How dare you say that? I turned to see Bill and Charlie holding a very angry Harry back. I wasn't fighting. He's right, Harry. We don't know, I thought sadly. That isn't our fault, though. How can he shove it in our face like that? He's supposed to be our godfather, our guardian. He thrashed against Charlie and Bill's arms but got nowhere. We all watched as Tonks got out of her seat, her usually cheery face set in a scary mask as she stepped in front of Sirius. She stared him right in the eye before slapping his heart across his face, making him stumble backwards. Don't you dare ever say anything like that again, Sirius Black. James was your best friend. If I ever hear you talking to his children like that, I will kill you myself, because he would have done it a long time ago. She growled out, leaving him stunned as she turned and came to my side, standing beside me and Jasper. If being friends and protecting Bella means accepting the Cullens, I'll do without a moment's hesitation. Bella means more to me than some stupid feud. If Bella can accept them, then that's good enough for me. She slung her arm around my shoulders as I offered her a watery smile. Thanks, I whispered. She merely winked. I'm with Bella till the end, and if that means the Cullens too, then so be it, Charlie said, and I felt my heart swelling. He walked towards me, hugging me awkwardly since I have Tonk's arms around my shoulders and Carlyle's around my waist. It wasn't long till Bill nodded, walking and standing beside his brother. Harry glared at Sirius as he stood between me and Tonks, taking me hand, leaving Mad Eye, Remus, and Sirius. Mad Eye watched us all, his fake eye whizzing about in its socket, going from face to face. Remus looked torn and defeated, and Sirius looked so much more than angry I didn't think was possible. I'm trying to protect you, Sirius ground out, his own wand shaking in his hand. I don't need protecting anymore, Sirius. I've faced Voldemort with Harry more times than anyone, and we have survived. I've fought with werewolves and shapeshifters and survived. I fought with vampires alone and still survived. I'm not a child anymore, and neither is Harry. How are we supposed to defeat Voldemort if you won't let us make our own decisions? I asked softly, watching as his angry expression faded as he watched me. Sirius, we don't need protecting, but I'd be nice if you'd just be there when we needed you. We know you care, we know you love us, but you have to back off a little, Harry told him, unable to keep the venom from his own voice. Sirius's eyes went from Harry to me for a moment longer before his jaw set, his eyes hardened, and he barged past Bill. I didn't move as I heard the back door slam. He had chosen. I'll go after him, Remus said quietly as he shuffled past Charlie. I could hear him calling Sirius' name as he jogged away. Are you sure they're worth all this? Mad Eye spoke up finally, his growly voice oddly unjudging. Both eyes were focused on me as I raised my head from the floor to meet his gaze. Yes, I whispered, Harry's grip on my hand tightening. Mad Eye simply sighed, nodding his head sadly before getting up. Someone has to take care of business. You need anything. He clapped me roughly on the shoulder, but I just nodded mutely. A few moments later, there was another bang. He had gone too. The house seemed oddly quiet without them all here. Bella, are you okay? Tonks asked, coming to stand in front of me. If it had been any other day, I would be crying, but I was too tired to even get upset. I'm fine, I sighed sadly, detaching myself from the others to sit down on the sofas. Sirius will come round. Bella. Tonks followed me, putting an arm around my shoulder comfortingly. I doubt that. You know how stubborn he is, I muttered, my head in my hands. Almost as bad as you and Harry. Charlie laughed lightly as I heard the sofa springs ping. Harry, I raised my head, searching for my brother and finding him staring at the photo of all of us, the same one Rose had picked up. I could see his hands shaking as he gripped the frame tightly, his knuckles turning white with the strain. None of the photos had moved in the house, and it seems the magic that had held them had gone too. All of us remained stationary and our expressions fixed in a whimsical smile. I slowly stood, making my way over to him and gently taking the frame from him, looking at it more closely. Mum and Dad stood in the middle, Mum holding my hand while Dad held Harry's. All of us were smiling, laughing as the sun shone down on us. He's our only family now. He's all we have left. He's supposed to look after us. Look at him. Look what he did. He's more childish than us, Harry spat out angrily, fisting his hands by his sides. He isn't our only family, Harry. Look around you. They may not be blood related, but they care about us just as much, and you can't blame Sirius for what he said. I bowed my head, not blame HIM. Of course I blame HIM. He's supposed to care about us, not storm off when something happens that he doesn't like, he yelled, but I waited patiently for him to finish. I knew it wasn't me he was angry at, but he needed to get this out, and if it meant it being directed at me, so be it. I know, but look at your reaction when you met them, I pointed out, for the time being ignoring that they were in the room. That was different. I felt it, I saw it, I have a right to be angry with them, but look now, I'm defending them, because of you. I would join the Volturi if it meant you would be safe. I don't care if I have to side with people I don't like. I won't see you away from me because of some petty disagreement. He put his hands on my shoulders, the fire in his eyes burning out slowly. I know, I mumbled as I hugged him tightly. Sirius was the closest thing Harry and I had to biological family, but even I had had Charlie and Carlisle. Harry had had Lupin, but he was quick to but a barrier between him being our father, preferring for us to think and call him our uncle. When Dumbledore had pulled us from the wreck of our house, he had taken us to Remus, one of our father's best friends. He didn't fear that he would hurt us because he was a werewolf. He trusted him, and so did we. He told us later that he thought of sending us to our aunts in Surrey, but after the threat of Voldemort was so great, he thought remaining in the wizarding world was much better. Remus had always looked after us, and when we saved Sirius in our 3rd year, Sirius helped look after us too, hiding out with Remus. Between them, they had raised us. They told us stories of our parents, of their school days and what they got up to. Still, we never had a father figure in our lives, hence why I was slightly uncomfortable with Charlie. "Bella, what happened with the shape-shifters?" Bill asked, bursting my little bubble as I pulled away from Harry. I took my seat again, taking a deep breath and looking around before continuing. The Cullens seemed a little more comfortable now that Sirius was gone and the ones that were left had said they were on my side, but they still sat slightly away from the others, glancing at them apprehensively every now and then. They were angry with me for disappearing, obviously. They thought Victoria had gotten to me or something. I shrugged, smiling slightly as I thought of how shocked she would be to find that she could never win in a fight against a witch. "Victoria," I heard Emmett growl out, the others growling too, all of their faces set in dark glares, even Esme and Carlisle. Yeah, she had been hanging around Forks for a while, trying to get past the wolves to me. I bumped into Laurent as well, but I sorted him out, I told them casually, reminding myself that this was all new to them. None of the witches or wizards reacted to this. They knew a vampire had no standing against a witch or wizard. "You sorted him out?" Carlisle asked, his eyebrows shooting up. "Yeah. I told him to turn around and walk away before it was too late, but he tried to attack me, and I didn't have a choice anymore. He told me that Victoria wanted to capture and torture me, and by killing me he was doing me a favor." I rolled my eyes as Tonks and Harry laughed lightly. The wolves turned up a moment later. They were a little upset that I got to kill a vampire and they didn't, but I shrugged with a smirk on my face, letting it slip when I saw the Cullens all wince as I spoke about killing their kind. I told them that they should expect a lot of vampires in Forks now that Arrow knows through the Cullens about my connections there. He knows what I am, and will probably try to find others of our kind there. I told the others more seriously. I still felt bad for dumping that on them, and I had no idea if they would even survive an attack of that magnitude. Humans would get hurt and killed for the Volturi's dinner, the wolves would get hurt. Casualties were unavoidable, as was death, but if we were there, the numbers would be severely decreased. We should be there, or at least me, I told them suddenly. This is my fault, it's my fight to take, and I won't let them take it for me and risk their lives and the lives of innocent humans. I spoke quietly, but my decision was made. I wouldn't run, not anymore. I was sick of playing it safe, letting Dumbledore hide us away, letting everyone else fight for us. Bella, the Volturi are a huge coven, and they will no doubt gather even more vampires to join their cause. I know what he'll do. We're talking about over 100 vampires here, Carlisle told me, and I nodded, taking it in. I was glad that they didn't try to talk me out of it. Maybe they have accepted it now. "If you're going, so am I." Harry took my hand, coming and sitting beside me, finally moving from his place at the fire. I nodded again, knowing Harry would never leave my side in a fight unless we were forcibly separated. "This is our fault, Bella. We will stand beside you and fight. If you would allow us to." Esme spoke directly to me, and I was slightly shocked. I felt in charge, respected. It was a nice feeling, but slightly unnerving when it comes from someone you've known for quite a while. "Of course, but I would understand if you wish to keep your family out of it. There will be causalities," I grimaced, looking at their faces and lingering a long moment on Edward's face before I tore my eyes away. "If I lost him in this fight, I don't know what I'd do. Not that he is even mine anymore, but I still love him. We'll fight. They want us to, remember." Jasper smiled sadly, and I smiled back. "I'm not sure about us," Bill spoke hesitantly, looking around at Tonks and Charlie. "It's not a priority at the moment. And now with the Death Eaters at large again, I think our efforts will be required in the ministry." Or Charlie trailed off, watching me nervously. "Of course, this is my mess to sort out. Death Eaters are the bigger problem," I assured them all, but none of them looked too happy. "I feel like a traitor. I just stood here and said that I would stand by you no matter what, and now we have to leave you to fight by yourself," Tonks admitted, squeezing me to her. We remained silent for a moment before Harry shifted slightly. "Get the wolves on the phone," Harry told me sternly, and I nodded, shrugging out of Tonks' arm and standing up. Alice already had her phone held out, smiling at me a little strainedly. She wouldn't see the outcome because of the wolves, no doubt putting her on edge. That was part of the reason they were my protection. Magic doesn't really affect them, but they affect magic. They kind of get in the way. I dialed the number I knew for Sam's house. If I wanted all of them together, it would be there. I paced back and forth in the room as I waited for the phone line to click on. I felt anxiety bubble inside me, but I pushed it down. I had fought before, but never against such a large adversary. I had no idea who we would lose. I had no idea if we would win. What if I lost Harry, or Edward, or Esme, or Jacob, or Seth? "Hello." Emily's sweet voice broke me from my thoughts as I hesitated for a moment. Emily, it's Bella, is the pack there? I asked, trying not to let nerves be apparent in my voice but not quite succeeding. No, they went out for a run. Hang on, I heard a soft thud and the hum of voices. They're here now. I waited a moment as the phone traded hands. Bella, are you all right? Is everything okay? Sam's usually calm voice sounded rather uneasy as he hurriedly spoke to me. Sam, I'm fine. I met up with Harry and some other members of the Order, I explained. Sam knew everything about the Order, being a member himself. The old pack had joined many years ago, and it seems that the new pack had joined as well. In fact, Sirius was a distant relative of Ephraim Black. He hadn't gotten the full wolf gene, but he had turned into a dog when he learned to be an animagus. The Black family was huge. None of the pack had ever met Harry, but Dumbledore told them our story when he instructed them to watch over me in Forks. I told them all about him, and Jake was rather looking forward to meeting him. I'm sorry for how Jake ended things last time. He was just angry and tired. Bella, Sam sighed, and I didn't reply. Maybe he was telling the truth, but I would wait to hear it from his own mouth before I take his word for it. Sam, I'm coming to Forks, I told him, and the hum of conversation stopped abruptly on the other end. Are you sure, Bella, it's going to get ugly? He spoke quietly. Exactly, but with a witch and a wizard and 7 extra vampires, it should make things a bit easier, I nodded to myself as I turned and paced the length of the room once again, not really knowing what I was doing. So the Cullens are coming back as well? Sam asked, his voice void of anything but curiosity. They want to fight as well, and they have a right to. We can't let them win, Sam, and I'd rather die fighting than live knowing I was a coward, I told him strongly, and I could hear the others speaking again on the line. When are you arriving? He asked after a brief pause. Whenever, I shrugged, forgetting he couldn't see it. Apparate straight to my house. If I'm not here, Emily will be, he told me finally, the hum growing louder. We are so going to kick some leech ass. I heard someone yell and I couldn't help but laugh at their enthusiasm. Well, you've cheered them up. We thought we were walking to our deaths, but with all of you on our side, we actually have a chance of winning this thing. Sam even sounded on the verge of cheering. At least someone is happy. I knew they loved to fight, but it was more than that. They had to fight. It was their home, their families, their place to protect, and they had sworn to just do that. I knew that they would fight even if death was unavoidable. It was all about honor and pride. Can we count on the Order for support? He asked joyously, and I hated to bring him down. They are focusing their efforts on keeping the Death Eaters at bay. They've become more active recently. We had a run-in with a couple when we got to the safe house, I explained, and I heard him hum in acceptance. They also knew about Death Eaters and the threat they pose. Accept any help we can get, he said finally, and I thought about it for a moment as I carried on pacing. We'll be there maybe tonight or tomorrow morning. I looked to Harry and Carlisle for agreement, and they both nodded. It'll be good to see you again, Bella. It feels like it's been months, he said softly, and I laughed lightly. Yeah, I know. Who else can cause so much trouble? He laughed with me for a moment. I'll see you soon, Sam. Say hi to everyone for me, I said with a smile. We'll do bells. See you soon. He put the phone down as I heard cheering. I handed Alice her phone, standing and thinking about a few things for a while. I was fighting. I was returning to Forks. I had to face Jacob and the Volturi. We'd better get going. No doubt there'll be uproar at headquarters thanks to Sirius, once he finds out about this. Tonks stood up, shaking her head sadly, and I sighed deeply. I walked forwards and embraced her tightly, hearing her sniff as she wrapped her arms around me even tighter. I expect to see you afterwards, Bella. She pulled away, her eyes shining with tears as I smiled. You won't get rid of me that easily. She let go of me, immediately grabbing Harry and hugging him tightly. I was grabbed and hugged again, this time by Charlie. Bella, we'll try to get away to help you and Harry. I don't care about Dumbledore's orders. Will be there beside you if we can, he told me strongly, and I nodded into his chest, not tall enough to reach his shoulders. You're part of our family, Bells, Bill told me as he hugged me as well. Our family has changed because of you and Harry, so you'd better come back. Imagine, Mum, if you didn't. He chuckled a little, but it died quickly. Mrs. Weasley would be distraught. In our childhood, and thanks to her family's connection to the Order, she had been our mother figure, and she cared about us so much as did her husband. Well, until I had been exiled to the Muggle world to live with Charlie. Come on, if Voldemort can't get rid of us, no vampire is going to even get close, I joked as he let me go. I watched as Harry hugged Tonks firmly, shaking hands with Bill and Charlie while sharing a few quiet words of encouragement or something. I gave them one last hug before they left, them telling me that they would take down the shield and replace it again behind them. I watched them walk out onto the front courtyard, looking around with horrified expressions at the wreckage before collecting themselves and apparating away with a small pop. I sat back down on the sofa with a heavy thump, Harry wrapping an arm around my shoulders and pulling me into him as I laid my head on his shoulder. I closed my eyes quickly, noting the darkening room as the sun began to sink. I guess we were asleep for longer than we thought this morning. I was starving hungry, but I knew that Emily would feed us when we got there. I was tired, I was mentally drained, and I was scared of what repercussions my actions will cause the people I love. Trouble seems to follow me though, and I was getting sick of the endless running and fighting. I wanted to just live, to have a normal life with no fights and no complications. But this is my screwed up life, and even though it is a mess, I wouldn't change it for anything. I have Harry, I have a family in the Order, I have friends in Hermione and Ron and Ginny, etc. I have a home here, and I have the Cullens. I didn't know what they were to me. They were more than friends, but I wasn't sure family is what they were looking for in me. Well, this life, at least I used to have Edward. I shook myself of those thoughts, opening my eyes blearily. The werewolves won't hurt you, I told them, noting the worried faces of the Cullens, and they whispered among themselves, their faces cast into shadow from the moonlight that streamed in from the large window and onto their faces. But the treaty me began, but I shook my head. The werewolves are cocky. They weren't even going to bother with a treaty until Dumbledore told them they were to protect me. That's why they were all so mad when they found out I was going to your house. You might have you watch your backs, but they won't outrightly attack unless you provoke them. I looked pointedly at Emmett when I said the last thing, watching a mischievous smile creep up his face. Does Charlie know, as in, your dad? Alice whispered sadly. Yes, I exhaled deeply, transferring my gaze to the carpet. Charlie was there when I got my letter. It was pretty hard to hide that. Dumbledore turned up a few days later and explained the entire Voldemort situation to him. Him and Renee still wanted to keep me. I sighed, wondering how I got given to such loving people. Well, I'm sure Dumbledore had something to do with it. Bella, if we are going to fight. He trailed off, and I lifted my head from his shoulder and met his eyes. We have to be prepared, I nodded as he did. Hello. We can't read minds, you know, Emmett whined, and I smiled a little at how very close he was to the truth. They didn't know about our little connection. We need to practice. You might need to as well, I explained, smirking as Emmett shook his head and cracked his knuckles. Well, I've never personally fought vampires before, and I don't think it'll hurt for Bella to get some practice in. Besides, fighting vamps wasn't exactly taught at Hogwarts, so. We need to be shown, Harry continued, ignoring the blank expressions on the Cullens' faces. Wait a minute, you want us to fight you? Emmett gaped, both Harry and I nodding nonchalantly. They still think of me as a human, Harry, I answered, his frustrated look, watching him shake his head. I assure you we can both look after ourselves. Harry withdrew his own wand as I grabbed mine, both standing and motioning out the back window. Forest, I asked Harry, smiling when he nodded. We left the Cullens in varying states in shock as we walked through the kitchen, only I paused at the back door, smirking as I turned back. You want to know what it's like fighting a witch? I promise I won't. Bite, I said normally before I walked out the door and jogged to catch up with Harry, both of us looking back as we reached the fringe of the forest as the back door opened and the Cullens stepped out seeming very nervous. I wish I had my broom so that I could race them, I sighed as the Cullens walked towards us at a human pace, talking quickly and quietly amongst themselves. I was puzzled by the silence beside me, expecting some agreement from Harry, knowing how competitive he is. But as I saw the smirk and twinkle in his emerald eyes, I knew he was up to something. Years of knowing Fred and George have rubbed off on the both of us. What? My voice was a happy yelp, knowing from the ever-growing smile that it was a good thing he was hiding from me. Close your eyes, he ordered me gently. I did as he said, albeit begrudgingly. I hated surprises. Open them, he whispered, and I did so eagerly, gasping when I saw my firebolt in his right hand, his own almost identical broom in his left. The only difference being that Sirius had our names engraved on the handles before he sent us them at school, just so we wouldn't get mixed up. I squealed. Yes, Bella Potter squealed, rather Alice-like actually, bouncing on the spot as Harry handed it to me. When did you get it? I hugged him fiercely as he laughed at my behavior. Well, when I told the others I was all right, I might have quickly apparated to the burrow and taken them out of the broom shed without the others noticing. He smirked again and I playfully punched his shoulder. Bella, you okay? I turned as I heard Jasper chuckling at me. I couldn't blame him. I was hugging my broom to my chest tightly and promising to never let it go ever again. I loved my broom. Perfectly fine, I beamed. Let's see how fast you are against these. I smirked as I let it hover in front of me for a moment before mounting it. I looked to my left, high-fiving Harry once I saw he was already sat on his and was steadily drifting away. Race, I squealed before I turned and shot off, leaving the Cullens behind yet again. I couldn't help but laugh as I dodged in and out of trees, zigzagging and doing somersaults in mid-air. The Cullens were nowhere to be found. Hey Bella, I heard Harry over the wind rushing in my ears and looked to my left, watching Harry's form flicker as trees whizzed past us. Race back to find the Cullens, he yelled, and I smirked, nodding as we both turned and shot back the way we came. Harry was an amazing flyer. That was why he was a chaser on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. I shot upwards and out of the trees, breaking a few branches as I burst through the canopy of green and flew above, preferring that to having to check I wasn't going to hit any trees anytime soon. I was rather enjoying myself, letting the wind blow through my hair as I flew, until I spotted Harry streaking in front of me from beneath the canopy of green, my competitive instincts kicking in as I flattened myself to my broom handle and urged the thing faster. Instantly saw the green blur around me. A blur of white below me caught my eye, and I immediately went into a steep dive after seeing Harry right behind me. A flurry of yells and gasps filled my ears, as well as the roaring wind as the Cullen skidded to a stop, and I lifted the handle of the firebolt a moment before I would go crashing to the ground. "Ha!" I panted, turning and finding Harry breathing heavily behind me, his glasses slightly askew on his nose from the wind. "Number, fair," he scowled at me, but it melted after a moment, and we high-fived again like we always do after a race or match. "I spotted a clearing up ahead that would be good for practice," he told me, glancing over my shoulder at the Cullens before shooting off again, disappearing in a few moments. I turned around, trying to regulate my breathing as I realized that they were all staring at my broom, well, all but one, but I refused to meet his eyes. "That was fast," Jasper gasped, and I giggled a little as the broom shuddered a little, eager to get going again. I hadn't ridden her in so long, I doubt anyone else has. "Wanna hop on?" I offered, laughing as his jaw dropped and his eyes bulged a little. "Come on," I edged closer to the front, leaving enough room for him on the back. "I promised to go slow for you," I teased. It seemed to snap him out of it as he walked forward and swung his leg over, sitting hesitantly behind me, not trusting the broom to take his weight. "Try and keep up," I laughed to the others as I turned and flew away, Jasper's arms winding around my waist as he clung to me. "Wow," I heard him whisper, and I chuckled a little. "This is nothing." "Hang on," I laughed as I leaned forward even further and pushed the broom faster, dodging in and out of trees quickly as I heard Jasper gasp behind me, his arms tightening even more. I saw light filtering through trees up ahead, the trees thinning as I neared it until they disappeared and we flew into a big clearing. Harry was flying around way above us, obviously enjoying the flying as well. I headed upwards to join him, hovering as he flew towards me. "Hey, you took your time, Doesn't look so good." Harry tried not to smile at whatever Jasper looked like, but he failed. "I want a game of Quidditch," I told him randomly, missing the intense rush it gave you. "Yeah, so do I, but with two people it wouldn't be very good, would it?" he admitted, and I nodded with slight disappointment. "They're here." He nodded towards the ground, and I peered down to see a collection of colorful dots on the ground. "Let's go," I smiled, watching Harry dive for a moment before joining him. "Hang on," I yelled before I went to a full 180 angle straight at the ground, laughing freely as I pulled out of it and came to a hovering stop a few meters in front of the Cullens. "You can get off now, Jasper," I laughed as he didn't move, only not worrying because of the amused looks on the others' faces. After a moment of not moving, Emmett walked over and detached Jasper's hands from around me and pulled him off the broom, standing him next to Alice. He was swaying a little and his eyes were unfocused, which only made me laugh as I got off and stood with the broom next to me. "Wow," he whispered after a moment, his eyes refocusing and meeting mine as a dreamy smile crept on his face. "I have to get one of those." Alice grabbed his arm as he started falling forwards, pulling him back as she giggled. After Jasper regained his balance and calmed down from the flight, Harry joined me as we spoke normally for a while. It was nice to just speak normally with them. Well, the topics weren't normal. Broom models and Quidditch teams would never be classed as average conversation topics, but right, well, I thought you wanted a fight, not stand around gossiping like old women," Emmett challenged, eyeing the wand I was twirling in my hand with a sly smile. "Bring it," I retorted, backing up quickly into the middle of the clearing. "Bella, maybe this isn't a good idea," Esme yelled worriedly, only quieting once Harry said something to her. I frowned for a moment, but the relaxed expression on her face as she looked back assured me nothing bad had been said, and I gave Harry a grateful nod. Emmett came and stood in front of me, still smirking as he stopped a good 20 meters from me. "I think some rules are in order," I told him, watching his face fall for a moment. "No biting," I ordered sternly, smiling when he nodded solemnly. "No fire," he added in a yell since I wouldn't hear him otherwise. He almost seemed apprehensive until I nodded and the smirk resurfaced. "The winner is the first to pin the other," I smirked at Harry as I heard his laugh bounce off the trees, confusing the others except Emmett. His eyes never left mine, which was quite unnerving, with a creepy smile to go with it. deal. 3, 2, 1, go, Emmett yelled, but neither of us moved. I still twirled my wand in my hand and he kept staring at me with that ever-growing smirk. Then suddenly he was gone. I hadn't seen him move because he did so when I blinked. Damn it. I looked all around me, keeping calm as I held my wand firmly in my hand. I saw a blur of white clearly, finding it easy to follow him now that I had found him. He came to a stop at the far end of the clearing, blurring once again, but this time the blur was getting closer. He was running at me. Cave Inimicum, I thought, pointing my wand at the floor in front of me, watching a thin red translucent barrier appear around me. A loud thud signaled Emmett hitting the shield, and I could see his slightly distorted and red-tinged figure laying on the floor. I quickly lowered the shield, but Emmett made no move to attack, and I rolled my eyes. Stop going easy on me. The Volturi won't give me time to lower a shield, Emmett. They'll attack whenever they see an opportunity, I told him, getting annoyed by how he was treating me, like a fragile little human. Real fighting? He asked as he stood up and brushed himself off. Real fighting, I nodded as he slid into a crouch, smirking and feeling the rush I always get when faced with potential danger. I know I shouldn't love it. I do. I was roughly grabbed and then suddenly airborne. It happened so fast I didn't even see anything until the trees started whizzing past me. I quickly threw a spell behind me to break the fall and even made me bounce back to my feet, but I found Emmett nowhere to be seen. Damn it again. I stopped thinking about everything and switched to my instincts, instantly becoming more alert and on edge. Emmett pounced out from the forest and landed with a thud, throwing us both to the ground as I hit him with spells, and he kept on pushing me down to the floor. I know physically pushing him would achieve nothing, so I stopped struggling in that sense. Remembering what Remus had told me one day in Dada, I flung a shield at Emmett, making him fly backwards and into the trees behind with a loud thud. Any birds that hadn't already been scared off flew away squawking. It carried on like that. Emmett would run, pounce, try to pin me, and I would throw him off again. But I was getting tired and was slowing down considerably, something Emmett had picked up on and had wasted no time in taking advantage of. Instead of running off again after I threw him away from me, he threw me against a tree and pinned me there with his hands on my shoulders, forcing me to be still and not letting my arms move to strike him with any spells. Descendo, I managed to whisper while twisting my wrist so that my wand was pointing at his feet, watching as his shoes and then his ankles sank into the grass. In his shocked state, he let go of my shoulders and I took the chance to remove the spell, leaving his feet in the ground as I froze him, pushing him backwards and making the grass uproot itself as his feet pushed it up. Pinned, I panted as I pressed my wand to his neck. Roll your eyes if you surrender, I gasped out, taking the spell away and rolling onto my back to lay next to him when he did so, as I tried to breathe normally. That was the strangest fight I've ever had, he told me, and I let out a throaty chuckle as I nodded. But there are other spells we can use, I told him as I saw him standing above me, offering me his hand to stand up. I took it and we began a walk back to where the others had chosen to watch under the cover of the trees. The only one who didn't look shocked was Harry, who simply smirked and gave me a thumbs up. Why didn't you use them then? Emmett whined, obviously thinking I was going easy on him. Because they would have killed you, something I have no trouble doing to a Volturi guard, I explained, listing the spells I could use in my mind and wincing as I thought of using any of them on Emmett or a Cullen. Not bad, but I've seen you better against a Death Eater, Harry answered honestly, and I nodded in agreement. Only because I wouldn't hold back against a Death Eater, I pointed out, and he hummed. We spent most of the night fighting with each other. Harry was an amazing fighter, since he didn't have the relationship or connection with the Cullens I do. He had no trouble attacking them with everything he had. Emmett enjoyed that particular fight. Jasper was an amazing fighter too, taking time to strategies rather than just go head on like Emmett. I didn't fight with Esme or Carlisle, and Harry thankfully stepped in when it came to Edward's turn. He didn't fight with anyone, but I could feel his gaze on me all the time. Alice was mightily put out when I blocked her from seeing my future, and so my moves disappeared as well. That fight didn't last very long till I pinned her. The only time we called it a day was when Harry and I could hardly keep our eyes open and were yawning after 20 seconds. The Cullens all decided to run after sharing a serious look with each other, and I let them go. If they wanted to talk with each other in private, it was not my place to butt in. Harry could hardly sit up straight on his broom, so I had to fly by his side and keep grabbing his broom to keep him from veering into a tree or falling off it altogether. Again, we reached our destination first, and I helped Harry inside the house, leaning the brooms on the kitchen counters as I walked him to the living room and plonked him down on the sofa, me right next to him as I yawned. Harry was out cold in a matter of moments, his soft snore sounding rather loud to me as I rested my head on his shoulder and closed my eyes, curling my legs up beside me on the sofa. And with that, Death Eaters might have been at the door and I would have been dead to the world. Edward's POV. I watched her stand there in the middle of the clearing, the dull light beating down on her as she turned this was and that to look for Emmett while he stalked her. I had never seen her so strong, so ready. She was beautiful, I couldn't fight her, I could never harm a hair on her head, never mind make a conscious effort to try. So I sat on a laid-out log, watching everyone else fight. Esme fought with Alice, Carlisle with Rosalie, Emmett with Harry, and Jasper with Bella. Harry. He was an enigma. He hated me, but he pitied me. He saw how depressed I looked, but didn't believe that it was because of Bella. He truly believed we cared about Bella, but didn't trust our motives. He expected us to disappear again. He didn't know that leaving Bella's side would be virtually impossible for my family. He loved her, he cared about her so deeply it was astounding. They would die for each other, that much was plain. The way they spoke about killing this. Voldemort proved that Bella was a stronger and more fierce person than any of us could have predicted. And if anything, we loved her even more because of it. I watched as Jasper grabbed her and shoved her to the ground roughly, his mind breaking from the cloud of determination and strength that settles whenever he is in a combat situation. Instead, worries about her safety and health listed themselves in his mind as he loosened his grip on her shoulders a little. It had been much the same with the others. They all let their instincts take over like Bella had told them, but once they actually acted on them, they stopped. Much to Bella's annoyance and irritation, she thought they did so because we thought of her as human and fragile. Well, we did, but after seeing how Bella took out Volturi guards, were coming round to the idea of a tougher Bella. We did it because, no matter how much she told us to, attacking someone you care about, someone you would risk everything for, was impossible. We fight with each other, but only playfully, never attacking as if to kill like what Bella wanted. You're staring again, Edward. Alice chastised me as she dodged a blow from Esme, her voice more happy than it had been for the past few months. I knew I was staring, but the fact was I couldn't stop myself. She looked so different, yet so the same. Her eyes no longer lit up, but they held knowledge, responsibility, and pain I had only seen in Carlisle's eyes when he was troubled by his past. But you must pay such a price when you have seen the horrors we have in the years we have lived. But Bella was 18, not 400. She wasn't the clumsy, blushing girl we all used to love. She was the strong and hot-tempered woman we still loved. I think it's time to call it a day. Bella and Harry are swaying, and it is about 5 in the morning. Carlisle sighed as he rose from his crouch, nodding in appreciation as she did the same. Everyone heard, of course, and paused their own fights to look at the two who remained ignorant to our stares. Bella was struggling to open her eyes, and Harry was sat on the floor from where Emmett had knocked him 30 seconds ago. We were all a bit on edge as Jasper and Emmett approached the two sleepy people, eyeing the wands in their hands worriedly in case they shocked them and they shot a spell by accident. "Come on, Bella, you need some rest," Jasper told her soothingly as she opened her eyes and looked at him with a frown. "We're not fighting anymore," she yawned, and Jasper shook his head, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and guiding her back to the log where the others had congregated, with Emmett holding Harry up with a hand on his shoulder. Those two seemed to have made some warrior connection with each other. We watched with bated breath as they both seemed to wake up a little, climbing back on their brooms and disappearing into the forest. Honestly, we were expecting them both to fall straight off again, but Bella was gripping hard onto Harry since he was toppling over quite a lot. Running back to the house was strained. A heavy silence followed us, everyone's thoughts still trying to get their heads around this whole situation. The fact that there was another world out there, a world that we belonged to but because of Arrow had been exiled from. We belonged somewhere. That was a difficult thing for us to accept. We have always thought of ourselves as out of place, having to blend in with the human world when we are far from it. But to also find that Bella was a part of this world too was a gift. We were both different. Neither really fitted in the human world, but I think we would both fit in her world, the magical world. This is huge, Emmett breathed as we slowed after the house came into view. I know, we have to make a choice now before the morning. Carlisle came to a full stop just inside the cover of the trees, all of us stopping with him and waiting. We were silent for a moment as we listened to the even breathing and calm heartbeats coming from the two humans in the house. This is dangerous. We all saw how much Arrow wants Bella and other people like her. I know Arrow, he glared at the house before finally turning back to us, and I know he will never stop hunting her until he gets what he wants. Even with the werewolves and us with Harry and Bella were severely outnumbered, his eyes finally softened as the anger dissipated and remorse replaced. We know that Bella and Harry have a significant advantage over vampires, but even after the training we don't know the extent of it since they couldn't use any on us. What if it isn't enough? He sighed deeply, looking away from the others' confused looks. I understood. You want us to leave her, I spat out angrily. I know I'm a hypocrite because I did just that, but I did what I did to try to protect her. He was doing it to save himself and us. Number, I don't want to, but I don't want to lose my family either. I was thinking that. Maybe if we backed out and offered her and Harry a way out, then they'd come with us. He looked at me pleadingly, but I could hear the doubt in his own mind. Bella would never do that. She wants this over with. Besides, I think she wants to get revenge for what Arrow did to her and those other people a while ago. Jasper pitched in, breaking the little staring thing we had going. I know, he sighed, looking at his wife with sad eyes and trying to memorize her face, in case he never saw it again. Look, Bella's confident about her and Harry's abilities to defeat the Volturi. I can feel it. They aren't half as worried as we are, and they know more about this than we do, Jasper continued in Bella's defense as he leaned against a tree casually and watched us all with cautious eyes. I think we'll beat them. We all saw Bella take out those Volturi guards. I think she'd do even better without the cars and us in her way. Rose pitched in, and I couldn't help but smile as she subtly complimented her. Anyway, this is Bella, right? She's given away the secret to her entire world and everyone in it for us. I think the least we could do is fight alongside her. Emmett guffawed as if it were that simple. But it was. We owed Bella no matter how much she denied it. We're not leaving her again, Alice huffed, not even wanting to hear the rest of the conversation as she walked back up the garden towards the house, Jasper going after her. She's right. Besides, they want us too. We need to stop hiding, stop pretending that we're human even if it's for a few days, Esme explained wisely, and we all nodded. Acting human had weakened us to some extent. Our kind were ruthless and heartless, but thanks to our proximity to humans we have gained some empathy for them, and as such have become weak in the eyes of everyone else in our world. We're fighting. Win or lose, Emmett nodded, making his way towards the house after Jasper and Alice, the rest of us following silently. I couldn't resist looking around when I got inside, but I never touched anything. I carefully walked up the stairs and smiled at the pictures of baby Bella and Harry with their parents before they were killed. They looked so happy and sweet. Even little Bella had rosy cheeks, and Harry's bright green eyes stood out even more against his mother's red jumper. But as I reached the top step and final picture, I turned around and went back downstairs. I had caught Bella and Harry's faint scent up there, making it obvious that they had been there recently. But I could also taste salt, tears. This was where their family lived before everyone went downhill. This was where their family was last happy. I was in no position to invade their privacy and go snooping around, and so I went back downstairs and joined the others in the kitchen. Of course, I had to peek in at Bella and Harry sleeping peacefully, both leaning on each other, small snort escaping their mouths as they slept on. I never knew how I could have missed it. Right then, they looked so alike it was incredible. What do we do now? Esme asked as I walked in and leaned against the kitchen counter, something the others were doing. Wait, Alice sighed, staring at the floor as we all fell silent once more. How I wished I could sleep. So about 5 hours later, when the sun was well and truly blazing in the sky and we hadn't moved or spoken since Alice's 2 words, we all jumped out of our skins when Emmett screamed. A very high-pitched girly scream, but a scream nonetheless. It seems that while we were all in our own thoughts and minds, we had failed to notice the accelerated heartbeats and soft thudding of footsteps approaching. Calm down, Em, Bella laughed as he moved aside to let her into the kitchen since he was blocking her way. Who the hell screamed like a little girl? Harry yawned as he walked in, stretching while smirking as his eyes stopped on Emmett's nervous face. A loud growling filled the kitchen and we all smirked as we turned to a rather flushed Bella as she huffed and crossed her arms in front of her chest defensively. I haven't eaten anything since we were in that car. I'm starving, she whined as Harry chuckled. You can get something at La Push, Harry nudged her and she shoved him back playfully, smiling again as her slightly irritated expression melted. Are you all ready to go? He asked, looking at all of us but his eyes settling on Carlyle, who simply nodded. So what do you think? Apparition, Harry asked curiously, turning back to Bella. Too many of them, and if we leave them there they'll be vulnerable to attack, Bella mumbled, and I was slightly taken aback by the state-gizing. We'll have to do a portkey, she exclaimed, grabbing a spoon out of one of the drawers and putting it on the counter beside Carlyle. What's a portkey? Rosalie asked as she watched Bella with an amused expression. Bella looked rather frustrated and confused. It was rather entertaining. It's an object that sends you somewhere else. You just cast the spell on any object, touch it before the specified time, and off you go. Bella, what is it? He sighed, smirking as she huffed again. What's the spell to make a portkey? She whined, looking rather guilty about forgetting. Portus, Bella, the spell is Portus. It's not that hard to remember, you know. He trailed away as she glared at him. Portus, she whispered, tapping the spoon and smirking as it glowed a little before returning to its metallic color once again. All set, she beamed, turning back to us. I couldn't help but notice how she kept her eyes from me, like she had made an effort to do since we were in Italy. Only a handful of times had we actually looked at one another, and only once had I touched her. But even then she was nigh unconscious at the time. But with the encouragement of my family behind me, I remained hopeful. She hadn't said that she didn't love me, but she didn't say that she did. It could be a good thing. She had called me many names under her breath that she thought or forgot I couldn't hear, but she hadn't denied any feelings. You only have to put one finger on it. Harry's voice broke me from my thoughts, even more so where his piercing green eyes that were boring into mine. I concentrated, but once again all I got from his mind was a dull buzzing. Every now and then I caught the gist of a thought, but other than that it was just a buzz. Apparently he had the same thing as Bella, though now that I know about their magical life, I wonder if it has something to do with that rather than them just being on another wavelength. I stood squashed between Emmett and Jasper around this spoon, once again staring at the brunette that refused to acknowledge my presence. 3, 2, 1. Harry counted down quietly, looking at his watch before we were sucked away with such force I believed that I would never come out of it again. Portkeys are not the nicest way to travel. If it were possible for vampires to be sick, there would be 7 hurling vampires right now, but as it was we just remained on the ground trying to stop the world from spinning. Leaves and mud clung to the jacket and trousers I was wearing, grass ghosting over my hands and face as I tried to stop the unnatural churning in my stomach. A soft tinkling laugh grounded me as I felt someone's hand on my shoulder. I didn't let my disappointment show that it was only Alice. With a strength that didn't suit her, she pulled me to my feet and dusted herself off, indicating that I should do the same. While sweeping leaves and twigs from my clothes and hair, I took in my surroundings. We were at the edge of a forest, yet the scent here was totally different. Instead of the usual foresty smell, a putrid stench of dog filled the air, reinforced my suspicions that we were not in Somerset anymore. "Where are we?" Harry asked, wiping his glasses free of dirt and putting them back on the bridge of his nose, looking around him curiously. La push, we all turned as Bella sighed, throwing the metal spoon into a nearby bush and wiping her hands onto her jeans to rid herself of the mud, walking past us all and looking up at the sky. Or more specifically behind Jacob Black's house, she continued in a low voice, bowing her head slightly. Worry, shame, anger, fear. Jasper listed off her emotions as she took a deep breath and turned back to look at us all. "It'll be all right," she attempted a smile as Harry hugged her tightly, probably sensing her distress. "Besides, they want to meet the famous Harry Potter," she hummed as they pulled apart. "Let's go then," Harry encouraged, grabbing her hand and pulling her along through the forest with us trailing behind them. We quickly left the forest, walking along a dirt road and towards a ramshackle wooden house, pieces of scrap around in the grass, various parts of cars on the ground near a large handmade garage. "I don't like this," Alice whispered so as not to worry Harry and Bella, her eyes darting around as she took in the house in which 8 strong heartbeats were coming from, 5 stronger than the other 3. 8 minds screamed out in my head, thoughts swirling with anger, confusion, frustration, hate. Our names were mentioned quite a few times too. It seems they were aware of our presence. "Bella says it'll be okay," Esme tried to placate her, but the deep frown remained on Alice's tiny forehead. "I know, but the wolves don't take orders from her, do they?" Alice whispered back heatedly, staring at the back of Bella's head. "This place stinks," Rose pretended to gag, pinching her nose between her thumb and forefinger. "Seth," Bella's happy chirpy voice stopped us in our tracks. We knew that the only people she knew on La Push were the wolves, instantly putting all of us on edge. We couldn't help it was our instinct. The smell got impossibly worse as we watched 4 topless men step out of the surrounding trees. The hate in their eyes when they stared at us solidified our suspicions once again. They were werewolves. Bella. One of the men stepped forward, smiling gently at Bella, as the others finally took their stare from us to the 2 humans in front of us. "The pack has grown, it seems," Carlyle observed as he watched the 4 men approach with more than hostile thoughts. They all walked forward. The one called Seth jogged right up to Bella before grabbing her and hugging her tightly, spinning her around like a child as she laughed. He put her down and she giggled a little, swatting his bare chest with a fake frown on her face. I wanted nothing more than to grab her and get her as far away from them as possible, but I didn't have the right anymore. I had no claim to her. Besides, they kept her safe. They were her protectors. If anything, I owed them. So I didn't growl. I didn't even crouch down to prepare to attack like anyone else would have done if their mate was being handled by a werewolf. Emmett was holding Rose's hand a little too tightly to be considered comforting, and Alice was trying to calm Jasper down since he could feel all the anger coming from the wolves. The only really calm one was Carlyle. Even Esme was worried. "It's good to see you in one piece, Bells." Another stepped forward and lifted Bella off the ground as he hugged her. "If they have hurt her, I will tear them apart one by one," the man snarled in his mind, his eyes darting over her shoulder into mine, glaring at me for a moment before he put Bella down and his gaze softened again. "Thanks, Quill." Bella smiled, but it fell when she was picked up by yet another. "God, it was boring here without you." The man laughed as Bella relaxed and laughed with him. "Sorry, I know how much you would have liked to go at the Volturi." Bella smirked as he set her back on her feet. Any leeches would do, the man barked in his mind, and I wasn't surprised. They all saw Bella as a sister. They loved her as much as my family did. They wanted to protect her from every little danger, and that included us. Bella, the last one, didn't pick her up or even make a move to get near her. Instead, he stared mournfully at the ground as he shifted his feet uncomfortably. Bella sighed, walking up to him and only stopping until their chests were nearly touching. I wanted to scream at her to get away, that werewolves were volatile, but I held myself back. She wasn't as fragile as we all thought, and I had to remember that. "Oh God, this is going to be good. I wonder if she'll yell again. Those two are better than Jeremy." Kyle Quill snickered in his mind as Bella walked past him, all the werewolves turning their backs to us to watch Bella. To say I was shocked was an understatement. To show your back to a potential enemy was a sign of vulnerability. "Jake, listen to me. I know you meant what you said, but I did too. I will do what I want, and I don't need your permission to do it. But I want your opinion, no matter what it is, even if I know it won't be very nice. I know you care about me, and I care about you, but you can't keep me tethered like a pet." Jake, her voice never rose from a whisper, always keeping the same sad tone to it. "Because if you do, Jake, you'll end up pushing me away." She breathed, "and I don't want to do that to you or anyone, but if it's what I need to do to get some freedom, then I'll do it," she whispered as she continued. I almost choked when she took his hand on hers, even though it was twice the size. How can she? I was a total dick. I can't believe. I was right though. I'll kill them if. Jacob's thoughts were disjointed as they ran so quickly through his mind, jumping from subject to subject as quickly as his emotions. But one was always clear among the others. Love. Jacob loved Bella, and I would be an idiot to say it was just a simple crush. "Please, Jake." Bella's voice broke a little as it shook, making me want to rip the filthy dog's head off for upsetting her. "Bella, please don't cry." He crouched down to her level since he was so tall, taking her face between his hands as he stared at her in the eyes. All thoughts of anger and aggression ghosting away out of his mind as he saw a tear roll down her cheek. "I could never, ever blame you for any of this, Bells," he whispered as he pulled her into a tight hug which she returned, throwing her arms around his neck and squeezing tightly. "I blame the filthy leech that left you to deal with all of this mess on your own," he finished in his mind, his eyes once again finding mine as he glared at me. "I guess I would be stupid to assume that no one knew what I did and said. They would have been protecting her, watching her. I know I was a dick, but I just want you safe. This right here is all I care about." He pulled away and indicated to his hands which still held her face. I wanted to be sick. He was professing his love for my soul mate. I wanted nothing more than to run and cry, but I wouldn't. I ran once, and I ruined not only my life but everyone else's as well. I knew this would be difficult and that there was a chance that I may never get Bella back again, but that doesn't mean I won't try. I wouldn't run, I wouldn't be a coward, not anymore. "I know, Jake," she sighed, her voice holding some sadness I didn't comprehend. Did she not return the feelings? Did she love someone else? She still loves him. She'll come round, I can wait. Jacob was cocky and confident in his knowledge of Bella. He thinks he knows her better than anyone, that they are meant of each other. I hated the very thought of her with another. "So who's this then?" Jake changed the subject as he stood up, looking at Bella and giving Bella some time and privacy to wipe her eyes and get control of herself again. I was glad that her eyes didn't betray her tears when she turned, finding it easy to forget what had just happened without any evidence to prove it. "This is Harry." She cleared her throat quietly as she left the wolves and went to stand next to her brother. "Harry, this is Quill." She motioned to the smallest man who waved Seth. She smiled as he nodded his head at Harry, smiling jarred. She continued on to the one she hadn't named before, who smirked and waved his hand a little, and Jake, she sighed finally. "Hey, Harry. We've heard quite a bit about you." Jake stepped forward and both shook hands. "Jesus, you're a little warm, aren't you?" Harry frowned at his hand as the two let each other go. "It's a werewolf thing," he shrugged, Harry looking to Bella as if to back up what Jacob had said. "There's quite a few of them." She nudged Jacob in the stomach, rolling her eyes as he laughed. "Come on, the others are inside." Quill turned and began to walk away towards the house. "Cullens," Jacob barked harshly, sending a look at Bella before making an effort to remain cordial, though his anger was barely contained. "We will not harm you unless you provoke us." In any way, he glared at each of us in turn before his eyes fell on Carlyle, and he let his thoughts become democratic. "We're here to help fight, not to start any." Carlyle tried to calm him in his soothing voice that he used for diplomacy. Bella, obviously realizing the anger and tension that had suddenly filled the air, took her wand from her pocket and poked him in the chest with it. "Jake, I'm warning you," though her voice was low and quiet, the anger and danger was unmistakable. Okay, he held his palms up, taking a step back as he stopped glowering at Carlyle. "Look, don't expect anything less than a cold shoulder. The only reason you're allowed on our land is because of Bella." He gritted his teeth as he began to shake, all of us growling warningly. "Hey, calm it, Jake," Bella warned louder, making a show of pointing her wand at the middle of his chest. His eyes remained on the wand as he stopped shaking, taking a deep breath before fully relaxing again. "They want to help, Jake. We need them if we want any chance of winning this thing," she told him quietly, watching him nod as his mind also recognized, with a grim defeat, that she was right. "All right," he sighed, turning back to the house and starting to walk to the house, pausing after a few steps to look back at all of us. No one had moved. Harry looked so lost I felt sorry for him. We didn't know if we were welcome at all, and Bella looked rather apprehensive about the whole thing. "Come on," he finally smiled, looking more of a child than a man as Bella relaxed, grabbing Harry and pulling him along with her as she followed Jacob. "They won't do anything," she whispered, looking back at us as she neared the house. We still hadn't moved. "Yeah, we've got your back." We were all slightly taken aback when Harry encouraged us to, but we hesitantly followed regardless. We soon caught up with the two. As usual, I hung at the back, watching as Bella took Carlyle's hand and squeezed lightly in comfort. "She cares about us. She's worried that we're worried. Maybe things can be like they used to." Carlyle's mind trailed off, full of hope and images of what it could be like. But he was wrong. It could never be what it used to be. Too much had happened. We had all changed in various ways. We could never be the same, but maybe, just maybe, we could be happy again. With Bella, I knew I was at a crossroads where there were so many paths to go down. I could turn and run away. I could stay and fight for the one I loved. I could keep my love a secret and let Bella move on with her life like I had wanted. I could tell her everything, bare my soul, and see if she would even think about taking me back. I could show her, tell her, yell at her, and beg her to listen, or I could let her go. I could, but I won't, never again. The only thing that will separate me from Bella is death, no matter how much she hates and detests me. We couldn't be the same, but we could be better. Walking into this house, Jacob's house, was probably one of the hardest things I have ever done. I knew the wolves were all in there, but that didn't bother me. In a way, I controlled them. They were here for my protection after all. It was the fact that this was Billy's house, and he had no doubt heard that our chosen venue had changed. I had phoned Sam up once again shortly after waking and told him that I thought that meeting at Jake's house was better, mostly because I wanted to talk to him, but thankfully he didn't ask questions. And if Billy knows, then there's a serious possibility that Charlie will know everything too. Jake held the rickety wooden door open with an easy smile that I couldn't bring myself to return. Harry tugged on my arm as he bravely went in first, dragging me along with him through the doorway, and I couldn't help but relax at the blast of warmth and the lovely homey musky smell that reminded me of the woods. The hallway was only small, an old threadbare rug on the floor as pictures of Jake and his sisters with large smiles hung on the walls, pictures of them when they were babies up until what looked like a few years before Rebecca and Rachel left home. I noticed that there were none of Billy and his wife before she died, neither any of him using his legs. I checked behind me to see if the Cullens were coming yet, sending them an encouraging smile as I tried to get my own emotions and thoughts in order. They quickly caught up, Jacob whispering to them at the door, his eyes narrowed and his lips moving too quickly for me to decipher his words. My curiosity piqued when I saw them all nod solemnly, Carlyle whispering back, and once again I was clueless. I did not like being left out of the loop so quickly as I was just let in. Especially when it is bound to be about either me, the humans around here, or the treaty. I created this loop, but thankfully no fights broke out, and though Jacob was less than polite, it seemed more circumstantial than instinctual. Jacob left the door to be caught by Carlyle as they walked inside the small house, peering around curiously while all the time holding a disgusted expression. Jake squeezed past Harry and I in the small hallway, smirking and motioning for us to follow as he walked towards the doorway. All I could see was the arm of one of Billy's sofas, no people yet. It was with a shaky breath that I continued up the passageway and through the threshold of the living room, Harry gripping my hand reassuringly all the time as I stared at the room with a blank shock for a few moments. "Bells!" Paul made me jump as he yelled my name. laughing as he picked me up and hugged me tightly to his searingly hot chest, and I couldn't help but laugh back, throwing my arms around his neck. "Hey, Paul, missed me." I prodded his shoulder with a smirk, letting the childish side come out that the werewolves bring out in me. "Duh." He rolled his eyes as he set me back on the ground, messing up my hair and dodging out of my way as I went to slap his hand away. Embry grabbed me roughly in his arms and crushed me to him. He was probably the most serious of the werewolves, save for Sam, of course. When I met him before he phased, Jake told me he had a crush on me, and now that he has to protect me and spent months by my side, talking to me for hours. I'd like to think his feelings are strictly platonic, but he wasn't as exuberant about fighting as the others, but the twinkle in his eye was oh so familiar. "You do that again and I'll kill you myself," he told me evenly, his dark eyes serious as I nodded mutely, once again ashamed of how much trouble I had caused the wolves because of my rushed departure. "Oh, you guys, let her breath." Lee swatted Embry away with a slap on his shoulder as she towered in front of me, smiling down at me and shaking her head. "So Swan have fun at Italy?" she asked, pushing out her hip and acting all cool. The others tutted and rolled their eyes, but I smirked. This was why Lee and I were friends, and why none of the other werewolves understood it. Apparently Lee was a bitch who was self-centered about everything. All I saw was a heartbroken girl who had her heart shattered every day since she was forced to spend her life with her love, and was dealing with it the best way possible. "You can either sink or swim, you can act like everything is fine, or you can let the misery take you." I let it take me, but Lee was stronger than that. I empathized, not that I would know what it feels like. Edward hadn't flaunted a new girlfriend on his arm in front of me, but I knew what it felt like to have your heart broken, and after we shared our stories, we became sisters. "Oh yeah, it was the bomb," I drawled sarcastically as I saw the worry deep in her deep brown eyes, being chased by vampires who want to manipulate you. "So much fun," I chuckled as I jumped up and hugged her tightly, feeling her chuckle as she did the same to me. This was how we were. Lee hid her pain well, but unfortunately it comes out in other ways, like anger. But we both have to act to keep up the normal charade, and so we banded together. We saw each other's pain and worry and would subtly comfort the other, but only when we were around others. When we weren't, it was just a mass crying session. "I'm not going anywhere," I whispered, knowing every mythical creature could hear it, but also knowing that they wouldn't understand the full capacity of the meaning. Maybe perhaps Edward and Jasper, because simply, Lee and I were a team. Coping with the loss of Edward was draining the life from me, but with Lee it was easier. And it was the same for her. I saw how she looked at Sam, how her eyes would soften when she saw him talking to someone, without the other. It would go back to being draining once again. "There's someone who wants to see you, Bells," she told me, smiling gently as she stepped to my right side, my left being taken up by Harry, who looked rather out of place. As I finally looked around the small room, my eyes widened. Not only were there wolves staring at me with small, knowing smiles, but also Billy, Sue, and Charlie. Oh God, Charlie. He looked at me with the most heartbroken expression, and I couldn't help but run over to him and pull him into a bone-crushing hug, crying into his shoulder as he did the same to me, though I wasn't sure he cried. He may not be my dad, but he was the closest thing I got to one. I wondered if Lupin and Sirius would like Charlie. I could imagine them watching Quidditch together, if only Charlie knew what Quidditch was. "You do that again and I'll..." He pulled away, looking at a loss as to punishment, and I had to laugh. "It's all right, Dad, I won't be doing that any time soon," I assured him, wiping my eyes on the back of my hand so that I could actually see, and as I stepped back again, I noticed a rather puffy-eyed, tired-looking Charlie. I hugged Sue too, remembering how she had helped me over the years when I was being surrounded by boys telling me what to do, before Lee had transformed. Billy simply grasped my hand in his tightly and stared me in the eyes. It was all that was needed. He was one of those people that didn't need words to expression how they felt. I could see the anger, the fear, the concern, and the worry etched into the lines in his tanned face and the colors swirling in his eyes. Despite his lame legs, he is probably one of the strongest men I know. He could give Carlisle a run for his money at times. "Guys. This is my brother Harry." I turned around, smiling sadly when I saw my brother staring intently at the old carpet beneath his shoes as a blush creeped up his cheeks. Yeah, blushing ran in the family, though Harry was never tortured by it the way I was, since he was quite coordinated on the ground. I sighed, rolling my eyes as I walked over and grabbed his hand, guiding him back to Charlie as he remained intently staring at the ground. Charlie just smiled widely, looking at me with a strange expression. "He is definitely your brother, Bells." He laughed lightly, and I scowled when I realized he was talking about the blushing. Several more chuckles sounded around the room but were silenced by my glares. "Don't worry about it, Harry." If you think this is bad, you should have heard how much the teased me. I tried to pry his eyes from the floor, and I smiled a little as his eyes met mine. They're not scary, honestly. You could whoop any of the wolves' asses whenever you like. I smirked as he laughed, nodding lightly as he finally turned to Charlie, his blush gone as he smiled at my father. Charlie was momentarily stunned into silence, but he shook his head after a moment and clapped Harry on the shoulder like an old friend. Well, Harry, my son, it's nice to finally meet you. Harry shook Charlie's outstretched hand shakily, sending a small smile his way as they let one another go. All the wolves clapped him on the back, and I could see the gleam in his eye when they started talking about the up-and-coming fight. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Why is it that boys like fighting so much? I knew that Harry would fit right in with them. But as I heard Charlie clear his throat, the room fell silent as we all looked between the human man who was glaring down the 7 vampires across the room. What you did to Bella was, I know what you are, and I also know your efforts to make yourselves better, and I respect you for it. But that is no excuse for treating Bella like she was a puppy you didn't want anymore. Charlie yelled at them, and for once I didn't come to their rescue. Everyone looked to the ground, completely stunned by Charlie's outburst. Charlie never gets angry. I don't care what you are. If you ever hurt her ever again, I will personally see to it that you all rot in hell, he spat, and no one even cracked a smile at the thought of Charlie hurting the Cullens. Because by the way he was looking, even I believed him. Bella's not stupid, and she's not naive either. If she trusts you, then I'll trust her judgment. Don't make me regret it. I wasn't sure which one he was glaring at since they were all packed into the small doorway, but they all nodded, only Carlyle meeting Charlie's gaze evenly. I was touched by his amount of care for me, and I couldn't help but compare him to Sirius. He did care, he respected my wishes, compliments them, and yet still managed to threaten and scare them. I stepped forward and touched his shoulder, relaxing him slightly as he diverted his eyes to me rather than Carlyle, softening them from the glare. Thanks, Dad, I whispered, watching him smile softly, nodding a little. Okay, enough kissing and hugging. It's time to plan to kick some serious leech ass. Paul yelled with a smirk, the werewolves all joining in, the Cullens watching with disbelieving expressions, the humans in the room shaking their heads sadly, and me and Harry. This will be a fight to remember. Harry and I high-fived each other, smirking a little at each other. Okay, maybe we like a good fight as good as any werewolf in the room, but that was only because we had a reason to. They just wanted to tear some vampires apart. While you're here, Harry, and you can stay at mine if you want, Charlie offered sweetly, and I smiled broadly before realizing something. But where will you sleep? I frowned, realizing how the house only had 2 bedrooms. But he shrugged and smiled, and I knew better than to try to get an answer from him. Come on, planning time, Paul yelled, in my book way too excited over the up-and-coming fight than was normal. I turned to Harry, rolling my eyes as I turned to the wolves. All right, but we need more room. I raised an eyebrow, watching as all of their faces fell into the same mask of deep thought. It was quite comical. The forest, Lee piped up, everyone turning to look at her incredulously. Actually, it makes sense. I winked at her as Harry and I followed the wolves as they headed out the doorway, the Cullens already having moved outside. I hesitated for a moment before running back to Charlie and hugging him again, only letting go when he wheezed slightly, whispering my thanks as he chuckled and motioned for me to rejoin the others. I walked outside with Harry beside me, looking out at the Blacks' backyard. It was a mess. The grass was long and overgrown, weeds were everywhere, as were random engine parts from the rabbit Jake had finally finished a few months ago. This was where I felt my home was, not in Jake's house exactly, but in Forks. Come on, Harry. We both heard Embry calling through the forest, and we both headed in the direction the detached voice came from. You know. This could be all right, Harry admitted sheepishly, pushing his glasses back up his nose again as I smirked knowingly at him. What? All I'm saying is that. We both stopped walking, Harry's sentence being stopped abruptly as we both stared for a second at the forest before another fierce snarl ripped through the trees, echoing around the backyard. Both of us set off at a run, images flying through my mind of the Cullens fighting with the wolves. Blood, body parts, venom, screaming, death. Running through darkened trees was easier said than done, and both Harry and I tripped at least 3 times before we finally broke through the branches and into a large clearing, taking a moment to take the scene in. The Cullens stood on the right-hand side of the clearing, all watching sadly while all the wolves stood at the left, watching with sadistic smiles and glinting eyes. Because there in the middle was Edward and Jacob in his wolf form, clawing and snarling at each other savagely, both looking murderous as they kicked away from each other and stared the other down. I heard Jake let out a wolfy bark of a laugh a second before Edward lunged at him and tackled him to the floor. Never had I seen him so dangerous, never had I seen the vampire side of him, and I couldn't be any more attracted than I am now. I was shook from my own little bubble as I saw Jake swipe dangerously close to Edward's chest, my own protective side shining through as I shuddered at the thought of those claws getting into Edward's skin. Enough, I screamed, running forward as I grabbed my wand from my pocket and shot a shield between the two of them, sending them both flying backwards and landing on their backs with a heavy thud. Neither moved for a moment, laying on the floor breathing heavily. Slowly, slower than I have ever seen him move, Edward got up and made his way back to his family, his black and glaring eyes never straying from Jake's for longer than 3 seconds. Jake got up, shaking the twigs and dirt from him fur as he started towards me, a wolfy grin on his face. I watched it slide off again as he saw my stony face, backing up and having the decency to look sheepish as Lee punched the side of his stomach. "What the hell?" I screeched, walking to the middle of the two groups with Harry on my heels, putting a hand on my shoulder as I girded my teeth in anger and frustration. If we have any chance of winning this, we have to work together. How can we do that when you're trying to kill each other every time I turn my back? I yelled, turning around to look at each of the groups, glaring at Jake for a long moment and watching as he shrank away slightly. "We're not doing this for me, not for Harry, and not for you. We're doing this for the innocent people that live here that have been dragged into this mess and don't deserve to be killed because of our mistakes." I could feel my cheeks burning with my frustration as I spoke the last part to the Cullens directly. This was partially their fault if they hadn't gone running to Arrow. So stop being stupid and childish and grow up. People's lives are at stake, and it's time to actually fight the bad guys. If you can't do that, then I may as well go hand myself over now. I looked between them, all looking at the ground in shame. Good, I sighed, pushing my frustration to the back of my mind as I turned to the Cullens. "We're fighting the Volturi, highly trained vampires. You're the closest things we have for a basis on their skills, and we need you to teach us their probable moves," I told them, looking especially at Carlyle and then Jasper as they all turned to him expectantly. Frustration was still clear in my voice as I made a conscious effort to soothe my mind. "Okay, this is stupid," I sighed as Jasper opened his mouth to speak. "We don't have to shout at one another." I motioned for the Cullens to come closer as the wolves edged closer, still looking rather ashamed. It took less than a second, and in a slight breeze the Cullens were all stood to my left and the wolves to my right, Harry at my side. It was a strange thing to witness. 7 vampires stood facing 7 werewolves, leaving a gap the exact width of where Harry and I were standing. I was about to roll my eyes at their behavior, but I let it slide. They were natural enemies after all. "Go," I smiled at Jasper, watching as he smiling ruefully back before looking around and noticing how everyone was watching him. I never thought I could see an uncomfortable vampire, but Jasper shifted from foot to foot and even cleared his throat before speaking. "I have experience with fighting and controlling newborn vampires. The Volturi use some similar tactics when fighting." He chose to look at me instead of the others, and I remembered how I would stare at the clock at the back of a room when I had to do public speaking. I had never known much about Jasper since he had stayed away from me for my own protection, but now that I think of it, it would explain a lot. I had caught glimpses of multiple bite marks on his skin, but had kept them to myself, not knowing if I should or wanted to know why. But I could see Jasper as a fighter, and a good one at that. "Care to show us?" I asked, letting him back out if he wanted. He looked an edge enough as it was, and I wasn't sure that fighting a werewolf would help anyone. Sure, he shrugged, trying to seem nonchalant, but I saw the crease on his forehead and how Alice's hand snaked into his. "Vampire, witch, wizard, or werewolf?" I asked, eyeing him carefully, as he seemed to hesitate upon choosing his opponent. "Maybe a vampire would be a better start," he admitted quietly, and I nodded, motioning for him to pick as I went and sat on the grass at the side. I knew that I wouldn't have to learn to fight physically, but take note of any physical weaknesses the moves Jasper showed exposed. Harry took a seat next to me, the wolves sitting either side of Harry and I. "Bells, I'm sorry for Jake," began as he sat down beside me, obviously having turned back into his human form as he was once again topless. I used to ogle his muscles, but after seeing them about 5 dozen times, I grew to just accept them like he was wearing a shirt. "Don't, Jake." "I know why you did it," I sighed, remembering how Jake had tried to push me into a relationship with him before. No matter how much I told him my feelings for him stood at platonic. He didn't understand how I could still love someone who didn't love me back, but I couldn't explain it to him. And it was for that reason that Jake hates Edward more than the others. Because not only did he break my heart and use me, but to Jake, he has ruined his chances of being with me. Boys. Bella. Harry poked my mind, and I looked at him curiously, only to find him watching the Cullens sit on the right side of the clearing away from us and the wolves. "This isn't right." We're supposed to work as one group. How can we do that if we can't even get along? I asked helplessly. The Cullens seemed more than willing to accept the wolves, and most of the wolves can tolerate the Cullens. He grimaced as he hesitated for a second, his eyes flitting between Jake and Edward, who had simply crossed his legs Indian style, putting his elbows on his knees and his head on his hands as he stared blankly in front of him. Harry, you stay with the wolves. I have to build some sort of bridge between them, I sighed as I got up, ignoring Jake as he called me back as I went and sat down between Carlisle and Alice. I continued to act as though the wolves weren't all staring at me like I had just slapped them, saying a small hello to the Cullens and smiled knowingly. Only Lee seemed to understand, and as I looked at her she nodded in agreement of my actions. A throat being cleared grabbed our attention and we all fell silent as we watched Emmett crack his knuckles, smirking at Jasper who simply rolled his eyes at his brother's actions. Okay, newborns use strength by nature, and since the Volturi only accept those vampires with exceptional talent or strength, it is safe to say that they are all good fighters. All will have been trained to the highest standard. His eyes darkened slightly as he turned to Emmett, still talking. I noticed how he changed a little, his tone becoming like a teacher would speak to class. He certainly did have knowledge. Emmett here is the strongest in our coven, and so uses his strength as his biggest asset in a fight. He is the most like a newborn, and unfortunately for him it is his downfall. Jasper smirked, not caring that he had just given the wolves information about themselves as Emmett crouched down and growled playfully. Newborn, really? He smirked, and I finally saw the vampire side of the Cullens, the side they had so desperately hidden from me. Observe, Jasper spoke knowingly before Emmett ran at him in a blur. I couldn't keep up with what happened, and I looked at Harry to find him equally lost. All we could catch were the numerous loud crashes that meant they had hit one another. A few seconds later they came to a standstill, Jasper pinning Emmett face first to the ground as he sat on his back. He got up quickly, Emmett dusting himself off before sulking over to us and sitting heavily. I was surprised when a few wolves whistled at the display, and I felt a little hope that maybe they could at least be polite to each other. Do you mind if we? Sam motioned to the large clearing, already halfway through standing. Jasper didn't hesitate this time as he nodded, moving back even as Sam backed away and disappeared behind a tree for a moment before reappearing as a huge black wolf. Jasper didn't look fazed by his opponent, but stopped backing up when there was a good 30 feet between the two. I'll use just strength, all right. You try to pin me. Jasper crouched low to the ground as he spoke, a low growl slipping from his throat as Sam did the same, a small curt nod being the only signal he had even heard. I couldn't help but remember my disastrous birthday when Jasper looked quite as dangerous. I found this fight easier to watch now that I could follow the big black blob that was darting around. I flinched as Jasper threw Sam into a tree, watching with bated breath as it snapped, only relaxing when I saw Sam stand a moment later. Sam, don't fight strength with strength. Use strategy, Jasper told him, Sam nodding as he panted, both crouching down again yet neither moved. It was obvious that Sam was thinking of a plan, his eyes darting to Jasper quickly, but Jasper left no time for thoughts as he charged at him. But it seemed he had had all the time he needed. He managed to swipe Jasper in the stomach, bringing him to the ground easily. Yet he gave him no chance to get back up as he pursued him and put two heavy paws on his chest, lowering his head as if to tear his. Alice and I both froze at the same time, staring in horror as neither of the two moved. After another 3 seconds, Sam jumped back and let out a loud bark as Jasper got up and dusted himself down, smiling gently at the large wolf who was obviously smug about his victory. Good, you're a fast learner, Jasper complimented him, earning a nod of respect from Sam before he went bounding back over to the others, sitting back on his haunches instead of returning to human form. Now. One of you, Jasper's smile slid off his face as he looked between Harry and I nervously. You want to? I raised an eyebrow. I already had a go. I remembered how mine and Jasper's little fight had been cut short because Harry and I could hardly stand any more. With a small nod, Harry stood, smiling as the wolves cheered him on. Okay, I have no idea how to do this. You obviously aren't going to fight physically. Jasper scratched his head a little unnerved before he actually looked to me for guidance. I was a little shocked, but I nodded as I stood and walked over to stand beside him, facing Harry. Basically, Harry and I have been watching you fight and looking for weaknesses, much the same as you do. Believe me, this fight will be just as difficult. I smirked at Harry as he smirked back, getting out his wand and holding it tightly in his hand down by his thigh. So, I fight him, Jasper gulped, and I nodded in understanding, though still frustrated. We looked human, but it was a rather good disguise. No one would believe that with 2 words and a small flick of the wrist, and we had the power to kill you. Yes, just like you would Emmett, but please try not to hurt him. He is my brother after all. I clapped Jasper on the back as he looked even more nervous at my favor as I went and sat down again, eager to see how my brother would do. As it turns out, it didn't do as well as I'd thought. I had forgotten that Harry had never fought vampires before, and the only things he had to go on were the 15 minutes of fighting we had just witnessed. Even I spent months around the Cullens, watching them play fight but taking it in just in case. Hang on, I sighed, getting to my feet as Harry was thrown into yet another tree. I could feel his frustration and anger at himself, getting worked up over it, and I could tell Jazz could feel it too by the sympathetic look he was giving Harry as he got up. "As you carry on demonstrating, I'll carry on with Harry," I told him, jogging over to the other side of the clearing and meeting a peeved Harry. "Oh, and Jazz," I called, turning back for a moment as he did the same, heading towards the others who were watching closely. "I wish I had their hearing and sight. If things get out of hand again, you have permission to put them to sleep." We both smirked at the phrase as I spoke to the wolves, but he nodded all the same, blurring off to carry on the display. "Right," I breathed, returning my attention to a crestfallen Harry as he kicked a tree stump. "Look, Harry, that was the first time you fought a vampire," I told him, touching his shoulder and feeling him relax under my hand. "Yeah, and if it was a real fight, I'd be dead by now," he grumbled, glaring at the floor. "Don't you ever say that. You know what we agreed, Harry. It's both or neither." I gritted my teeth at the thought of losing my brother, also gaining the attention of the wolves and vampires for a moment before they turned back, their gaze flitting to me every few seconds though. "I know, but what if I can't help it, Bells? We're outnumbered. It'll be at least 4-1, he yelled back at me, leveling my gaze as his eyes burned into mine. "They're vampires, that's it. It'll be easy. We just have to have a plan too." I tried to calm not only myself but Harry down, but I watched and listened as his thoughts and face got impossibly infuriated. "This is not a game of Quidditch, Bella. What if we don't win? What if we lose? What if you die or I die or one of them die?" He motioned to the gaping werewolves and vampires who weren't even trying to disguise their staring anymore. "What then?" he screamed in my face as I let out a breath. "You think I don't know that this is all my fault, that if the Cullens hadn't been so stupid as to go to the Volturi that none of this would have happened. If I hadn't been such a stupid and sentimental girl, then we'd be safe, I know. I'd rather you all went home." I turned to the others. "Now, just go home and forget about this. I'll deal with this on my own." I turned back to Harry, who now looked quite taken aback by my outburst. "You think I don't know the risks, that I'd rather lose you than stand alone? Number, you can walk away from this, Harry. I can't." My voice was lowered to a whisper by the end, and I cursed the tears that stung my eyes. "Bells, I'm sorry. I just got frustrated and angry," and Harry wrapped his arms around me and we hugged each other tightly. "It's all right, Harry, you're right. This isn't going to be easy." I pulled away, pushing back to tears as I paced a little. "Come on then, teach me." Harry smiled a little unsurely until I returned it, both of our smiled becoming genuine. "Yeah, like that. No, don't flourish so much, just a quick flick. See, I told you." I smiled as I watched a ball of fire blast into a nearby tree, catching fire quickly and crackling black smoke billowing into the air. "See," I repeated as I saw the jubilation in Harry's eyes. It seems that I wasn't the only one foregoing using magic. With another flick of my wand, the fire was gone and the tree returned to its original health. I was proud. Harry was a fast learner when he put his frustration aside and paid attention. I had taught him to project fire, a much stronger shield than he already had, and to control earth and water. Of course we could just put the body bind on all of them. Harry rolled his eyes, our argument totally forgotten as we slid our arms around each other's waists, walking back towards the others. "Yeah, but where's the fun in that?" I chuckled. "Besides, I doubt they'll stay still for long enough," I told him more seriously, watching as he nodded, taking it in. Harry was learning the express way. I kept giving him snippets of information about vampires, just small things he hadn't covered in defense against the dark arts. "You two ready?" Jasper turned around and I had to smirk. He was mostly coated in a thick layer of mud which was smeared across his face and skin as well as his clothes, grass stained all over his clothes and twigs in his hair. I glanced at the ground behind me, and sure enough there were multiple gouges in the earth, huge one that looked like asteroids had fallen. The wolves I saw had all fought since they still had the mud and grass on them as they sat in their original places in wolf form. I was glad to see that none of them were unconscious too, and I sat down beside Alice again. "You okay?" she whispered in my ear, and I nodded a little while staring at Harry retreated back to the starting mark. I was still a little embarrassed about my previous outburst, even more so that everyone had witnessed it. It was clear when the fight began that Harry had a firm standing now. Jasper was now the one running and dodging while Harry blasted spell and curse after curse at him. Fire was strictly of limits, of course, as was biting. Alice, I've had a thought. I turned to her suddenly, taking my eyes from the fight as Jasper crouched at Harry. Do you know when they will be coming? I asked, frowning as she scowled and huffed in sudden annoyance. The wolves are blocking my visions. I can't see anything. Her voice was a whisper, but the panic was clear as her eyes darted from the wolves and then to her family. I knew that the wolves were blocking her visions, but we desperately needed to know when and where this was going to happen if we had any chance of winning. I quickly stood, gaining the attention of all but the two fighting as I walked towards the woods behind where the wolves were sitting, and I gently put my hand on Sam's stomach, tilting my head slightly before carrying on. Light footfalls followed mine, and as I turned, satisfied with the distance between the two groups, I was met with a huge giant wolf. Sam. Human, please, I rolled my eyes as he scampered behind a tree, walking towards me a moment later, shirtless of course. You're blocking Alice's visions, Sam, you and the pack, I told him, whispering urgently. I don't know why I was telling him this in private, but I had a feeling that the wolves would be all too happy about the fact that they rendered a leech's power useless. And no doubt the Cullens would get angry and a fight would break out again. I had a feeling we would, he admitted, looking a little sheepish as he leaned against the tree we stood next to. Could you just change your mind? Decide to give an order for the pack to stay away from the fight so that Alice can see when the Volturi will be here. I knew it might be a little too much to ask, the Quilutes being as proud as they were. Now he raised his eyebrows and I took a step back. Hold on, let me get Alice. I turned and headed back to the clearing, watching as Harry pinned Jasper and the wolves cheering, the Cullens clapping with wide smiles that I couldn't help but copy. I was proud of my brother. Alice, I called a little louder than normal, finding it a bit creepy how every eye turned to me. Even Jasper, as he got up, eyed me curiously. Alice frowned but appeared at my side nonetheless, following me as I turned and walked back into the forest. I'd rather keep this little scene from the others. It causes some hostility, I admitted as I stepped over a fallen tree branch, watching as Alice simply nodded, curiosity clear in her eyes. Sam's going to change his mind about attending the fight. Can you see if you can see anything about what's going to happen? I asked, watching nervously as Sam came into view, but neither looked angry or volatile. All right, she suddenly smiled widely and I had to smile back. I missed Alice, the cheerful and bouncy Alice. No matter how much it annoyed me sometimes, I still loved her. Okay, Sam, do your thing, he smiled as we stood in front of him, but it soon fell into a frown as he concentrated. It's harder than it looks. I don't want to back out of this fight, he explained as he saw me stifling laughter at his expression. Think of the danger and the possible injuries. It should be easier, I grimaced, not really wanting to voice that negative side of the fight, but if it helps. I knew he had done it when Alice stiffened beside me, her eyes glazing over. Sam looked rather worried about her, which was quite strange, and stepped closer as I took her hand in mine, hoping to offer some comfort. Those 30 seconds lasted a lifetime, but when she breathed again and her eyes darted to our faces before a small smile crept up on her face, I relaxed too. Thursday at the baseball clearing, I nodded, taking it in while Sam stood there totally confused and lost. When the sun rises, they step out of the woods. There'll be about 60 of them, but not all are Volturi fighters. Most are here to witness the capture of one of the creatures that has evaded Arrow for decades. Alice smirked, nudging me. That's less than 3 days, 3 days to get ready. Sam ran a hand through his hair, and I let the seriousness of the situation consume my mind once again. It was already Monday midday, around 1 in the afternoon. Our time was running out. For what could be the end or the beginning, I sighed, glancing over my shoulder to see if the others had followed, but was glad to find the forest void of anything pearly white or huge and furry. We keep this quiet. I'll tell them the who's and the whens, but not the hows, I told them, waiting for a moment as they shared a look and nodded in understanding. Let's get back then, we'll see if they haven't torn each other apart, I mumbled, turning around and walking back towards the clearing. Where's Sam? I asked as I peered around the forest and found no black werewolf to be haunting my steps. Alice, of course, was at my side, but looked way too happy for the current situation. He phased again and rejoined the others. She smiled, but I didn't understand why. Don't you see, Bella? She asked, her smile widening as she saw my clueless face. You've done the impossible. Werewolves and vampires are enemies. It's our nature to attack the other. But you've overcome that because of you were working together. She paused in her words and steps and nodded to something ahead of her. I looked up, seeing the clearing and the backs of the werewolves' heads as they watched Quill and Jasper fight. Do you think this could have ever happened if it weren't for you? If a werewolf got anywhere near us, we would have killed them, and it would be the same for them. But now look. We're actually fighting with them. She laughed quietly as not to alert the others to our presence. I smiled and shrugged as she walked the last few steps and broke out of the trees, walking casually by the wolves and sitting down on the ground once more, the smile never leaving her face. I, however, moved to the edge of the forest but no closer. She was right, and I had to give them more credit. They must be fighting strong natural urges just to stop at pinning one another. Harry's eyes sought mine, and he smiled knowingly. Thursday, huh? I'll be ready, he smirked, and I rolled my eyes at him. Of course he had heard what we said. I had to remember this connection. Jasper quickly finished with Quill, and I realized a little slowly that he was going through the wolves one by one and letting them pin him to the ground. He would be totally at their mercy. My respect of him increased significantly as I watched him walk towards us, his eyes meeting mine and smiling largely, nodding his head a little in acknowledgement. Jasper. I stepped forward and past the wolves, patting Quill on his head as he passed me to sit back down. May I? I motioned to the others and he nodded, smiling as he stood aside for a moment. All right, the Volturi will be here at sunrise on Thursday morning. Their numbers are 60 strong. A loud hum of mumbled began at my words, but I hushed them as I raised my voice and continued, but not all are fighters. It seems Arrett wishes people to watch him fight and claim me. I smirked at Harry as he laughed lightly. We have less than 3 days to prepare ourselves for this fight. Do what you must. I spoke the last to the wolves, knowing that some had imprinted on girls, and their families would no doubt want to know what the hell was going on. Get some sleep too. We'll meet here on Wednesday at midnight. I offered it as a question, smiling when both Sam and Carlisle nodded. Sorry for interrupting, Jasper. Carry on. I smiled as he did, going to sit down as he continued the lesson. I was surprised that none of the wolves transformed just to make sarcastic comments about the Cullens, even more surprised when their respect for the coven seemed to grow with every fight. Their eyes remained on the two battling, their bodies never twitching or shifting. It was strange to see them taking something so seriously. The Cullens were more laid back, already knowing how to fight vampires. They were still getting a lesson, though. Jasper had gone through the wolves, and now it was the Cullens' turn as he faced Esme. I visibly cringed when she snarled and crouched down. There had only been one incident. Paul, the most volatile of the pack, managed to get a little bit too into fighting and starting putting everything he had into going for Jasper's jugular. He never reached, of course, and only calmed down after Sam and Jasper intervened. Though I got the impression that he threw a lot of apologetic emotions at Jasper, since I saw the blonde-haired vampire's nod in a friendly way as he mumbled something way too quiet for me to hear. Apart from that, everything was fine. I even had my go with Jasper, using my knowledge from Laurent to help as I dodged Jasper's attempted to grab me. Laurent had similar scars to Jasper, meaning he had been in the newborn wars too. Both had similar fighting styles, both choosing to strategies rather than use muscle and power. It was both of their downfalls. He didn't hold it against me, taking my hand as I pulled him to his feet and walking beside me as we made our way back to the others. Emmett was the funniest to watch, simply because he was so cocky about winning but never did so. The hardest to watch, I would have said Esme until I saw Edward stand. I couldn't watch and so kept my eyes on the grass in front of me. Yet I kept my senses alert. I heard every snap of twigs, every crash, and every blow they gave one another. Honestly, I had never been so scared in my life. Jasper was an amazing fighter, and to have the one you love stand against him. But as all the Cullens and wolves had had their turns and had successfully pinned Jasper, the light was fading from the sky and the air was becoming biting as it whipped through the trees. Would it be all right to meet tomorrow, all of us? I looked around, glad to see no hesitation as every single one of both groups nodded, moving to stand. Where are you staying? I questioned as I saw the Cullens turning towards the forest. I thought the wolves would want to keep them here. We are going back to our home, though we have been assured that the treaty is temporarily void. We can come back here tomorrow. Carlisle turned and smiled at me gently before nodding over my shoulder at the wolves. I watched as he turned again and also as he turned back, looking at me for a moment before appearing right in front of me and capturing me in a tight hug that would have broken the bones of any weaker person. It's good to have you back, Bella, he whispered as he let me go. It's good to be back, I smiled back as he turned to leave again, only pausing when he stood at the forest, the others already having disappeared into its dark depths. Have a good night's sleep, he called, and I couldn't resist yelling back, you too. I swore I heard him laugh, but I felt a wet nose against my hand and turned to find Jacob looking at me with his huge eyes. I was still angry at him, but only as angry as you can get with a giant werewolf. He turned and lowered his stomach to the ground, and I rolled my eyes as I flung my legs over one side, sitting on his back and holding on tightly around his neck. I smirked when I saw a rather worried-looking Harry doing the same with Quill. Running with a werewolf was amazing, feeling the muscles and body stretching and contracting beneath you, total power filling your mind and body, but nothing can compare to a broomstick. Though I have to admit, Jake's freakish warmth kept the cold away even as we raced through the forest. He lowered himself again and I slid off his back, stroking his neck gently as I walked past his head, stopping to kiss his muzzle before continuing towards his house, Harry behind me and looking rather wind-swept. Food, I yelled upon seeing the delicacies laid out on Billy's kitchen table, diving for the ham sandwich and ignoring the laughter at my expense from Harry and the humans that had stayed. I am starving, I moaned when I saw the sausage rolls, shoving them in my mouth and actually moaning again as I tasted them. I love sausage rolls. The wolves were slightly surprised when I actually threatened to curse them if they touched any of the food, and I went back to scoffing my face as they backed away with scared expressions. 3 chicken sandwiches, 6 sausage rolls, 1 packet of crisps, and a Coke later, I sat down on the worn couch heavily, sighing and patting my stomach in contentment as I smiled dreamily. Ah, the feeling of a full stomach. I never knew you could fit that much in such a small person, Charlie chuckled from his seat beside me, and I frowned after a yawn escaped my lips. I'm not small, I nudged his arm, but he simply laughed. Maybe not, you are tired, I heard Harry say from close to my left, probably sat next to me. Let's get you home, Charlie's voice sounded rather quiet, and I noticed that the reason my world was black was because I couldn't open my eyes any longer. I felt several pats on the back, many hugs, and it's good to see yous. I felt the cold wind hit my face and I shivered, the arm wrapped around my waist tightening in response. Harry guided me to the car, my head on his shoulder, and the only thing keeping me awake was the jumpy rise of fall of his body when he walked. A small bang, something soft underneath and behind me, and then another soft bang, 2 more gangs, me moving a little to lean on something, 2 more bangs, and then a gentle hum. I didn't understand, but I let it go. I was too tired to figure out sounds anyway and fell asleep to the gentle hum and the vibrating thing beneath me. I was totally freaked out when I woke up in my old room, thinking that everything in the past few days had been a dream or maybe I had finally cracked. I felt a total tool as I crept out of bed still fully clothed, minus shoes of course, and tiptoed out of my room and onto the landing, trying to find some difference. There was none. Same pictures, same carpet, same doors, same slightly tilted to the right lamp shade. I couldn't help the fear that welled up inside me. Had it all been a dream or a premonition? Had the Cullens gone to the Volturi and I had dreamed through the rescue time slot? I walked down the stairs with a shaky bounce to my step, not knowing which was my reality, and so the strange red and blue blob on the sofa through the living room doorway got pushed to the back of my mind until I paused in kitchen threshold and I thought about it. I must have looked a sight. My eyes watery from sleep, my hair a mess, and my clothes creased and grimy, but as I backed up comically to do a double take, it was still there. And as I watched, it moved up and down. Why was there a blue and red blob on my sofa? I thought of the possibility of it being Charlie, but I knew for a fact that if that were Charlie, he would be hanging off the edge. He always did. I was suddenly blinded by a shining in my eyes as the rare sun decided to make an appearance, streaming through the window, illuminating the dust motes that flew in the air. I moved back a little and lowered my hand, tensing my hand against my thigh where I could feel my wand, but I gasped at what I saw. Because there on the little table between the sofas was a pair of round glasses, glasses you can't buy at any Specsavers or opticians, and glasses that I would recognize anywhere. Harry's glasses. And when I looked closer, I saw the messy mop of dark brown hair that stuck out of the top of the red blanket. So I couldn't help but squeal a little as I ran into the room and jumped on him, waking him up as I pulled him upright and hugged him tightly, laughing at the wondrous feeling that everything had been real. Bella, come on, Harry groaned from my arms, and I did take pity, reminding myself of Alice, and I knew how much I hated being woken up like that. Getting off Harry, I watched him stretch and yawn, falling back on the pillows but rubbing his face to wake himself up before reaching for his glasses. "Why are you so happy at 7:30 in the morning?" he asked, running a hand through his hair as he looked at my growing grin with a small smirk. "Just glad that it is real, that's all," I chirped, skipping out the door and into the kitchen. I knew from the time I had spent with Harry under the care of Remus and Sirius that he was addicted to pancakes. He loved them and would protect them with his life if he saw them in danger. I turned on the small radio on the window ledge, humming away to a song I had never heard before as I danced around the kitchen, grabbing ingredients and turning on the cooker as I went. "Do I smell pancakes?" Harry's eyes looked significantly brighter as I turned and saw him eyeing the pan on the cooker with renewed energy. He sat down in one of the dining chairs, watching me curiously with a small smile. "You look at home here, you know," he commented as I nudged a cupboard closed with my hip, my hands occupied by the 3 plates. I wasn't stupid enough to hold them with one. Lord knows how much danger that would bring me. Duh, this is my home. "It has been for years," I sang, tipping pancakes onto a plate and sprinkling them with sugar before walking over and setting them in front of Harry, hurrying to get a knife and fork since I know if he doesn't get them within roughly 3 seconds he'll devour them anyway regardless. "Why don't you use magic?" he sighed, taking a huge sniff of the pancakes before taking a huge slice and shoving it in his mouth, humming in delight as he closed his eyes while he chewed. "I guess I'm too used to hiding it," I shrugged as I went back to caring for the pancakes, the only other sounds being Harry's fork scraping the bottom of the plate and his chewing. "But Charlie knows right." "So you can use it in front of him," Harry pointed out, and from the sounds of it threw a mouthful of pancake too. "Yeah, but I was told to keep it to a minimum, and after a while it just came natural to live like a muggle." I shrugged again, flipping the pancake as loud thuds signified Charlie coming downstairs. "Damn bells, I thought I was getting up early to make you breakfast," he chuckled as he shook his head at me in mock sadness. "You'll have to get up at midnight to beat her, Charlie. I swear she never sleeps," Harry teased as I smiled, keeping my back to the two as they teased me. It was warming to hear the 2 members of my family talking so casually to each other. "Tell me about it, though I can't deny the perks of letting Bells cook. I'd probably burn the house down if I tried." I heard a chair scrape against the tiled floor as Charlie sat down with a soft thump. "Ditto, Bella always cooked when we were with Sirius and Remus." Once again Harry's deep voice was distorted by pancake as he spoke, a moment's silence in the air after his words as I waited for Charlie's response. "Remus and Sirius, they were those people you went away with, right? The ones who looked after you before you came here." Charlie seemed more curious, and I relaxed when I realized that there was no way for him to know what happened with Sirius. "Yeah, them," I nodded, keeping my eyes on the spitting pancake mix in the pan as I flipped it, nervously wondering if Harry would dare to bring up the argument. "Well, they sound like pretty good people to me, and no one can turn away Bella's cooking," Charlie said easily, obviously not sensing the tension that was mounting between Harry and I and that was quickly filling the room. "They try their best, I guess," I heard Harry sigh, a slight clatter telling me that he was quickly eating all the food on his plate. I quickly tipped the pancake on top of the others, grabbing a knife and fork from the drawer as I walked back and sat them in front of Charlie, taking Harry's plate away and dumping it in the sink. "So what's on the agenda for today?" Charlie asked, like Harry speaking through a mouthful of pancake. "Well, we'll be hang on, do you know what's doing on?" I puzzled, keeping my wet and sudsy hands in the sink as I twists my body around to look at an incredulous Charlie. "Come on, Bells, I may be a muggle, but I'm not stupid. Anything that happens to you goes through me too, you know. I know all about this arrow fella and these vamps that want you to be their little slave." Charlie spoke casually, almost berating me for questioning him. But I was way too amused by the way he spoke of the vampire's royalty, a sight of fear to many, as fellas and vamps. "I guess," I conceded, turning around the finishing scrubbing the plate as I set it in the drying rack and towel dried my hands. "So I was thinking, too much practice is better than too little, so maybe we could get everyone together again like yesterday, train a bit more, learn moves and stuff." I shrugged at Harry, ditching the towel on the counter as I poured the rest of the pancake mix into the pan and watching it sizzle. "Good idea, I'll call the wolves." Harry's hand touched my shoulder for a moment as he brushed past me to the phone on the wall, and I smiled at the comforting gesture. Harry knew how worked up I got over things like this, even things that pale in comparison to others, like the situation with Sirius. Right now I was more worried about that than I am about this fight. I vaguely listened to Harry's quick conversation with Embry over the phone, tossing my own single pancake onto a plate, sprinkling sugar on it, as I grabbed a knife and fork and sat down beside a munching Charlie. "All right, thanks, Embry," Harry sighed as he put the phone back on the hook on the wall, turning and sitting back down before speaking. "They're having a council meeting apparently, so we won't be able to meet until about 1-ish. He looked truly sorry about it, and I smiled as I nodded, knowing we'd make up for it anyway. "Place?" I asked, covering my mouth since I was brought up with manners unlike Harry. "Same clearing as yesterday." Harry nodded a little and I chewed, nodding back. "What about the Cullens?" Harry's voice was a quiet mumbled, but it was enough that I paused my chewing as Charlie did, watching him tensely as he took a deep breath and carried on chewing though his jaw remained tensed. "We'll go over. I don't have their number anymore," I told Harry quietly, concentrating more on chewing than anything else and avoiding Charlie's and Harry's worried gazes. I remembered and cursed myself for my own foolish rage. It was after I had jumped off that damn cliff, being saved by Jake, and realizing that no boy was worth ruining my life over that I came home in a fit of uncharacteristic rage. Unfortunately for the furniture and house, the person I wanted to take all of my anger out on, Edward or the Cullens, weren't here, and so my magic took toll like it did when I was younger, and the house was very nearly destroyed. Thankfully, Charlie knew nothing about the cliff jump or the wreckage of the house, and since we lived back against the woods, no one else saw it either. But in that fit of rage, I had found everything that connected me to the Cullens, even if it was in the smallest way, and destroyed it. That included the little slip of paper that Charlie had buried in the drawer that I had burned with the tip of my wand, every blue item of clothing I owned. I even destroyed the meat we had in the freezer since it was raw and reminded me of the way they drank blood. I wanted every trace of them in my life gone, but I more than anyone should know that you can't run from your past. Breakfast was a silent affair after that, and I hurriedly finished my pancake, washing it and rushing upstairs into the shower, feeling the grime of the past 2 days catching up with me. I took my time in the shower, washing my hair and my body slowly until I remembered how I had left Harry in the uncomfortable silence with Charlie, guilt filling my mind as I sped up again. After a moment, I took Harry's advice and used magic, finding it much quicker and, even if I may say so, more fun. Magic always cheered me up when I used it, never really getting used to the wonders magic brought the world. I quickly dressed in a simple pair of jeans and a bite-me shirt that made me smirk, remembering how Paul just couldn't resist. I did receive a eye roll from Charlie and a chuckle from Harry when I came back downstairs, glad to see that the silence had disappeared. I glared at Harry as he simply stood in the middle of the kitchen, waved his wand and changed clothes, looking refreshed and awake. "Show off," I muttered, but knowing that in the magical world it was a usual thing to see. "I guess I've spent too much time pretending to be a human." "We'll be back later, Dad. We'll be over at La Push later if you drop by," I told him, surprising him by kissing his cheek before following Harry out the back door and towards the forest. "Be careful, Bells," I turned back at Charlie's call, nodding as he stood in the doorway. A deep frown looked to be set permanently on his face. He didn't need to explain, I knew what he meant. No matter what he said yesterday, he didn't trust the Cullens. In fact, I think Harry and I are the only ones that do. "Be fair, Bella. The wolves must trust them to allow them on their land," Harry corrected, pushing a low-hanging branch out of the way as we walked deeper into the forest, me on his heels as I ducked instead of pushing it aside. I knew better than to ask where we were going, knowing Harry well enough to know that before we apparate we'd have to be far from the beaten track. "Come on, Harry, I think we're safe a few miles from the house." I rolled my eyes as he huffed, turning to me and agreeing with a scowl. I didn't back down. It was the morning, the grass was wet with dew, and the cold air was sharp against my skin since my shirt only had short sleeves. I cursed myself for forgetting a jacket. Harry, when he wasn't being a typical boy, he was so protective and careful that it drove people mad. I did understand why, having to be careful of everyone we both met in case they were spies. It took a toll after a while. "Come on," I held out my hand for him to take, knowing that if we didn't apparate together then we'd end up in different parts of the forest and get lost. It wouldn't be the first time it happened after all. He took my hand begrudgingly and I didn't waste time in warning him. He was too used to apparating for it to affect him anymore. Still, it never was a pleasant experience. With a simple rush of air and an uncomfortable full-body compress, we stood in front of the Cullen mansion, and I smirked as Harry gaped openly at the huge building. Yeah, even us magical beings found the time to gape at a majestic building or two. That reminds me, Bells. Harry's voice get a little edgy and hesitant, and I walked halfway up the driveway, turning to look at him questioningly. "Charlie asked about our silent little things. Remember how at Billy's he gave us that weird look when you told me they'd like me?" He blushed a light red, and I smiled and nodded, remembering being a little confused over that too. He's not the only one who's noticed. Apparently the wolves were talking about it too. He grimaced, and I sighed as I carried on walking, looking at the grass under my feet with a frown as I thought. I suppose we could tell them, I mused, rolling my eyes when I saw a scandalized-looking Harry. "Come on, Harry, it's not a big dark secret after all, is it? Besides, it might be useful in a fight," I told him, trying to get him to see on the positive side instead of the bad. But as Harry opened his mouth, a small click sounded from the house, and we both looked up, seeing Esme standing on the porch with a curious smile on her face as she watched the two of us. "I know I shouldn't, but I can't help but like Esme. She reminds me of Mum," he admitted, looking between the two of us rather ashamed. I understood what he meant, even though neither could remember our parents clearly. All images were hazy and blurred thanks to our age. "Don't worry, I feel the same. Well, at least I hope Mum was like Esme. After all, not many mothers could love after they're dead, and even when the children are nearly 100. You can't help but love her," I shrugged, smiling gently at Esme as I got to the porch steps and began climbing them steadily, Harry a step behind me. Bella, she smiled, her arms twitching, but she made no move to embrace me, a hesitant and unsure expression crossing over her face. I smiled back gently, closing the small distance quickly and hugging her firmly around the waist. There was a moment where she tensed beneath me, but after a second I felt her arms around me and she hugged me back. "Hey Esme," I smiled as we let each other go, Esme holding me at arm's lengths and looking me up and down for a moment, a larger smile gracing her lips as she let me go with a small chuckle. "Harry, it's good to see you again." She smiled rather uncertainly at Harry, and I saw Harry falter for a moment, not used to such a loving and caring person like Esme. He had lived with the Weasleys, but Mrs. Weasley went about things different than Esme. "You too, Esme," he admitted again, a pink taint staining his cheeks as he looked at the wooden porch at his feet. I shook my head and rolled my eyes at him. "Just hug her, she won't mind, you know," I smirked as Harry's head shot up and he glanced quickly between Esme and me nervously, but shook his head a little, concentrating back on the floor. I sighed, turning back to Esme and smiling sadly and shaking my own head at her puzzled expression. Her eyes widened as we settled in an awkward silence for a second, quickly moving aside and motioning to the open door. "Come in, come in." I smiled as I stepped inside the house, relaxing once I was out of the cold morning breeze and into the warmth of a house. I heard footsteps behind me and turned to see Harry looking around the entrance hall with a mouth like a fish, Esme closing the door softly. We just came to say," I began, an uncomfortable feeling creeping up my spine. I began wondering why I couldn't have told her on the porch. I couldn't get sucked in again, I couldn't let them trick and fool me. Though I love them and they owe me their lives, I'd rather keep a distance. I mentally snorted at that. Since rescuing them from their own stupidity, we seem even closer and yet more distant than before. It made no sense, but it was true. The events in Volterra had brought us closer, and yet I kept a wedge between us. It was hard not to just forgive them all and just let it all go. But I wouldn't. I was stronger than that. How was I supposed to keep a wedge between us if I had to fight alongside them? Even the wolves have gained a rapport with them, if only Jasper. We're fighting on the same side, maybe for different reasons. They feel an obligation to be at my side, and I wouldn't be surprised if as soon as the battle is done, and if we win, they disappear, conscience is clear. I saved them and they see it their duty to stick around and fight with me. They still think of me as a human, still needing protection against the bad guys. I knew I should tell them to go, to tell them they had no obligation to me and to run, but I didn't. Because as much as I hated to admit it, I loved them and I needed them, even if it was all a charade. I'd take what I can get. Pathetic, I know. So when Emmett appeared at the top of the stairs, smiling down at me as he yelled my name, I couldn't help but smile back, albeit sadly since my thoughts had trailed into territory I wasn't willing to approach with a fight looking overhead. "Hey Emmett," I whispered, contrasting him as he ran down the stairs and hugged me, making my jump and squeal a little as he used his vampire's speed and strength. He soon put me down, his smile never fading from his eyes or face, even after he looked at my sad grimace before high-fiving a cheerful Harry. I looked at the two men sadly, Harry catching my eyes and looking at me worriedly, to which I simply turned away and looked at the same old decor I had seen so many times when I had visited all those months ago. I stared, again sadness filling my mind, as I walked up to one I saw every time I walked in and out of the door. It hung just beside the living room entrance, so I never had the chance to look before. It was beautiful, a wash of bright color at the top and morphing into dark at the bottom. Blues, reds, golds, whites, greens, yellows were all merged together, and yet shone individually on the canvas. It had always caught my eye, but I had never actually stood and looked at it, too caught up in my own world to stop and slow down and appreciate the things around me. It astounded me how blind and stupid I was even now. "You okay, Bella?" Esme appeared next to me, but I didn't jump, my mind oddly settled and calm. "It seems such a long time ago now," I whispered, remembering how many times I had walked up and down those stairs, walked through that door and sat in the living room. It seemed a lifetime ago. The entrance hall was silent once more, but my gaze was stuck on the artwork, my mind full of contemplating the past and the what-ifs of my life here. If I had done one thing differently, would everything have changed, or was everything supposed to happen like this? I never was one for destiny and fate, but after all this I couldn't help but question it now. Surely all of this couldn't happen by chance or my cosmic bad luck, so what's all this about big dark secrets that might be good in a fight? I heard Emmett ask, his voice void of any awkwardness that I saw on Esme and Harry's faces when I finally tore my mind and eyes from my own wanderings. "This must be hard on everyone. Well, you all already know, I kind of let it slip at the safe house. The connection between Bella's mind and mine. It could be useful." Harry looked at me questioningly, and I sighed, nodding with slight defeat. thinking of the questions we would be hounded with. "You all right, Bells?" Harry came to my side and put his hand on my shoulder, giving up acting normal since they all knew about it anyway. We had to act around the wolves and the humans because it felt personal, too personal to tell anyone else. It was something we both agreed on. Sirius and Remus don't even know, only Dumbledore did. It might come in useful in the end, fine. It's just hard to come back here after everything that's happened since I admitted, patting his hand with my own and feeling it slip off when I stepped forward and faced two very confused-looking vampires. "We just came to tell you about the meeting." My own voice surprised me, sounding more like it did in my little depression than my own, but I cleared my throat and wished for at least a little peak of cheerfulness from my own thoughts. Nothing. I wanted to get out of here as quickly as I could, just being in the house where everything changed, where happy and horrifying memories lingered, was driving me mad. They both nodded and, frowning at one another, walking through to the living room, sitting down on the two love seats as Harry and I took the sofa, sitting as closely as we could to one another, or Harry scooted closer to me, taking my hand in his own. "I can do this if you want to head back home." He looked at me with those huge green eyes through his glasses, and I managed a weak smile but shook my head at his proposal. "I'll do this, Harry. We've faced Voldemort. The least I can do is face." I trailed away, not really being able to pinpoint the thing that was bringing out this reaction in me. Was it the Cullens, them being back here in their home where nothing had changed? Just being in the house, I kept my gaze on the coffee table in the middle of the room as I watched feet walk past and then become still as one by one the Cullens arrived and sat down. "They're all here, Bells." Harry squeezed my hand, and I suddenly wished I had blurted it out to Esme outside. Then I wouldn't have to face all the Cullens inside the Cullen home. He said all, which meant he was here. I could speak to the others like nothing had happened, but not him. His treachery had run too deep, the pain too raw and strong. I hoped it would fade, even over a few years. "We think it's better to get in as much practice as possible, so we're meeting with the wolves at around 1 in the clearing again." Harry spoke for me after a moment of tense silence in both my mind and in reality. "We'll be there." Carlisle was the one who spoke, and I was hard to imagine him going from the man who let a wizard insult him to a leader once again. "I guess vampires are good actors, though. Bella, don't think like this, please." Harry pleaded with me, and I grimaced mentally when I saw myself through his eyes. I looked totally lost and empty again, and I knew that Harry hated when I got like this. He'd scream, comfort, and threaten to kill me if I didn't cheer up. "I have to get out of here, Harry." The feeling of claustrophobia was creeping up in Harry, and I stood quickly, my eyes remaining on the ground as Harry offered a small goodbye before dragging me away and out the door. The wind helped to clear my mind a little, and I took a deep breath as it hit my face, closing my eyes and letting my mind rest for a moment, basking in the moment of peace. Because I knew what would happen now, and I could already feel the tears stinging at my eyes and my throat closing up. My hands shaking, and the familiar urge to curl up in a corner took my mind again. "Come on, Bells, not now, now here." Harry held my face between his hands as I opened my eyes and looked into his emerald eyes. They were filled with such love and concern that I couldn't help but wonder if they were the exact same shade as Mum's and Dad's, both having green eyes too. I don't know how I got brown eyes. "Bella." Jasper's voice barely reached my ears, but I caught it, also seeing the unsure glances Harry was sending over my shoulder. I didn't care. I needed to get away, to find my solace, and just let it all out. I'd kept all of it inside, pushing it to the back of my mind since I had other things to think about, but now there was no one here trying to kill me, no werewolves and vampires trying to kill each other. No distractions. I cringed when I remembered how I banished that word from my mind, but I understood, at least to some extent. I would give anything right now for a distraction, but he wasn't in pain, he wasn't hurting. He was bored of his mateless life and took advantage, and he chose a way to get out of the sad loneliness that had become my friend also. "Bella, please, don't." Harry's own eyes became pained as he no doubt felt my pain and heard the tenor of my thoughts. "Harry." I vaguely heard Jasper speak from behind me, not seeing as he and Harry swapped places, and he stared right in my eyes, still seeing the same turmoil in his that I saw in Harry's. All from me, my pain. I was hurting them, and yet no matter how much I tried to stop, I couldn't. The thoughts wouldn't stop swirling in my head, the pain wouldn't stop searing through my chest and scorching my heart. "Bella, calm down." "It's okay." Jasper put his hands on my trembling shoulders, and I could feel the calm trying to itch its way into my mind. But I was like a scared animal, or at least my mind was. I was better left alone to get it all out and calm down myself. Nothing else worked, and if anything, made it worse. Jasper winced in front of me, bringing me out of my stupor, if only a little, as I tried to strengthen the shield around my mind. It wouldn't bring me any relief, but it would at least put Harry and Jasper at ease. They shouldn't have to suffer because of me. I heard a groan from somewhere beside me, followed quickly by a soft thud, Jasper looking quite panicked as he looked towards the floor to my right and then back to me. Pain ripped through me again, and I couldn't help but whimper that escaped my tightly locked lips, or how my trembled worsened to the point where my legs gave out, and I fell to my knees on the grass. I felt none of the wet dew, the cold liquid that was quickly soaking through my jeans, or the icy breeze that had chilled me only minutes before. To know I had given my heart and my soul, my life to someone who played me and used me. The betrayal, the anger, and the sheer pain of the realization was still as raw as it had been that day in the forest when he left. Jazz, I heard a soft voice chirp, a voice filled with worry as another soft thud found my ears, but I couldn't even think about it. I was doing what I usually do when this happens. My arms were wrapped tightly around my torso, trying to hold myself together, my sobs quietened only by my locked jaw. But the tears couldn't be stopped, and the pain had me sat back on my feet, but my head was almost touching the floor as I desperately tried to shove the thoughts from my mind. It had been so easy to forget what had happened while the Volturi were chasing us, while the threat of Death Eaters was high, and even when Harry arrived. But not now that everything had calmed down again. I began to remember what drove me to jump off that cliff, and even wishing that I had succeeded. Don't you dare think like that. Harry's shout was loud, making my ears ring even as his voice shook. He didn't understand. He loved Ginny, he knew it, but hadn't accepted it. I had seen, even in our second and third years, the way those two looked at one another. He liked her. She wouldn't leave him, she wouldn't hurt him, because she loved him too. And that was the difference between the two. I would leave. I'd leave if it made her happier than if I stayed, if she hated me, or if things weren't working out. If it made her safe, Harry's voice was even louder in my mind than if he had spoken them. I vaguely realized he had admitted the fact he loved her, too shocked by his words. He doesn't love me, Harry, that's the difference. My mental voice was a monotone, a dead note. Honestly, it scared me as much as it scared Harry. I found warm hands on my back, another reaching around to my other side and gently tugging me until they were hugging me tightly to their chest with my face in their neck and my body in their lap, a feeling of safeness filling me, but nothing could silence the pain. Jasper, I'll take her home, the chest grumbled slightly, and I realized, a little late, that it was Harry. I'm sorry, I heard Jasper croak out, sounding pained and rather remorseful, but Harry gave no reply. Let's go home, Bells, he told me shakily, but I saw his underlying thoughts. He knew how this worked and how he would feel it too, but there was no sense in putting Jasper through that if we had another choice. I waited, listening closely to his thoughts as I tried to ignore my own, failing miserably of course, but was confused when his mind jumped off course and became jumbled. I was too far gone to ask, simply gritting my teeth harder as even more warm tears ran down my sore cheeks and neck. A sudden wave of exhaustion hit me like a wrecking ball, and I didn't even try to fight it. I let my eyes close and my muscles relax, though I feared nothing would ever stop the trembling now. I felt darkness creeping up and battling the hysteria that had taken control of my mind, hysteria being the only thing stopping the tiredness taking me under immediately. I knew it was Jasper, feeling strange and alien emotions and feelings before in his presence. But Jasper was stronger than the panic, pain, and hysteria, and I soon found myself falling into a blissful darkness that I hoped would never end and force me to come back to reality. No nightmares haunted my subconscious this time, no images of forests or solitary confinement, nothing but total blackness surrounding me. It was heaven, it was ecstasy, but like all highs, there must be a low, and you always have to fall. So when I woke in my room, in my bed, still fully dressed, I was confused to say the least. My face felt stiff and sore, my eyes were swollen, I could tell simply by how my vision was slightly more compressed. But a dull gray light was shining into my bedroom window, and I got up, trying to get my head around this. I know I went to the Cullens, oh God, I broke down on their front lawn. How can I face them after they all saw that? And Jasper, he felt it all too. It was bad enough with Harry. With a panicked bounce to my step and rushed to the bathroom and checked my reflection. I was right, my eyes were swollen, but definitely not the worst they've been. I looked, well, not decent, but I scraped an acceptable. Rushing back into my room, I chanced a glance at the clock and gasped when it said 2:30. They had already begun training without me. I guess Jasper's effect was stronger than I thought. I honestly thought about skipping the training or today, not wanting to face Jake's questions about my absence or the state of me. Then again, knowing Jake, he'd know just by looking at me. He'd witnessed quite a few breakdowns himself. But this was partly my fault, and I really could use a bit more practice with the physical stuff. I gulped, quickly running a brush through my hair and straightening my clothes, and I took my wand from my pocket and took a deep breath, picturing the place where Alice, Sam, and I had spoken yesterday. It was a suitable distance from the clearing that I could change my mind if I wanted to. I know, coward, but if I couldn't stand being close to them before, I dreaded to think what I'd be like now. I sincerely hoped that fighting would be a big enough distraction for my mind. I didn't bother to check if Charlie was there, simply apparating to the huge tree and looking around nervously. I felt, alive, on edge, like every sense had been heightened. Bella. "I'll come and meet you." Harry's voice rang in my mind once again, and I watched through his eyes as he stood without a word of explanation and jogged into the forest towards where I stood leaning against the tree. I was ashamed of myself, not for breaking down. I had long since accepted the pain and sadness as something that would always be there physically and mentally. No, it was for showing them how much they hurt me, how much they meant to me. I had managed to perfect the strong facade I wanted them to see of me, and now all they saw was a weak girl. "Bella," I looked up as Harry jogged, not stopping until he had grabbed me and held me tightly to his chest. I knew it hurt him as much as it hurt me, and it only increased my shame. "Bella, this isn't your fault," Harry whispered as he stroked my hair, my own arms reaching around his waist as I held him with as much strength as I could muster, gripping his shirt as if it held me to the earth. I heard his soft sigh as he pulled away, only to grab my hand and pull me towards the clearing once again. I was reluctant at first, but fell into step beside him, knowing I couldn't be a coward now. I couldn't hide from them yet. "Don't worry about it, Bella." Harry squeezed my hand, but I didn't have the heart to reciprocate. I hated how the connection made Harry feel my agony with me. "Do the wolves know?" I whispered as the trees began to thin and I saw the unshaded grass through the branches and leaves. "No, but they know something's up," he sighed, his mind becoming defeated as he accepted my mood. He had been through enough of these little episodes to know the before and after effects. "They'll know as soon as they see me. They've all seen me like this." I paused just before the opening, knowing they could all hear my heartbeat and breathing anyway. Yet as I watched, none of them turned, all keeping their watchful eyes on the fight between Alice and Embry that had destroyed several trees. Jasper and Sam stood at the side together, ready to step in if things got out of control. Harry stepped out first, pulling me with him as I let him guide me, keeping my eyes and face turned to the ground to hide my puffy eyes and red face. The minute Jake saw me, he would know, and God knows what he'd do. "Bella," Jake's cheerful voice made me cringe as it contrasted so much with my own. Harry's grip tightened as he watched Jake get up and bound towards me, his smile instantly falling into a frown when I didn't reply or look up at him. "Bella." Jake's shoes entered my sight as he stood in front of me. "Bella, look at me." His voice was soft, but I could hear the anger hidden beneath. He knew already. His warm hand reached under my chin and he lifted my face to see his. I stood motionless as his eyes seemed to darken as they tightened, his hand falling as it began to shake along with the rest of him. I wanted to offer him words of comfort, but I couldn't, still stuck in my own little rut to really appreciate anything around me. It was like it wasn't real to me yet. "I warned you, Lech," he yelled, his face turning away from me as he glared at the Cullens, my own face lowering back to the ground as I felt the eyes of everyone else on the two of us. "Jake, we went over there. It's not their fault." My voice broke and shook shamefully, and I didn't even check to see if he was listening. Knowing Jake, he wasn't. Why did you go over there?" Harry's grip was suddenly gone as two strong hands wrapped themselves around the tops of my arms, both being big enough to go all the way around with effort. His face was close to mine as he glared down at me, his body still shaking, and yet I still couldn't bring myself to care about the danger I was in. To tell them about the meeting, my voice was weak and measly compared to his roar of rage, but I didn't even shrink away from the noise like the others did, listening as it echoed off the trees around us. "I knew this was a bad idea," he snarled, not looking at my face anymore as he talked to himself, his hands tightening even more around my arms to the point of painful, but I didn't complain. It made me realize that this was real, that I was here now and not back there in the forest. I had my whole life ahead of me if the Volturi or Death Eaters don't finish me off, and I can't let this hold me down. They would always be in my heart and mind. Nothing I would ever do would get rid of them now, but I had to live. "No, Jake, this is what had to be done in order to win." I was glad for the little strength my voice gained, my eyes hesitantly meeting Jake's as he stared at me with hard eyes. "They'll hurt you again. You were just getting better, Bells." His eyes softened as his voice did, even his body seemed to still a little. "I know, and I will. It might be a little setback, but I'll get there, Jake," I whispered, gently prying his hands from my shoulders, hitting a wince at the tender skin as he flung his arms around me and pulled me into a rib-cracking hug. "Can I kill him now?" Jake's deep voice was filled with hate and disgust as he whispered the words in my ear, but I forced a smile as I hugged him back. "Not today, Jake. Maybe after the fight." I kept the smile on my face as he set me on my feet, glaring at the Cullens who remained hidden from my view by Jake's huge body. He took my hand, tugging me back to where the wolves were all sitting in human form, staring with sadness, anger, and in Lee's case, understanding. Harry came to sit at my left with Jake at my right, my gaze fixed on the grass until I heard a throat being cleared, and the unmistakable sounds of a fight filled my ears, letting me know that attention had been diverted from me. I allowed my eyes to watch the fight, not taking it in as I was hyper-aware of the colorful blurs that remained on the edge of my vision, never moving. It was as far as I let myself get to them. I knew from Harry that they glanced at me frequently, but I kept my eyes forward, my hands in the hands of the two men sat either side of me, Lee letting me know she was behind me by twirling a piece of my hair a little. I let out a shaky breath, pushing my own weaknesses from my mind as I concentrated on the up-and-coming fight. I was thankfully excused from fighting for the time being, neither Jasper or I meeting each other's eyes as he addressed me and assured me that I cowls it out if I wanted, to which I allowed a small thank you. I meant more than thank you for letting me sit out. It was a thank you for trying to help me and putting up with my pain. I think he understood. So the wolves got up one by one and fought with the Cullens, Edward being excused too since all the wolves wanted a piece of him, and all of them admitted that they would kill him as soon as the opportunity presented itself. They weren't even trying to keep their voices down as they admitted it, staring in, I am guessing, his direction. Harry stayed by my side, promising that he was taking mental notes on everything so that we could train with each other later. He knew I wasn't paying that much attention, preferring to try to sort my mind out while in the safe company of the wolves, who had always managed to ground me when it came to my breakdowns, rather than keep it all pent up. Jake's fight with Emmett caught my attention though, and I found my hands screaming in pain as I gripped Harry's a little too tightly for comfort. But Jake wasn't holding back, he wasn't trying to keep to the rules, and he was barely meeting the reason for the fight in the first place. The wolves were supposed to watch the vampires' fighting styles and adapt their moves to match. Jake just went in full pelt, resulting in a torn and muddy-clothed Emmett and a panting and angry wolf. Jasper had held out a hand to stop Sam as he made to stop the fight, saying something quietly that made the alpha sit back on his haunches, though still tense as his eyes followed the battle. He told him that Jake had to get this out or he'd explode. Metaphorically speaking, of course, Lee whispered in my ear, scotting forward and claiming Jake's spot next to me, taking my hand once again and holding it in hers. She understood, and she probably was the only one that did. Jake disappeared for a while after the fight, bolting for the forest as soon as the fight was rendered a draw. I watched with sad eyes as he disappeared from my sight, knowing how angry and frustrated he got with the situation with the Cullens, and he reappeared, sitting behind me, and I listened to his deep breaths. He offered no words but put his hand on my shoulder for a moment before letting it slide. I knew even from that simple touch that he wasn't angry with me and that he had managed to calm down, even if it was only a little. I was so locked in my own mind, and I missed the snarling and growling that filled the clearing, only breaking from my reverie when I felt Lee's hand shaking. I was shocked to say the least, knowing that Lee had the best control, second only to Sam. But I saw the anger and panic on the faces of the wolves, and as I spared a glace at the Cullens, I saw the fear. Something was wrong. I quickly stood, dropping Harry's hand as I reached into my pocket for my wand, feeling the surge of adrenaline rush through my veins. As I watched the wolves and Cullens all stare at the same place, the forest behind the Cullens. "Get away," I ordered, not caring that I was speaking to them for the moment. They blurred away from the forest, standing in a group next to the pack who had all transformed into wolves by now. All hackles were raised as their eyes never left the forest's depths. Harry and I stood at the front of the little group, wands drawn in bodies and minds, alert to any threat or danger. I heard it 2 bells. 5 people apparated close to here. Harry's hand turned white with the strength that he gripped his wand, causing his wand to shake slightly at the pressure. "Calm down, Harry. If it's a fight the Death Eaters want, then it's what will give them." I nodded at him as he turned to me, taking a moment to nod back. I quickly turned to the others, my eyes glancing over all of them and resting on one pair of golden eyes longer than the rest, but I managed to tear myself away. "Get back to the house and stay there. Protect Billy and anyone else close enough to get hurt," I told the wolves and Cullens, waiting for a moment and gritting my teeth as none of them moved. "You can't fight yet. None of you know how to fight our kind. Go." I let my fear and panic leak into my voice, wondering if we would die before the real fight had even had a chance to begin. To my immense irritation, only Embry and Quill turned and ran into the forest, the rest standing and watching me with even eyes. I knew they wouldn't budge. Nothing can move a werewolf when they make a decision. "We're staying," Carlyle announced before I even had a chance to look at him or speak, and I sighed deeply as I nodded, turning back around and stepping back to Harry's side. "They'll get themselves killed," I snarled in my head, clenching and unclenching my teeth in an effort to control my anger. "They know what they want. They have the right to stand and fight," Harry said aloud, his eyes never straying from the forest even as he spoke, so he missed my huff as I copied him, falling silent as I too stared at the forest, trying to find any movement or danger. I knew they were approaching when the Cullens all let out feral snarls and the wolves' growls, though more animalistic, remained savage. It gave me comfort to realize that we had 14 strong, fast, and savage fighters on our side. Though against Death Eaters, that wouldn't mean squat. "Duck!" Harry yelled a moment before a flash of white light streaked out of the forest and missed Harry's chest by inches, the wolves parting as well as the light shot past them and hit a tree on the other side of the clearing, the tree instantly collapsing. Without a word or signal, Harry and I fired spell after spell into the forest, the clearing becoming a flurry of flashing bright lights as we both deflected numerous spells that shot towards us. To be honest, I had missed the thrill of wand combat. I gasped when I saw a huge shield being fired at the clearing, knowing that with the size and strength of it, it would knock us all back into the forest behind us. I tried to warn Harry, but as I shot my own shield in front of me, I didn't have the time to tell him nor expand the shield to protect everyone as it hit. I watched with horror as my brother was knocked off his feet, growls and snarls turning into startled yelps as the others did too, and as I chanced to glance behind me I shivered when I realized I was alone. I winced as I heard multiple bangs and crashes, signaling the others' crash landing back to Earth. I had felt the blast, but had only been pushed back a meter since my shield was in place. Keeping the shield in front of me, I stood my ground and pointed my wand to the forest once again, awaiting their next move as I panted and desperately hoped Harry was all right. He wasn't a vampire and didn't land in a crouch. He wasn't a werewolf that healed incredibly fast either. His body was human. He could get hurt. He could die. That last thought as he gripped my wand even tighter, tears stinging my eyes at the very thought of losing my brother. Quickly seeking him with my mind, real fear set in when I found nothing but my own mind. The fact I ever had to seek him out was a bad sign. We could hear each other anyway. "Surrender, scum!" An unfamiliar yell came from the forest, and yet I did a double take. I knew this wasn't the Death Eaters' way. They boasted, they goaded, they played like it was a game. They didn't attack blindly and insult so obviously. Something was off, so I remained silent, hoping that they were friendly and that this was all a misunderstanding, and not that the Death Eaters had changed tactics and I had missed my chance to strike. "Bella." Jake's panicked voice came from behind me at a distance, but I didn't turn, too tense and awaiting their next move. "Bella." Several voices came out of the woods, both male and female, all different and yet all void of the hate and anger that one usually hears in a Death Eater. They were filled with curiosity, happiness. "Bella, is that you?" I couldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe it. "Number way, in hell, Fred." I lowered my wand to point it at the ground as I gaped at the shadowy forest, my eyes darting from tree to see any signs of my friends. I knew he wouldn't be able to hear me from the distance he was at, but I was trying to accept the fact that they were here. "Ow, Ron, get off me." I heard a muffled voice that sounded rather Hermione-like, and I couldn't help but smile. Just as I was about to take a step forward to greet my friends, a surprisingly loud series of growls began behind me and around me. Shocked and slightly irritated that they were ruining my reunion, I turned and faced them. "Relax, they're my friends, the Weasleys and Hermione Granger. All witches and wizards," I added as I looked to the Cullens, all crouched to the ground. I noted the absence of Carlyle from the Cullens, Harry from my side and Paul from the wolves, and I seriously hoped that there wasn't a fight going on. I knew Carlyle was better than that, but Paul wasn't. "Are you sure?" Jasper asked as he stood from his crouch and stepped back. To say I was shocked would be a severe understatement. He was trusting me, something I had yet to see when not being pursued by vampires, but this was still a dangerous situation. I could be wrong, of course, they could be Death Eaters in disguise, but if I was right, then these were my friends. "Yes," I told him, meeting his eyes confidently as the wolves pawed the ground, none of their eyes leaving the forest. They had all sworn an oath to protect me, even any newcomers. They all took the role as my protector seriously, and there was no doubt that they wouldn't relax until they saw for themselves that they weren't a threat. "Oh, for goodness sake," I heard Hermione cry, obviously getting exasperated with whatever the Weasleys were doing or failing to do. Not a moment later I saw a dark shadow moving about in the forest depths, approaching slowly but not as though to attack. Not only did they stumble and mutter "ouch" more than once, but no Death Eater would ever make so much noise when they're about to attack, not even the stupid ones. There, now that wasn't so hard, was it? Hermione's voice was louder, and a memory of potions class flitted across my mind, a smile filling my face as I watched her become clearer and clearer until she stood just in front of the trees, in plain view. I had to say she didn't look too good. Her clothes were ripped and dirty, her hair a mess, twigs and leaves sticking out at odd angles. I had never seen her look so disheveled, and yet I had never been so happy to see her. Bella, she squinted her eyes a moment before they opened widely, and she started jumping up and down, squealing lightly as she ran to me. I ignored the growls and snarls of the wolves like Hermione did, also ignoring the warning words from the Cullens as she crashed into me, wrapping my arms around me and squeezing me until I could hardly breathe. "Oh my God, it's so good to see you. I thought you died or something when Harry disappeared, but then Mrs. Weasley said that there's been some sort of argument and Sirius stormed off. She told us everything and we couldn't just sit back and let you fight the Volturi without helping." She hurriedly squealed in my ear, her grip never loosening even when I wrapped my arms around her and squeezed her just as tightly. But it seems to trigger something, that something being the tears, and she was suddenly crying into my shoulder, my own tears stinging my eyes as she blubbered, her whole body shaking with the force of them. "I thought I'd never see you again," she cried, looking me straight in the eye, and I saw an expression I had seen many times before. It was clear, even with the tear-stained cheeks and red eyes. It was the way her jaw set and her eyes became hard. She wouldn't be swayed on this. She was here to fight, and fight she would. "You can't get rid of me that easily, Hermione, you know that." I smirked lightly as she laughed a little choked from her tears. "Hermione, where the hell did she go?" We both laughed as we heard Ron's dull voice yell from somewhere in the forest, turning and facing the trees. It wasn't long before Ron came stumbling out, literally almost falling on his face as he tripped over a tree root. I heard small sniggers from the Cullens, and I quickly sent them glares, though silently glad they were relaxed enough to find the amusement in the situation. The wolves never removed their beady eyes from Ron, even as he blushed bright red, his eyes roaming over all of us, widening on the wolves and then flitting to the Cullens. "Sam," I berated, turning to do the same to the Cullens, but finding them all relaxed. I kept scowling at the wolves as all the blood from Ron's face disappeared, and he took a shaky step back. Now Ronald wasn't the bravest person in the world. Well, he could if there was enough at stake, I guess. "Back off," I warned as the black wolf bowed his head and took a deliberate step back, the pack taking his lead and lowering their eyes in a display of peace. Not that Ron would understand that. I hurried to his side, Hermione on my heels as I hugged the life out of him, accepting his shaky hug with a smile. Ron, ditzy, clueless but proud Ron. God, I missed my friends. "What's with the dogs?" he asked, peering over my shoulder with frantic eyes as I tried not to laugh. "Ron, they're not dogs, they're shapeshifters, the ones your father told us about." She trailed off, looking for any sign of recognition on his face, but all that was there was the usual confused frown. "Honestly, Ronald, do you ever listen to your parents?" she huffed in exasperation as Ron blushed again, his ears turning in deep red as he stared at the floor. Bella was sent to Forks, but Dumbledore asked for the werewolves' cooperation in keeping her safe. "They protect her, Ron, and I don't think they appreciate being called dogs either. They are real people after all," she explained to him, taking on the smart air she usually did when correcting one of us. Sorry," Ron stuttered out, peering back over my shoulder. I turned as Sam bowed his head in understanding, facing the Cullens who all wore smirks and the wolves who thankfully had calmed down now. "And the vamps," he stuttered, his eyes zooming over to the Cullens. The Cullens, Hermione ground out, sounding more angry than when Professor Vector gave her a B on her homework. I watched Ron for a moment as his eyes narrowed and his frightened gape turned into a full-on glare. Belle's two voices, nearly the same in tone and exactly the same enthusiastic edge to it, made me jump, and before I could react I was picked up and being crushed by Fred and George, two pairs of arms around me and squeezing the hell out of me, not to mention laughing their heads off. "So Bella, you went to meet the King of Darkness," one said, and I turned to see Fred, or George, smirking. "Single-handedly fought off the Volturigard," the other carried on, and I smirked, too used to the two-ended conversations to be annoyed like Hermione. "Kicked some serious vamp ass, did the Yorkshire move. Again, meet and greet and local mythical creatures. And now you're going to fight against the King of Darkness and his dweebs for your life. So just the usual bells." The twin on the left laughed and I joined in, missing the jokes and laughter that only Fred and George could bring. Quite boring really," I laughed as they set me back on my feet. My balance didn't last long, however, and I soon found myself hitting the ground with a hard thud. I began reaching for my wand, ready to attack the person since they were on top of me. It was only when I saw the deep red hair off the girl that clutched at the front of my shirt, a soft sob shaking her small body as I felt warm liquid seeping through my shirt. "Ginny," I whispered, shifting slightly when a rock starting to dig into my back painfully, relaxing when I moved slightly. I wrapped my arms around her as much as I could with her on top of me, looking to Fred and George for help and squeezing her slightly before the twins came and pried her from me, lifting her to her feet. I got to my feet, brushing myself off before hugging Ginny as strongly as I could. She was the youngest out of all of us at only 15. Her 16th birthday would be next month, but her parents and her brothers all had some connection to Voldemort. Her parents and older brothers were in the Order. Her brother Percy worked in the Ministry, but no one spoke of him anymore. And neither Fred or George or even Ron tried to hide their hate for the evil wizard. Growing up with all that, plus the knowledge that she had been minutes from death at Voldemort's hands in her second year, had made Ginny probably the most sensitive of all of us. She was still a child in so many ways, not been through what the rest of us have. It made her no less of a witch, but it made her susceptible to weakness easier. "It's okay, Ginny," I soothed, letting her go only when she loosened her grip on me. Her eyes were puffy, her cheeks red and tear-stained, and her hair and clothes a mess from tackling me to the ground. I could feel the wet patch from where she had cried on me, but I didn't mind, rather surprised that I had managed to keep my own tears at bay. Fred and George stepped forward again and hugged Ginny, and I watched with a small smile, knowing how close they all are despite all the arguments. I felt my eyes widen and my face drop as something finally clicked in my head while I watched Fred and George, and I whirled around and ran straight past the Cullens and wolves, ignoring the calls to come back as I disappeared into the other side of the forest that lined the clearing. I stumbled around for a good 2 minutes before I called out for my brother with my mind, hoping our connection was back on track again. Though it was a little faded, the connection was there again, and I eagerly followed the path I knew would lead me to my brother. Running through the forest was hard, but when scenarios of my brother being injured or worse ran through my mind, I found it easy to dodge the holes in the branches and roots. I was panting when I found them, Harry, Carlisle, and Paul, but what I saw made my stomach heave. Harry was laid on his back, a large gash running from his temple to his jaw, his clothes torn and destroyed, and I hated to think of what they hid. Paul stood as far away from him as he could yet still be in the clearing, standing in his wolf form, his eyes glancing from to my torn brother and then to me. Carlisle crouched by Harry, gently holding his wrist for a moment before putting it back at his side and standing and turning to face me. Bella, if his expression wasn't enough, his tone was. I hadn't seen Carlisle so defeated or so helpless ever. His words halted when it was obvious I couldn't hear any more of it. I quickly stepped forward and dropped to my knees on the other side to where Carlisle had been, gently taking my brother's hand in my own and feeling tears rolling down my cheeks. What happened? I could feel the heat from his hand. I could see his chest slowly rising and falling, his shirt moving slightly and revealing a deep and bloody wound there. I cringed away from the sight, looking instead at his face, covered in dirt and a smear of blood, but still the face of my brother. When we all landed, Harry doesn't have the reactions or reflexes we do, so he fell pretty hard, but he hit one of the pack, Paul, and he thought it was one of us, and he didn't do as much damage as he could have, Bella, he hurriedly explained, but I couldn't even bring myself to be angry at Paul. "Can't you heal him?" Carlisle took his place beside Harry again, looking down at Harry sadly. "The magic is too strong for me. I can't." I cursed myself as I choked off in a sob, wishing that I had made Remus teach me, even if it was way out of my leg. I heard rustling and footsteps, several gasps and 3 cries from my friends as they approached us, all kneeling around Harry, Ginny at his head as she stroked his hair lovingly, not even trying to stop the tears running down her face and falling into his hair. "Bella," Hermione whispered to my left, but I shook my head. "We could try." Ron's voice was small, quiet, and lost, without his best friend beside him. I cringed as I wondered how he'd cope with it. "None of us are strong enough. Only someone like Snape or Dumbledore has the power," Hermione cried loudly, sniffing as she sobbed. She didn't know what I did. I knew that you could combine magic with your kindred spirit, your other half. The only people who had a chance were Fred and George, but there was simply not enough time. "We have to do something. We can't just let him die," Fred yelled, obviously getting his anger and grief out through frustration. I was surprised when I turned to look at him, to find all the Cullens and the wolf pack stood around the clearing, Paul having been joined by his brothers who were all consoling him by the looks of it, yet they were all wearing the same expressions. The expressions I had only seen at Harry Clearwater's funeral. "Come on, Harry. Not like this, not now, not yet." My panic had set in. The idea of losing my brother was tearing me apart. How will I fight Voldemort? An arrow. I can't do this without you. "I need you here, Harry, always," I sobbed, gripping his hand harder and not caring if it hurt him. Maybe if it hurt so badly, he'd wake up. "Bella." Can you hear him? Carlyle asked quietly, confusing the others to the point of anger, but I simply shook my head. It's distant, blurry. I watched Harry's face as I spoke, hoping to see a twitch of a smile or some indication he knew I was here. Nothing. I needed him to live, to survive. I couldn't fight Voldemort on my own. I couldn't face the Cullens without him. We couldn't live without the other. If I lost him, I'd lose a part of myself too. I couldn't help but remember what Dumbledore told us when he realized how strong the connection was between the two of us. Both of you are powerful anyway, but together you could be unstoppable. That's why Voldemort came after you personally. Fears your strength, and with your parents being against him, he knew you'd grow up hating him, and he didn't want the power the two of you wield to be against him. He turned from looking out the small window that overlooked the school lake, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. But the connection the two of you share is beyond anything Voldemort is able to comprehend. You can do things no other witch or wizard could dream of doing. You would bend the most strict laws our magic has. He smiled knowingly as Harry and I wore identical grins, but only when you want it, when you need it so badly. Only then will you be able to break the boundaries. He clasped his hands together, knowing he had the both of us entranced by the knowledge he was sharing with us. But enough of that, eh? I do believe the two of you have some astronomy homework due tomorrow, and you still have a few inches to fill in. He stood again, both Harry and I sharing an eye roll as we stood too, saying our goodbyes before walking out of his office and bouncing through the corridors on a high from what we now knew. I knew it. I knew there was something I was missing. Our strictest law was that we couldn't bring back the dead. There was no magic, no spell, no curse to do such a thing. The closest you could get was a mirage, a ghost of the person. But if Harry and I could bend the rule, then I looked at Harry with newfound hope, taking solace in the fact that he wasn't dead as his chest rose and fell. But surely if we could bring back the dead, then healing someone would be a piece of cake, right? But Harry wasn't here, it was only me. I hoped the connection was as strong as Dumbledore said it was, and that it wouldn't matter if Harry was conscious or not, he would still be there. Dumbledore had taught us to do many things with our connection. The mind reading was one, another was controlling the other, which we only used as pranks. But he always said the same thing. Clear your mind, calm your heart, focus solely in your goal, block out all the external noise, the feelings and the words, and concentrate, and so I did. It was strange not being in Dumbledore's study with Harry sat opposite me when I was doing this, but desperate times call for desperate measures, I guess. I took a deep breath, succeeding in calming my mind, which had always been the easiest thing for me to do. It was calming my body that I always had trouble with, and now was no exception. But after a while I began to feel the soothing of the control I placed on my mind and body, letting them both relax while I blocked out all of the noises around me. The cried, the shuffles, the sniffs, the whispers and hushed words. When my world was silent and the only indication I was still alive myself being that I was still holding on to Harry while staring at his face, I let my eyes close and my head bow to my chest, feeling guilty about forcing perhaps the last image of Harry alive from my mind, but I knew I had to anyway. Focus on what you want the most, concentrate on that and that alone, imagine it in your mind. I wanted Harry well, alive, walking and talking. I wondered whether I should give him a revamp, maybe a six-pack and some more muscle, but I settled for just the old Harry alive and healthy again. I let an image fill my mind of Harry in the Black's house, talking and laughing, his eyes twinkling. Another picture of Harry looking at me with tears in his eyes and a small grin on his face. I remembered that. It was when he told me Mum would be proud of me getting on the Quidditch team. Concentrating on that image, on the smile and his hopeless hair, his glasses and his small button nose, every freckle on his cheeks. Harry. I didn't need anything more, just the old Harry would suit me just fine. I felt the familiar prickling at the back of my neck, but everything else was foreign to me. I had never done something on a scale this big, and I wondered briefly if it would be harder with just me conscious. But I pushed that away again, concentrating on Harry alive and well. I felt a strange heat surging through every vein in my body, from my legs, my arms, and my stomach, but it didn't go anywhere. It just buzzed in my body, energy building and mounting to the point of near painful. My body felt heavy, tired, and weak. I had felt like this every time we tried to do something new, but never this powerful. I felt like I could sleep for weeks. Once again, I found my mind slipping back, and so I forced the image of Harry in front of my eyes, the buzz never decreasing even as my mind wandered. But then it began to fade. Slowly, the power was leaking from my body, moving and traveling somewhere new. But another feeling, the feeling of warmth, of rejuvenation, and of growth. It was strange, but I found that the more of the power that left me, the more drained I was. I could barely feel Harry's hand in mine anymore, but I could definitely feel my hands shaking. A sharp pain was developing behind my left temple so quickly that I wanted to stop. I couldn't let Harry die because I got a headache. The very idea had me guilt-ridden. And so, with the last energy I had, I forced every ounce of love, of need and desperation into the memory of Harry. Not just him smiling, but of his yelling at me, of crying with me at the sight of our family in the mirror of Arist, of anger at Voldemort, of defense when Sirius hurt my feelings. I felt my hand slip from Harry's hand as the last tendrils holding me to consciousness fell away too, leaving me blissfully numb and blank to everything but the darkness that surrounded me. It was blissfully peaceful. Edward's POV. The emotions, the thoughts, and the mere presence of everyone in the small clearing was overwhelming. But that wasn't the worst. No, the worst thing, the one and only thing that distracted everyone from the broken boy on the ground, was the sobbing and broken girl at his side, gripping his hand so hard her knuckles were cream. Her eyes remained fixed and unmoving on her brother's face even as she spoke to Carlisle, her voice shaking as tears ran freely down her face. No one moved, no one spoke, no one knew what to do. Hospital was out of the question. He wouldn't last that long and the damage from the fall was too great. Magic apparently wasn't all it was cracked up to be since healing Harry was out of the question. I saw no middle ground, no solution. I may be selfish and uncaring, but all I could think of was Bella. I saw how close she was to her brother, the connection they both shared pulling them closer than I have ever seen siblings. Her grief alone was overwhelming Jasper, but he was ignoring our urges to leave, his reason being that he wanted to be here for Bella even if she didn't need him. And so we waited. We waited for the gentle and shaky heartbeat to stop, for Bella to fall apart, and for tomorrow. All of us, the wolf pack and my family, all knew and thought the same things. We knew if we lost Harry, we'd lose Bella. We'd lose the fight. We were all doing this for Bella in the end. We could have run and hid, but we stayed with Bella because we needed to be by her side. The wolves were protecting La Push, but their thoughts were more concerned about Bella. And now her friends had come to her aid too. It was all for her, and if she gave up, we all did. Something's changing. Jasper's thought broke through the dark, grieving haze that the thoughts of everyone had set in my mind. I was with them, seeing Harry and listening to his distant thoughts. I couldn't help but like him. Just like Bella, you couldn't help but grow attached. Both were so protective of each other. Their eyes blazed with the same frustration and anger. Even their actions and words were similar. Glancing up at Carlisle, surprised to find his mask of sadness being replaced by a growing look of shock as he stared at Bella. Frowning a little, I followed his gaze, finding Bella's head to be bowed to her chest. Though no sobs ripped from her mouth anymore, the tears still fell. But it wasn't that worried me. It was how slow her heart was, as if she were sleeping, how still her body was, as if she was dead. But even more terrifying was the fact that Jasper couldn't feel any emotions from her at all. Both of us stepped forward, making the others look up and break from their mourning of the boy who hadn't died yet. What have I done? I never thought I promised. Paul's choked-up thoughts caught my attention, and I spared him a pitying glance. I knew how it felt to hurt Bella. His brown eyes never left Bella's body as huge tears the size of golf balls rolled down his fur and dripped from his snout. For the first time, or so his mind said, it was the first he had cried since his childhood, and he was shocked that no one was laughing at him for it. Carlisle Jasper's low voice brought my attention back to him as he muttered under his breath, his eyes straying to Bella as he knelt beside Carlisle and opposite her. Bella, Bella, Carlisle tried to call to her but received no response. By now everyone was watching the scene unfold, the witches and wizards present growing angry and agitated in their grief. Carlisle Jasper spoke normally, forgetting about trying not to spook the others as Bella's emotions got even stranger. What is it? Carlisle had obviously picked up on what everyone else had, what something was wrong with Bella. His eyes raked over Bella's knelt and bowed frame, his concern increasing when he found nothing physically wrong, his mind wondering if she was suffering an emotional episode. I've never felt these emotions before, Carlisle, never in all my existence. Jasper's usually calm and sure voice was shaky, and that alone was enough to set my family on edge. Carlisle and Jasper always remained calm through everything. To see either of them upset meant it was bad. To see both of them upset, it could never be a good sign. What do you mean? Carlisle was having problems trying to understand what was going on. Between trying to care for Harry for as long as he has and trying to keep an eye on whatever was happening to Bella was getting him edgy. Just that, I've never felt this before. He ran a hand through his hair. Alice was shaking beside Emmett as he kept an arm around her to keep her upright, his other arm around Esme to keep her standing too. Carlisle. Hermione's voice was shaky from tears, but her eyes weren't on us. No, they weren't even on Bella. They were on Harry's hand and arm that was slowly becoming a glowing white, literally glowing. The brightness only increased as Bella's hand began to shake, the light traveling further down Harry's wrist, up his arm, and then disappearing beneath his shredded clothes. "What's happening?" Ginny gasped, her hands jumping away from Harry as she watched in horror as the light spread across his skin. "It's gotta be magic, nothing human could be doing this," Carlyle spoke out loud, his eyes fixed on where the light was creeping down his other shoulder and down his arm to where Carlyle held his wrist still. When every exposed area of skin was glowing a bright white, it suddenly grew in intensity, almost blinding us, and we had to look away thanks to our enhanced sight. A dull thud made me look over at Carlyle, frowning at his shocked face as he stared at his hand that was suspended in air. Without speaking, he reached down and tried to pick up his wrist again, gasping when his hand refused to move any closer than 5 centimeters away. "Ginny, try touching his head, please." Carlyle watched with wide eyes as Ginny's hand couldn't get any closer to his head than his own could get to his hand. "What's going on?" Her voice was a squeak, her mind full of fear and terror at things she wouldn't and couldn't comprehend. No one could answer her, and we fell silent once more, not knowing what the hell to do besides sit and wait. We all breathed a sigh of relief when the glow seemed to dull slightly, a large sigh from Bella gaining everyone's attention, but she didn't raise her head or even pay any heed to her glowing brother. Her hand, she can touch him. It's her Jasper breath, blurring past Ginny and kneeling by Bella's other side, leaning down and inspecting Bella's shaking hands, tentatively trying to touch her arm but finding the same repelling force not allowing him close enough. He breathed out heavily, looking at Carlyle with wide eyes, his mind wrapped in concern. "Bella's doing this, she has to be, but what is she doing?" I wanted nothing more than to rip her away from her brother and hold her close to me, not caring if she was crying or anything. As long as I could hold her, console her, comfort her. Anything other than standing there uselessly watching, unable to do anything since everyone in the clearing, including my family, had told me that if I ever hurt Bella again, they would kill me, literally. I knew that trying to help now, when tension and frustration are at an all-time high, would probably mean the end of me. The glowing continued to fade until he looked more like a vampire with sparkling skin, Bella breathing heavily by Jasper's side, my eyes on her and watching as her hand twitched the smallest amount. "She's Jasper's words of 'she's back' were but off suddenly as he yelped in surprise, all of us taking a step back, those close shielding their eyes and looking away as the light became even brighter, single beams of light bouncing off and into the forest and the sky above, and I could feel the heat radiating from it even though I was at least 10 meters away. The light pulsated even though my eyes were closed. I could almost feel it around me. It was almost comforting. The only way I kept a track of what was going on was through thoughts, and even then they were useless because they were in the same position as me. This must be it. I can feel her emotions leaking through. Sadness, desperation, pain, grief, hope, and exhaustion. Jasper counted off, staying by Bella's side despite the heat that was nigh painful for a vampire to be so close to. It only lasted for about 20 seconds, but when it began to dull again, I desperately looked over at Bella as if something could have happened to her in such a short time. But I had been forced to question everything I knew and respected in the past few days. Boundaries had been broken, limits had been pushed to the point of there being none anymore. I quickly came to the conclusion that anything was possible, at least it was whenever Bella was involved. Again, we all watched as the shining light dulled, turning back around and looking at the scene with confused eyes as it carried on, though still on edge in case it flared up again. But it didn't. After another few seconds, the glowing disappeared completely, leaving Harry normal-colored again. I stared at him for a moment, but before I could even think, Jasper's panicked thoughts pierced through my mind, setting me on edge immediately as I turned and watched Bella being held upright by Jasper's arms around her waist. "Now is not the time to be jealous, Edward," he barked at me through his mind, as he pulled her onto his lap to keep her from collapsing. Carlyle quickly left Harry's side, kneeling in front of Jasper as he checked her pulse and eyes for any response. I relaxed when I singled out her heartbeat, beating a little faster than normal, but strong all the same. "I'm way out of my depth." His voice was tired, even more so than a man his age should be. "Oh my God, Carlyle." Ginny's screech had once again pulled all attention to her as she covered her mouth with her hand, her tears rolling over her fingers as she shook. But her mind was filled with elation. I understood once I followed her gaze, my own eyes widening and a small smile creeping up my face as I saw nothing. Well, I saw a lot actually. I saw Harry, the forest, people I cared about, and people that would be my comrade in arms in a day's time. But what I didn't see was a nearly dead and bloody boy. There was not one drop of blood on Harry, on his clothes or skin. Though his clothes remained shredded and destroyed, his skin dirty, there was no gash on his face, no wound beneath his shirt. Impossible. Carlyle rushed back to the boy's side. He should be dead. He had a perforated lung and 3 dislodged ribs. He was bleeding internally so heavily that he should have been dead 2 minutes ago. This is impossible. His mind was in awe of what had happened while his body went through the motions of checking on the boy's condition. It didn't matter. We could all hear the boy's strong heartbeat like a drum. I and the rest of my family, bar Jasper and Carlyle of course, stayed back and away from the scene. The wolves stood to our right, watching the same as us but choosing to stay out of it. We would only be a hindrance. We have a fight for our lives in less than 2 days, and our 2 best fighters are unconscious. Sam's worried thoughts yowled in my head, and I was inclined to agree, even though I was annoyed that he was thinking of the fight when Harry and Bella's lives could be in danger right now. Once again, everyone's nerves were put edge as we all jumped and screeched, not an easy feat for wolves and vampires. But Harry's sudden intake of breath, quickly followed by a loud coughing fit, only added to tension from everyone's tired and spent emotions from the events of the day. Of course, Carlyle was the first to recover, reaching under Harry and lifting him into a sitting position to help alleviate the coughing as he gently hit his back. We were all still frozen in shock, watching the boy that had been close to death suddenly and miraculously be fine and well. What the hell happened? Harry finally got out when the coughing had subsided. HS heartbeat a normal race if not a little. His eyes roamed around all of us who were staring at him rather unabashed, open mouths and wide eyes included, but he didn't spare a second glance at that. Where's Bella? His eyes instantly found mine, his thoughts screaming worry, panic, and concern, but none of the threats I would have expected. Everyone here thought I had an ulterior motive, hurting Bella again, making her fall in love with me once more. I didn't, and I think Harry had finally seen that. With his eyes on me looking for an answer, I was a little astounded by how similar the two are once again. I inclined my head over to Jasper, who had teared his eyes from Harry and was gently trying to get Bella to wake up. Harry turned quickly, so quickly I winced remembering his injuries. His thoughts instantly became a haze of anger and worry as he scrabbled past Ginny and away from Carlyle, kneeling in front of Jasper as he pushed a stray piece of hair from Bella's face. She's exhausted, he breathed, taking her limp hand from its place on her stomach and holding it in his. I can hardly hear her thoughts anymore. I was forced to come to the conclusion that she had managed to heal her brother but harm herself. The very thought angered me to the point of murderous, but I forced a calm mask on my face, not wanting to add any more drama to the building pile. What happened? Jasper winced as Harry stared at him evenly, his voice strong and yet betraying his worry. You were thrown back with the rest of us when the shield hit, but you don't have our reflexes. By the time we had landed and tried to catch you, it was too late. You managed to hit Paul too. His instincts kicked in and he turned and attacked you. Harry. You were dying, Jasper implored, hoping that he was like Bella so that he could anticipate his reaction. Harry remained silent, but his thoughts raced too quickly even for me to hear. Jasper waited with bated breath, as did we all, as Harry stared at Bella for the longest 10 seconds of my existence. Bella, what have you done? He quickly groaned, obviously understanding something I didn't as he sighed, Jasper desperately trying to keep his anger from affecting him. Do you know what happened? Carlyle spoke up, standing as Harry turned and nodded, his face grave and his eyes dull behind his glasses. Could we go somewhere? A little more comfortable, he motioned to Bella, who is still held in Jasper's arms. As one, everyone on the ground stood but made no move to go anywhere else. I could hear and feel the weight of today's events weighing down on everyone, physically and mentally. I suggest our home. It is large enough to accommodate all of us, Carlyle spoke in a small and soft voice, glancing at the wolves to let them know that they were included in that too. I found their shock and amazement amusing, but now wasn't the place for smiles. Bella was no burden to Jasper as he ran with the rest of us to our home, the wolves to our right and Bella's friends meeting us there. We left as they began the process of hugging Harry tightly and apologizing for everything. Poor Ginny was beside herself, her feelings for Harry almost as strong as his feelings for her. I had to admit, it was rare to see such innocent love anymore. Upon arrival, it was clear that it had been Hermione to shoot out the shield as she was sobbing and begging for forgiveness, deaf to the multiple acceptances Harry was giving her. He stood on the bottom porch step looking out into the forest as the others spoke all at once, wanting to know what it felt like and what the hell was going on. He wasn't listening. I knew they'd keep her safe. His eyes zeroed in on Bella as we all emerged from the forest, his gaze flitting to me as a small smile lifted the corners of his lips. I couldn't help but frown in confusion, wondering when he had had the epiphany that we didn't want to hurt Bella. I've seen the way you look at her, Edward. I know you still love her. I have watched you. The sadness and the remorse are always there to see. I don't know why you did what you did, and I know you have suffered too. You all look terrible. His eyes roamed over all of us, grimacing slightly. But that still won't make me hold back of burning you into a pile of ashes if you ever hurt her again. I'm giving you a chance here. Edward, his eyes met mine, his voice growing louder and stronger in my mind as his eyes set and narrowed the tiniest bit. I had never felt her as happy as when she was with you and your family. I never want to feel the pain she felt when you left. I never want to hear her cries. I want her to smile and be happy again, and if that means with you and your family, so be it, he concluded as we stopped at the bottom of the porch, everyone now aware of our silent conversation since neither had removed our eyes from the other. I nodded slightly, smiling a little at the prospect of being able to actually talk to Bella. I had been around her for almost 4 days and hadn't spoken one word. Harry broke eye contact first, turning and walking up the steps, the others following as I stood at the bottom, too caught up in my own hope to move. The wolves had returned to their human forms and jogged up the steps, sending me confused and angry looks as they saw my smile. They all hesitated the slightest bit, but entered the threshold of the house nonetheless. I heard the many compliments from Hermione and Ginny, whistles from the others at the house. The wolves were amazed too, but chose to keep their opinions quiet. Finally realizing that if I ever wanted to talk to Bella, I would actually have to go inside the house first, I quickly climbed the steps and walked into the house, fighting the urge to wrinkle my nose at the horrid stench the wolves had brought with them. I saw them in the far corner of the living room, arms folded over chests, and stood awkwardly with identical disgusted masks on their faces. Jasper had laid Bella on the largest sofa, which was easily long enough for her to stretch out on. Someone had fetched a pillow and blanket too, and she appeared to be sleeping. I did help to imagine that she was slumbering rather than dying. She could be. Don't worry, she's exhausted. She'll be fine when she wakes up, tired but fine. Harry took his place on the sofa next to Bella's head, the rest of the family sitting down in the various other seats available, the wolves politely declining Esme's invitation to sit. Harry and Bella's friends took seats gratefully, still looking a little shocked. I suppose it was a good sign Harry had quickly gotten over the shock. Edward, aren't you going to sit down? Esme peered over at me curiously, but I shook my head, leaning on the door frame and trying to appear casual and control my own fears of losing Bella. Please don't start a fight with Jacob Black again. Her eyes glanced towards the wolf who was glaring at me heatedly, but I smiled a little and shook my head again. Jacob Black was the furthest thing I was thinking about. I blocked out his thoughts as he began to insult me again, not even giving him the satisfaction of seeing me wound up. He should thank Bella, because the fact that she cared about him so much was the only reason he was still standing right now. I think I know what happened, Harry sighed, rubbing his face with his dirty hands, but with Bella, no one can ever be too sure of anything. He chuckled humorlessly, remembering all the times he had assumed something as she had proved him wrong. Everyone in the room smiled a little. Even Jacob managed to tear his eyes and thoughts away from me to remember similar memories. You see, and I apologize to the Cullens for repeating myself now, but I will have to tell everyone else about mine and Bella's. He trailed off, tapping his temple and then grimacing as he lowered his dirty fingers to eye level, inspecting them. Oh dear. Esme's strangled thoughts rang in my mind for a moment before she disappeared, startling Harry for a moment before she reappeared with a damp cloth, handing it to him. He smiled at her gratefully as she sat back down, her thoughts teeming with glee that he had accepted her. You see, there is another type of magic out there, one that is more powerful than all others, he told everyone, quickly and thoroughly rubbing his face with the cloth, not really speaking to anyone in particular. Harry's previous words were meaningless to us. No matter how many times we would hear it, it would always fascinate us. You see, Bella and I share a connection in our minds and bodies that binds us together. Fred and George will have one too, as will Pavarti and Padma. It's a connection shared between twins. The stronger the magic, the stronger the connection, he explained, looking at Hermione, whose mind was going over all the reading material she had found. She had never heard of such magic before, and it was beyond frustrating for her. The rest of us, however, were wondering who the hell would be called Padma and Pavarti. Such strange names, what sort of connection? Fred and George had definitely perked up at the mention of them possible being able to do cool things, as they put it. Bella and I share thoughts and feeling. If we wanted, we could control each other's bodies and minds, which was highly entertaining. He chuckled a little, wiping his hands. That explains a lot, Hermione admitted, remembering when all of them had been sat in some sort of common room around a fireplace, and the two seemed to be having a silent conversation. You remember when Bella and I would get summoned to Dumbledore study a few times a week after class and come back and just go straight to bed? He asked, without looking up from scouring his hands. Well, he figured we'd have a connection and told us that it can be used to our advantage. He never told us when we'd use it, but we figured that it must have something to do with helping us defeat Voldemort. He sighed, raising his eyes to his friends' faces. He told us that when he tried to kill the two of us and failed, he transferred some of his powers into us, making us even stronger. His voice was sad, his thoughts bitter at the fact he owed the monster for the connection with his sister. You're joking, Fred laughed, earning a glare from Harry, but he didn't seem perturbed by it. You mean that old snake tried to kill you but ended up making you even more powerful? He created his own enemy. He snorted, obviously not scared of this Voldemort at all. He and his brother shared a high five while a smile crept on Harry's face and he calmed down. I suppose, he admitted reluctantly. So how does it work? Hermione leaned forward in her seat, eager for knowledge and understanding. Well, it depends on how strong the connection is. We share energy, power, and magic too, I suppose, he mused, tossing the dirty cloth from hand to hand idly. But Dumbledore told us that if we concentrated hard enough, we could do anything. He clutched the cloth in his hand, his gaze firmly on Hermione as she gasped, the others looking rather amazed while the rest of us remained dumb. He told us that we could bend the strictest rule of witchcraft, he continued, grasping the cloth in his fist as his breath out heavily. What's that? It was clear that Carlisle was totally enthralled by the knowledge Harry was divulging. We all were. That we could, if we wanted to, raise the dead. His voice remained quiet, almost ashamed of himself as the others gasped in shock and awe. But that's impossible, Harry. There's no way. Hermione stuttered, her mind totally scattered. We never tried because Dumbledore told us that bringing back the dead wouldn't solve anything. They'd still be dead, their heart would beat and their minds would work. But we didn't think it was fair to bring someone back to life and let them die again. No one deserves to die twice. His eyes lingered on Esme for a long moment, but he tore his eyes away. We wanted to see our parents again, but we agreed to leave the dead in peace. He told us that he trusted us to be smart enough to never attempt it. His voice dropped to a whisper, and even the wolves were unconsciously edging closer. Why? Ron breathed, his normal color returning after seeing his best friend almost return from the grave. Because to give something that is dead life would mean transferring all of your energy into them. It takes every ounce of energy in your body to sustain you to full health. If we gave them half, they'd be half alive and just die again. But if you give something all of your energy, then there's nothing left for you, he continued, looking down at Bella sadly. And you die, Hermione finished, shocking all of us and even the wolves as we waited for Harry to dispute it. Yes, Hermione, you die, but Dumbledore said that if there was two of us and since we're apparently quite powerful, we'd be able to do it. We could half the load. We didn't want to risk it, though. He ran a damp hand through his hair, pulling out all the dirt. So what did Bella do? Ginny spoke up, looking between the two on the sofa, wondering if she was going to lose her friend. We were all surprised when Harry's eyes flashed with anger and he abruptly stood, clenching his hands into fists at his side as he paced along the back of the sofa. I was nearly dead and she healed me. I was nearly dead, don't you see? It takes two to bring someone back from the dead without dying, and even then they can die. She was on her own. If she had tried that a minute or two later, she would have killed herself. He screamed at us, never stopping his assault on the carpet as he tried his hardest not to take all of his anger out on everything around him. She is the most, stupidest, most idiotic. He rattled off, his anger dissipating quickly as he calmed himself down. I'd have done the same thing, he admitted quietly. I knew I wouldn't hesitate, even if it did mean my own life. One day her luck's going to run out. He spoke mostly to himself, no one contradicting him because we agreed. With the amount of harm she has barely dodged, there was going to be one time when she was a little too slow. I shuddered at the very thought. So when Bella healed you, she was transferring her energy into you. Carlisle asked, wanting to change the subject and try to calm Harry down enough to get some more answers. Naturally, he paused, pacing, putting his arms on the back of the sofa and leaning on it, looking down at Bella for a moment before meeting Carlisle's eyes again. I wasn't dead, so it wasn't swapping or exchanging energy as such. It was more of, he struggled with a suitable explanation. She used her energy to push it into me so I could heal. Everyone's energy is different, but I think because Bella and I are twins, that our energy is similar or the same, and so. Well, it for the job done easier than if it had been anyone else. He frowned as everyone nodded, understanding what he was saying. When will she wake up? Jacob asked with a frown. I'm not sure. We've never done anything remotely as powerful as that, never mind just her. She will wake up, but she'll be out for a while, he continued. Do we still train? Sam asked, looking doubtful, not sure about fighting with us without Bella there to balance it out. It seems Bella was also the only reason they hadn't ripped me and my family to pieces. Maybe even play fighting was dangerous. I think we'd better save it for tomorrow, Carlisle said, looking at Harry for agreement. He looked deep in thought for a moment, his mind on the same track as mine was as he nodded, the wolves making a move to leave. I stepped inside the room to let them out of the doorway and into the entrance hall. Multiple warnings and threats came my way, but I ignored them, feigning ignorance until they all walked out and closed the door behind them, their heavy footfalls quieting until everything was silent despite the multiple heartbeats and breathes. I don't know about you guys, but those wolves creep me out, Fred said, standing and stretching as he spoke. A booming laugh echoed around the room, shocking everyone but those who already knew him too well to know his sound levels. Dude, you're in a room with vampires, and you think werewolves are creepy. We're the Walking Dead, Emmett laughed, something none of us had seen in a while, and just like that, I could feel the pieces of my life slotting back into place. I was home, my family were becoming themselves again, and Bella was here. She didn't speak or acknowledge me, but she was here, and I vowed right there and then to make her listen to me. Yeah, but they just stand there and glare at people. Honestly, have they never heard of speaking or smiling? George stood beside his brother, stretching too as the others joined them silently. Honestly, you too, Hermione rolled her eyes at them. They were in their mortal enemy's home. The very scent is enough to trigger the transformation. They were just tense. She found it easy to go back to being a know-it-all, as the others called it, instead of being emotional. She was still worried about Bella, but now that they all knew she'd be okay, they had all calmed down significantly. Would you happen to have any food? We kind of sneak it away before dinner, and Fred had the decency to ask politely, reminding me that there may be a gentleman in him somewhere beneath the amount of random thoughts that ran through his head, just like his twin. He was surprisingly protective of his family as well as Bella and Harry. In fact, they all were. Of course, Esme smiled broadly, motioning for the others to follow. Hang on. They have food, this is just getting weird. Ron's internal voice was confused as he walked past me and followed the others into the kitchen. Only Harry remained with Bella, and he quickly took his place next to her again. She still loves you, he told me mentally, and I was so shocked that all I could do was stare. I had hoped that we could be friends, that we could at least talk to each other evenly. I hadn't allowed myself to even hope for anything remotely on the lines of love, though I couldn't help the way my heart soared and my thoughts drifted to Bella and I together. Finally I moved, no longer worried that werewolves or witches would try to attack me if I even tried to get close to Bella. Slowly I walked over to the sofa, kneeling in front of Bella and simply watching her, wishing I could take back everything that had happened these past 5 months. Talk to her before the fight, Edward, Harry told me. We don't know what's going to happen, and it's better to be safe than sorry, he admitted quietly, a quiet growl rumbling in my chest when I caught his meaning. No one will touch her, I hissed, vowing to kill anyone who so much as touched her with the intention to hurt her. I didn't care how powerful or strong she was, the very thought of her in danger had me wanting to take her away from it all. And that, right there, Edward, is why I know you still love her. He put a hand on my shoulder as he stood, a small smile on his lips. I never stopped, I mumbled, going back to staring at the love of my life, wishing she would open her eyes and see what Harry sees. But since when was anything ever that simple when Bella was involved? Harry quietly left the room, joining his friends in the kitchen, leaving the rest of us, bar Esme of course, who was loving the compliments everyone was giving her cooking, to watch Bella and get lost in our own thoughts. Enough is enough, Edward. The tension between the two is ridiculous, Jasper sighed from the sofa, Alice in his arms as she hummed in agreement, simply enjoying the fact that her family was together once again. I didn't turn to face him or even give him a response. I knew what I had to do and I would do it, because Harry was right. I hated to think of it, but what if Bella got hurt? I had to tell her the truth before it was too late. I saw a flicker of Bella and I stood in the forest, my mouth moving as I spoke, but the words were too far away for me to hear. Alice cut the vision off after a second, way too quick for me to get my bearings and understand. It took a moment, but when my eyes refocused on Bella, I felt a small smile pushing my lips upwards. Bella and I would talk, though I didn't know how things would go. That was enough for me. I didn't yell or get angry at Alice for hiding my future from me because I honestly didn't want to know. I couldn't bear to watch as Bella rejected me, throwing my words back in my face. I knew she was angry, furious with me, but I saw the pain in her eyes. I witnessed how she fell apart. Her thoughts may remain silent to me, but Harry's are not. I knew it was because of me. That I had made just being in this house a nightmare for her because of everything that happened between these walls. That it was all the pain I had caused her that had changed her. But I would be damned if I let this go on any longer. Simply being in the same car as her, not a meter away as she spoke to my family, was torture for me. When she hung out the window, Well, I don't think my breathing will ever go back to how it was. When she had climbed out of the sunroof and slid down the car, my mind nearly imploded. When I saw her body pressed against the glass, I shook my head with a small smile. Those were thoughts for another time, yet I couldn't help but be amazed at how human Bella made me feel, and she hadn't even spoken to me yet. We had the rest of today and then tomorrow until midnight to prepare. Fear hit me then as I fought off the thoughts of losing Bella. We remained silent, Bella's steady heartbeat and even breathing calming my mind from the point of insanity. The only time we moved was when the others came back, smiling and their minds still amazed at Esma's amazing cooking. Wow. For someone who doesn't eat you make a mean lunch, Fred rubbed his stomach, a dreamy smile on his face as he stood behind the sofa, looking at me with a slight frown before looking away. I had managed to move, instead taking Harry's place and sitting beside Bella. I know her friends wouldn't like it, but I was hoping Harry would help with that. Well, since Bella's out for the moment and the wolves have gone home, I was wondering about getting the others up to date on training and stuff. Harry stuttered, still not too comfortable with all of us. He liked Esme simply for her motherliness. He liked Emmett for his fighting. For some reason he liked me, though the others, he wasn't so sure about. He was as good a public speaker as Bella was. Sure, if you need any help. Carlyle smiled gently as Harry's cheeks reddened a little, quickly nodding a thank you, and then leading the others outside, down the steps. He remained in the front garden, which was plenty big enough, probably bigger than the clearing we trained in before, but it kept him close to Bella and us, which was what he was aiming for. He is definitely Bella's brother, all right, Jasper sighed, lovingly running his hand through Alice's spikes as she lounged across his lap. I can't believe we didn't see it before, Emmett smirked, remembering their reaction to the thought of them together, romantically. I had to say, even I was under the impression they were closer than friends. Them being brother and sister had never even entered my mind. We all listened and watched from the window as Harry told the others about what Bella had taught him. He explained the types of spells they needed to use, like heat and shields, which would render our speed, strength, and even our very bodies useless. He went on to explain how we all fought, though I was rather surprised by how much the others sat and listened as though he was their teacher. The only interruption was when Ron came in bright red and asked to use the bathroom. Poor boy. Only once did Harry call for assistance, to which Emmett and Jasper only too willingly volunteered. They were eager to see more magic, even if it was aimed at them. I did not move from the sofa, choosing to listen to my brother's ows and watching through their minds as they get bashed and thrown around. They were still enjoying themselves, though. The others moved to sitting on the porch, directing and getting involved when necessary. They too were rather excited about this up-and-coming fight, if only to see magic at its full potential, and when none of them are holding back. Edward Harry's voice pierced through the haze that had settled. I had been busy remembering every touch and kiss Bella and I had shared, the smell of her when she had just gotten out of the shower or the soft skin beneath my fingers, the feel of her hands in my hair. Her mind's becoming clearer. She's waking up, he continued, though he made no move to come inside, nor did he tell the others about it. I quietly thanked him, though honestly worried about Bella's reaction to me when she woke up. Gently, I lifted her head and slipped off the sofa, laying her head back down as I crouched in front of her, softly running my fingertips over her cheek as I pushed her hair from her face. I heard her heartbeat stutter slightly as the pace increased, and I let my mind convince me it was because of my touch. Her moved slightly beneath my hand, and I tore my hand from her quickly, though not moving. A frown marred her lips and wrinkled her head, and though I knew I was letting my heart run wild, I knew it was because I had taken my hand away. I quickly glided my fingers over her smooth cheek, the heat burning me in a beautiful pain. A small smile replaced the frown as he nuzzled into the pillow, humming slightly as I traced her features slowly, trying not to wake her up in fear that she would realize it was me and send me away. I ached to see her eyes again, looking at me instead of just above my shoulder. She was avoiding me, I knew it and I knew why, but I couldn't do it anymore. I had to talk to her. I loved her and I hoped beyond hope that Harry was right and she loved me too. Edward, she whispered, a larger smile drawing her lips upwards as much as they could go with half of her face resting on a pillow. I knew her voice like it was my own, and I knew that she was not sleeping anymore. She was awake. Bella, I whispered back, unable to stop myself as I softly brushed my fingers over her eyes and lips. Edward, we need to talk, she sang, sounding rather merry despite the words that spoke. I took it as a good sign that it would be a good talk, hopefully. I know, Bella, I brushed a stray lock of hair from her face as I spoke. But right now, you have to get better, I amended, knowing her health was much more important than our secrets. Her face quickly dropped, her eyes peeking open slightly, though it seemed to take all of her energy to do just that. I could clearly see the fear in her eyes, the little I could see of them. Harry, she choked out, a tear running down her cheek and hitting the pillow. I quickly wiped the trail away with my thumb, edging closer with every second. Harry's fine. He's outside with the others, instructing your friends. I smiled lightly, hoping to comfort her at least a little. She simply hummed in response, her eyes locking with mine and never faltering as we stared at each other. "How are you feeling?" I asked softly. Resitting the urge to kiss her was growing increasingly difficult. "Tired," she smiled lightly, "but I'll be fine," she continued, opening her eyes a little wider. I had to smile at that. No matter how much she preached, she seemed the same Bella we all remembered, even down to the stubbornness and hate for being a burden. I also knew that there was no point in trying to stop her. She tried to sit up but couldn't raise her head off the pillow. I ached to see her helpless, but I didn't want to push our sudden truce. "Can I have a little help?" she whispered, sounding more like the Bella I remember. She always hated asking for help. Though I hated seeing her like this, I couldn't help but smile as I gently slid my arms beneath her, lifting her slowly until she was sat upright. I swiftly took my place at her side, allowing her to lean against me as I rested my around across her shoulders, my hand skimming her arm. "You really scared us, you know." We thought. A lump suddenly formed in my throat, cutting off my words as I tried to collect myself and banish the images of an unconscious Bella from my mind. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't let Harry die. Not when I could prevent it," she sighed, her voice dragging and full with sleep. Light footsteps quickly ascended the porch steps, and I was surprised when it was Harry that walked through the open door, immediately coming to Bella's side and kneeling on the floor in front of her knees. Harry, Bella's voice was reverent as she shakily reached out and put her hand on his cheek, Harry reaching up and covering her hand with his own. They spoke no words, but their eyes never left one another's. Harry's mind became a complete blank, as usual when he and Bella and communicating directly. For a mind reader, it was beyond frustrating, but I let it be. They needed some time to themselves, though that didn't mean I was about to leave Bella's side unless directly told to. "No, Bella," Harry broke the silence, ripping Bella's hands from his face and holding them tightly in his hands, almost growling the words at her as she stared back at him, a familiar mask of determination on her face. "Yes, Harry," she countered. "I would do it again without hesitation." Her eyes and voice softened slightly. "Because you're my brother, and I've already lost enough family without losing you too. But what if next time thing?" Harry exhaled loudly, his thought returning in a dull buzz as usual. "We can't live through what ifs, Harry. What if the prophecy was wrong and Voldemort can't be defeated? What if we can't win this fight?" she said back, Harry flinching both times. "Exactly, there's always a risk, Harry, there always will be. But that doesn't mean that it will stop me or you from doing what we need to do." I would say I was shocked would be an understatement. Bella just sat there, sounding more wise and mature than I believed an 18-year-old could ever be. But her words seemed to hit home to Harry as his eyes softened too, and he went from gripping her hands to Bella holding his, though his were significantly bigger. "I can't help it, Bella. I'd rather die than watch you suffer," he implored, not aware that there were 6 nosy vampires outside listening with a rapt attention, as well as his 5 friends hiding around the door frame. They knew what was happening as soon as Harry bolted inside, leaving the door open behind him. "Well then, I think both of us are pretty safe," Bella concluded the conversation, yawning widely as she nuzzled into my shoulder again. Her eyes slipped shut, but a small smile lifted her lips. "Besides, we do have an audience," she said with a small, tired laugh. My family's thoughts revealed their shock as they sheepishly walked in and sat down, both at Bella's words and at Bella and I sat together. Fred and George shamelessly bounded into the room, huge grins on their faces that didn't even falter as they saw my arm around her. She looked so happy they both thought as one, which was rather strange. Even stranger was apparently to them anyway, was the fact that Bella had a whimsical smile on her face as her and Harry talked in their minds again. Hermione didn't waste any time asking questions. She simply dived on Bella, shocking both Harry and I as we were knocked back. Bella simply laughed, wrapping her arms around the girl as she crushed her. "Hey, Hermione," she choked out, her face going a tad red from lack of oxygen. Hermione," she tapped her friend on her back. Hermione immediately let go, blushing a little as she realized everyone was staring at her, quickly apologizing before taking a seat between Ginny and George. All eyes were on Bella, but she seemed either not or notice or care. The smile on my face would not drop, widening even further as I heard her sigh. "She's happy." Content and relieved Jasper pitched in, smiling at me as a congratulations. "Well done, Edward, you finally pulled your finger out," and it only took Bella almost dying to do it. It was Rosalie's sarcastic snarl in my mind that caught my attention amongst the praise and happiness radiating from everyone else's minds. I could almost feel my eyes darken as my grip on Bella tightened. a harsh snarl ripping from my throat as we glared at one another. The humans in the room looked startled, looking between the two of us and scooting away slowly. Not that I wanted to admit it, but she was right. It had taken almost losing Bella for me to actually stop sulking and pull my finger out. It did not mean I was going to agree with her any time soon, so kept my little discovery to myself as I cut off my snarl. I was forced to let her go as my family hugged and checked her over, making sure for themselves that she was all right. When her friends converged around her, I knew I had to give her some space. I motioned for Harry to take my place as I stood, smiling gently as she peered up at me with bleary eyes. After assuring her I was only through the other room, she relaxed slightly, though I felt her eyes on my back as I left the room, closing the door behind me. We could still hear everything, but it gave them the illusion of privacy. They told stories of their lives since Bella left, though I have to admit, I understood hardly any of it. Apparently, a pack of blast-ended scroots were found at the bottom of the garden, and Fred had to have his hand bandaged for 2 weeks. Then they had an infestation of doxies in the living room, which made Ron dive into a long speech about how much he hated the bastard. We remained in the kitchen, listening with rapt attention as 7 people from the wizarding world spoke and talked to one another. It was amazing. We ended up back in the room anyway, though they ignored us for the best part, too, in their own conversation, and catching up to really pay us any heed. It was when Ron and Fred started arguing about favorite Quidditch teams, Puddlemere United or the Chudley Cannons, that I found myself unable to keep up with the insults that we didn't find offensive in the slightest. But Hermione and Ginny were engrossed in a conversation about a certain spell that they could use against Aaron. George was thinking up some new trick sweet with an evil grin on his face. No faces showed the strain or tension of the up-and-coming fight. They were all children, so young to our eyes, and yet they were much stronger and more prepared than us. It was rather unsettling, but it was Harry and Bella that held my gaze and attention. Neither spoke, though Harry had taken up the position next to Bella, allowing her to lean on him. I wouldn't have known had it not been for the flitting smiles and frowns on their faces, the small change of their expressions indicating that they were talking to one another. Their friends remained oblivious, but my family did not, their thoughts mirroring each other's as they wondered and watched in amazement. A small frown appeared on Bella's face as she seemed deep in thought, a small smile and squeeze from Harry suddenly making her smile too, letting out a breathy laugh as she nodded. Suddenly her eyes rose and met mine, my body becoming still on instinct. Her eyes were soft and deep as she smiled a little wider, seeming not surprised to find me staring at her. I had been caught, and yet I couldn't tear my eyes away from her. "Yeah, I know," she whispered quietly, her eyes shining lightly as she smiled at me, and I couldn't help but smile back. We hadn't talked, but we would. I would tell her everything, no secrets, no lies, and no holding back, not anymore. And I knew, as I stared back at her with the first real grin since I left, that everything would be okay, no matter the outcome of the fight. No one would take Bella from me or from us. This is where she belonged, in Forks, with her friends, family, and us in our house, in my arms.